Yeah, we'll do it live. Fuck it. Right, okay, hey guys, hanging out with V and Dr. Lehman to
Allahu
talk
Akbar.
about the Brexit. V, fix your screen.
Let's
Yeah,
go
so what is it at the moment? Go to the counter a sec, sorry. Can you refresh it?
Yeah, 54%. It was refreshed earlier.
Yeah, that's why I want you to refresh it again, mate.
We haven't gotten to London yet, so
No, but it's still an 8% lead is pretty healthy.
Yes, it is, but come on, it's at 1.5 million votes so far. I think it will swing the other way around, sadly.
I'm not saying it's not, it's not confirmed or anything, Jesus. But it's just interesting how it's going, I honestly didn't expect Leeds to have such a strong showing. I really didn't.
I want to show you some misinformation, right? The massive campaign, and this is just from Romania, but it's not only Romania. Many countries have it. It's like, this is an article from a major newspaper. It's like exit poll: Great Britain remains in the European Union. And it's like according to a poll done by YouGov, made for Sky News, 52% of Britons decided that they want to stay, while only 48% voted for Brexit. And I like the comments, like Romanian people are more educated, it seems. Like, there were no exit poll. Please fact check, you amateurs.
How could there be an exit poll before the fucking end?
Yeah.
Before the vote?
And then they go, stop lying to people. The result is going to be tomorrow morning. But I have a question that I asked you on the previous stream. What if the vote is really close, and let's say the Remain campaign wins? Do you think that in the future you will see a prime minister that's running his campaign on getting Britain out of the EU?
Yeah, I think it's entirely possible.
You think he might win?
They can invoke, I don't know what article it is of the Lisbon Treaty, but there is an article in there for a nation to leave the EU. So I think that they'll probably run on a campaign of invoking that, yeah.
Do you think they will try to remove that article in any way?
I actually hope. You know what would be amazing is if the EU, if it were to be close, like really close, like point something close,
yeah.
And the EU said, look, that's not democratic enough. We're not going to let you leave. That would be just setting fire to the whole thing. People who were like on the fence would be like, well, wait, no, fuck you. The vote was technically right. Too bad. We're going to have another fucking vote, and now I'm voting against you. That's what would happen. It would be the worst thing they could do, and I really hope they do it.
You mean the European Union to say they don't allow Britain to leave?
Yeah, because the vote isn't decisive enough.
Well, then
the EU doesn't have any article to actually prevent a member state to leave.
That's one thing. And the second thing,
through some kind of pressure or something, because David Cameron really should have done better in his negotiations with them. Because he had a hell of a strong card.
The EU already made it very clear that if Great Britain is to leave the European Union, it will face severe sanctions.
Yeah.
I think they already pulled every card they can against Great Britain right now.
Yeah, that's my point with Cameron in the negotiations. He came away with nothing, virtually.
The thing, though, is that if the European Union decides to leave, if Britain decides to leave and the EU doesn't want them, then the Britain can just go, well, we don't recognize your authority anymore.
Yeah, we can. I mean, you're right. There's nothing they can physically do to stop it.
Right.
But politically, it would be a massive deal.
Well, it would be a massive deal anyway. I mean, you just said, regardless.
But I mean among the political class, sorry, but not necessarily democratically. With the people, if they were to be like, no, you're not allowed to leave. We don't recognize that you're going to leave because your democratic vote wasn't close enough. And at best, you can vote again, like with Ireland and Lisbon and the Dutch and all this sort of. That would probably really get people's hackles up, I think.
But even then, they don't have to give a reason why they want to leave the EU. They can say, I want to leave the EU because I woke up today and I wanted to piss on the European flag. You don't really have to get a democratic vote to leave. The Prime Minister has the power to leave for whatever reasons.
Yeah, can I piss on the European flag even without leaving the European Union?
Probably,
not,
actually.
yeah, it's
I would
not a
love
country.
to.
It's a,
They don't have any kind of like
yeah,
army or anything.
yeah, they don't have any laws against pissing on the European
If you're in Germany, then you'll probably get lynched by a bunch of angry cucks. But other than that, I mean, you should be fine.
And if you piss on the, let's say, American flag, then yeah, you know, that's you might actually go to jail, I think. But if you piss
I'm
on
not
the
sure you
European,
do. I think it's actually. Is it? I doubt you would. I mean, there would be a hefty freedom of speech issue there.
in Romania, you do actually.
Yeah, I thought you
Yeah,
said
no, there is this law that's supposed to protect the symbols of the state. So you can't dishonor like things like the national anthem, you know.
Yeah.
The
someone in the chat was just like, "Angry cucks will make you fuck their ugly wives." And it's, oh my god, that's awful.
right. In America, apparently they don't send you to jail if you.
No, I didn't think they would.
They don't.
Man, I'm so fucking pissed. I actually have quite a few really interesting statistics about the Brexit, but every single one of them is behind a fucking paywall, and I don't have my account on hand.
Oh, son of a
Fuck
bitch.
my existence.
You give us a rough estimate, even if you can't like demonstrate.
I have one thing that you might want to share. I think to do.
In the chat.
It is.
Yeah. Sharing them on me.
That should be not behind the paywall. It's a representative study about should Britain leave the EU or not. It's basically an opinion poll of British citizens. And if we look at the 13th June, yeah, about like 2 weeks ago, we'll notice that Leave was actually leading.
Very interesting.
Quite a bit, actually.
By how many? By how much? Sorry.
46% wanted Leave, and 42% wanted to remain. And actually, 10% said that they will not participate in the referendum.
Yeah,
Britain.
that actually doesn't surprise me because you probably that 10%. I bet every single one of them will say, "Well, I just don't think I know enough about it."
You know what's the most interesting? You had such a turn up at this referendum, more so than you do at normal elections.
Oh yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all.
Yes.
This is a historic thing. Either way, it's going to be a very historic moment. People can feel that in their water.
I think it shows that people don't have faith in the elections as much because you usually go there to vote against someone you don't like. You don't go to vote against someone you like, you know. Like for instance, at least in my country, but I noticed that there's in a lot of countries like there might be people in America who will vote Hillary just because they don't like Trump.
Oh, guys, you should refresh the article. We actually do have our first vote from London, and it's Remain. What a fucking surprise!
Yeah, V, you're not sharing your screen anymore.
Oh, sorry. It's hard to watch porn and share the screen at the same time.
Yeah, I know that feeling, man.
See, this is what I'm worried about election fraud, because they could have gotten people who don't have the right to vote, like people who are not citizens and they're immigrants or whatnot, and get them to vote. That's the way is the most common fraud, and Romania knows all about voting frauds. Like, I don't think we have an election. It's usually balanced out because all the parties are frauding each other. So
Jesus, Harlow voted 68% Leave.
Who voted?
Harlow.
Oh, okay.
Saying that, 75% for the City of London to stay. Yeah, the City of London. But the 75%. It probably should have been worse. But yeah, it's quite a lot to be fair.
Wait, the City of London is not London, by the way.
No, I know. That's.
I told Layman.
It's fucking racist, okay?
No, I
it's
know that.
It's just a tiny circle in the center of it, basically.
Yeah, it's basically it has an interesting history. It's they couldn't conquer it, so they just left it alone and just built around it. And you actually have like a city inside a country.
I'm reading an article about Gibraltar, which appears to be the first province or municipality or whatever to vote, and 84% participation, it appears.
What, Gibraltar? Is this?
Yes, Gibraltar.
Yeah, they were overwhelmingly in, weren't they?
I'm looking for any conclusive anything about anything.
I'm
This is
pretty
such
sure
a fucking
Gibraltar
clickbait article.
will stay quite heavily.
Oh my God! Look at the city of London. 75% remain.
Yeah, but the city of London, we're talking like the center of big business. This is where like Goldman Sachs have their headquarters and stuff. You know, well, I don't know their actual headquarters, but you know, this is these sorts of people. These are the people who overwhelmingly will want to stay.
I noticed that most places like have a massive either stay or remain. It's usually not very close to each other when you look at the.
Yeah.
I mean, there are exceptions, of course, but look here, like at the Basildon, right? You have 68% people that want to leave.
Yeah, it's same with Harlow, same sort of percentage.
Oh my God, Gibraltar, 95%.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Gibraltar has got a border with Spain, basically. It's a tiny province next to Spain, so I'm not surprised they'd vote overwhelmingly to stay, to be honest. You know, that's exactly what I'd expect.
So, are we going to make it a drinking game? Every time a new little district pops up with Leave, we take a shot?
I don't have any alcohol around.
So let's fucking kill ourselves. How can you and not have alcohol? What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I wasn't. I should have thought about it, really. It didn't occur to me.
So, do you think Britain will stay or leave at the end of the?
Well, I don't know. It depends how the results go.
Oh wow! Really? You think it's like?
That's fucking red pills, dude. That's fucking red pills.
Well, the thing is, there's literally no. I don't know. I mean, you know, I didn't expect the Leave to be doing so well.
It's like.
Well, neither did I, to be honest. But with the poll that I sent you just like 10 minutes ago, man, they actually have a realistic chance of fucking leaving the EU. That would be
fucking this
amazing.
up to the really high-powered people.
Yeah.
Which I think a lot of this is probably based around class.
Shit.
Oh dear, this is cracking me up already. I'm liking how this is going. Carry on.
You know, it's also a possibility that they started counting the votes of the places that have biggest Leave campaigners.
Sarbian, can you explain to me why Scotland so far is overwhelmingly Remain?
Well, Scotland is overwhelmingly Remain. Just we already know this. Scotland almost. I can't imagine any of Scotland is going to vote Leave.
That's interesting.
Like it's amazing given how nationalist they are.
Yeah,
they're skeptical of the English, but they're not skeptical of the Europeans. That's what it is.
Well, I guess the Europeans didn't rape them in the past, so.
I don't care. We've been part of the same union for 300 years, so let's have a bit of fucking solidarity here, Scotland.
Yeah, but you didn't make a cool Disney movie called Brave for Scotland to stroke their ego, so.
You're right, I didn't. That's
you didn't.
True.
Yeah, 300 years down the drain for a movie.
Yeah, should have done it. Wish we'd done it.
Should have invested all Disney.
Did you know that Braveheart was actually a historical documentation?
Was it?
No.
Yes, it was.
It's interesting.
The film was massively inaccurate.
Oh, come on, name one thing that was inaccurate.
Mel Gibson never shagged the French Queen for a start. She was
so fucking bad.
I know. You got to understand. I decided to get really baked for this. So.
Oh, St. Helen voted Leave 2 minutes ago.
Oh, I got another interesting statistic. Thankfully, again, not behind a paywall. Where the fuck is the chat? There's the chat. This is an opinion poll of German citizens. about whether or not they like the idea of Britain leaving the EU.
It's just basically a giant message that says "cuck yourselves, Britain," isn't it?
Well, 8% think it's a good idea to leave. 23% are like, I don't care. And 67% are, it's a fucking horrible idea.
Wait, I'm not going to lie. If I was in Britain, I would also be scared about leaving. Like, people say, it's going to be like 5 years or whatever, where it's bad and then it's going to be good, but you still have 5 years of bad. So most people are more concerned with what happens tomorrow, like especially for the poor people.
That bad. I think they've really overstated just how bad it's going to be.
Oh, and I got one that's really interesting. It's an international comparison of opinions. If you could show that one, that would be fucking amazing.
Sure. But it's in German. Right?
Yeah, I think it's really... Fuck you, man. I think it's really simple, actually. Green is Britain should stay in the EU. Yeah. Red is Britain should leave the EU. And grey is, I don't know, I don't care.
Yeah, they really manipulated the public. Oh, look, Louder with Crowder is also live. You have, though, almost the same amount of people watching.
Oh, that's because there's an event going on. I mean, Brexit, this is a historic event.
Oh, and his chat is disabled, so I can't troll it. God damn it.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, it is. Because I want to say, join Sargon stream, you fucker.
It's fine. They're probably American people who don't care about this. Although it's nice to see how the Americans came out and support.
No, they care. They care because they have the same problem there, with Trump and whatnot, with the disinformation and.
Yeah, but it was like in the polls and stuff. The Americans are very, very pro-Brexit, and I love it. It's like, yes, thank God, some fucking moral support.
People are asking me like, why am I in favor of Britain leaving when Romania is going to suffer economically? It will. Like a lot of Romanians don't want Britain to leave because they're giving us their cash. Why would you want Britain to leave?
Which is a great argument for Britain leaving. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. I know, but as Romanians say, they're hoping that this will not go the way you plan. Then, to be fair, the Americans that are SJW don't want Britain to leave. So.
I don't care about their opinions, thank God.
No, but I think if you'd have like a poll in America, the same Brexit poll, you might have more people wanting to remain.
I don't think they're as numerous as you think, the SJWs, that's the thing.
Sargon, with you, is it a categorical rejection of any notion of any kind, anything resembling the EU? Or is it just bad governance by the EU?
Just a little bit, then I'll say, yeah, it's fine.
What am I supposed to do?
Just say the katana is better than the rapier.
How about you fucking drink bleach and fucking die?
There we go. That's my opinion of the EU.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
No, the problem is the way it's set up, man. It's deliberately set up to exclude voters from having the highest power in the EU. I mean, there's no other way of looking at it. You wouldn't set the system up like this if you were trying to set up a democratic system.
I have a really good idea. You know how we protect and further democracy in Europe? By creating institutions that are outside of any votership control and that are not elected and have more power than your fucking government. That's a great idea, isn't it?
Oh, that's brilliant. And you know what? If they want to get themselves an army, don't have a provision to stop them or anything like that.
Here's the real question, right? How will anyone, even if it would be democratic, how would the leader of the European Union represent the interests of, let's say, Britain and Turkey, if the interests are opposite? And you have to represent the interests of both of these countries because Turkey is going to enter the EU. And if Turkey wants, for instance, a war with Russia because they keep shooting down their planes and they keep causing a lot of diplomatic kerfuffles, I understand the journalists call them. Well, I don't think the United Kingdom wants to piss off Russia. So how are you going to mediate? How are you going to represent the interests of both of these countries?
Well, that's the point. That's the entire problem with the EU is that it really isn't going to be able to do that without making the interests of Russia and of Turkey and Britain the same as the interests of the EU.
Or let's look at Greece, for instance. You know, they had mountains and they had like a really good supply of olive oil, and then they said no, you can't sell them anymore. You know, regulations. And you know that's obviously bad for the country.
Yeah, I mean that it's going to be bad for the people either way. I think. I don't see a good future for Europe, even if you're looking at it in with rose-tinted glasses. Even like Jean-Claude Juncker said, look, Europe's glory days are behind it, and it's like, okay, well, I don't want to be part of Europe. I'm sorry, I'd rather do something else.
I'm actually curious if there's any benefit of joining the European Union. Like if you have like a new country right now that doesn't exist, but
I don't think anyone would do it if they were given the opportunity. Like any rich country, sorry. I mean,
like here's the problem. Romania never had the choice of not entering the European Union. Like all the presidents that we voted for wanted to join the European Union. There wasn't a single president who didn't want that. So
what are you gonna do? You're going to end up in the EU.
Yeah, I could have voted for a guy that wanted to join us with the EU, or another guy that was his opponent, and there was the third option who wanted to join with the European Union.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
And do you know what they did? It's like we had to change the constitution in order to join the European Union because our constitution was not progressive enough.
Dude, that's fucked up.
Right. So let me tell you to the end. They normally they had to have one day and at least half of the people show up for the constitution to be a legal vote, and people didn't show up in the first day, so they continued the votings 2 more days and offered balloons and other incentives for people to go and vote until they finally reached the number of people to vote with the constitution and be able to join the European Union.
That's so democratic.
Yeah.
47 to 53 right now.
What's just come in?
Meanwhile, this happened recently, a couple of years ago. The president.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The president of Romania was stepping out of line. He threatened a person that was investigating into his affairs live on air, on national television. He said something like, instead of worrying about what I do with my money, you should worry about your husband, because one day he might not come home. Imagine something like that, And not only that, but he was like bypassing parliament by ruling through emergency ordinance and whatnot. So the people tried to impeach him because we have like the normal procedure. And we had Angela Merkel and at the time the president of the European Union coming to our country and going like, no, you can't do that. That's not democratic. You can't impeach him. You need.
Sorry, not impeaching someone isn't democratic.
Yeah. They said you need 50% plus 1
Bring back
of the votes of the entire Romanians from around the world, that no one knows the number of them, obviously, in order to impeach him. And this was like imposed on the spot. It was a rule made just for this shit. And despite the fact that there was like massive numbers of Romanians going to the vote, and the president's whole campaign was do not vote so they can't get the number. Like don't go to vote if you support the president. Don't go to vote.
We just got hang on. It's just gone down to 51%.
Who did we get?
We got more of London.
No, it's 49.9% actually.
Yeah, 49 versus 50.1.
Jesus Christ! It's so massive in London. It's like 78% of the people remain. It is colossal. But London voted for a mayor that wanted to censor images. So what do you expect? Like they don't care about sovereignty or whatnot.
No.
Still, I think on the next British elections, there will be a guy that will say, maybe UKIP or someone like that, and they will say, vote for me and I'll get Britain out of Europe.
Yeah, I agree. I think certainly will.
Because this isn't a legal binding thing, you know. It's
No.
yeah, just a vote how people are feeling about the issue, and
Yeah,
especially after they release their plans with an
That's
army.
how it'll end.
Yeah. If they release their plans with an army and whatnot, then more people will be persuaded of leaving. Do you agree that London is not your country anymore, like the guy on the last stream said?
Yeah, London's always been a bit of a law unto itself, to be honest. So it's one of those things where it's like, fuck you, London. A lot of the time, the North probably doesn't like London very much.
The North remembers.
Yeah, mate. No, actually, that's where George R.R. Martin's getting all this bullshit.
Brexit is coming, dude.
Yeah, no, they literally do remember, like fucking. I mean, that's why they use Northern English people for those actors, you know.
So really, the North is like Scotland.
No. Scotland are the wildlings.
I see.
That's why they had the war.
What about the Welsh?
I don't know. I don't know that area of Lannister of the world.
Wait, I'm looking at the map now, and it does sound like Westeros a bit, you know. With,
Well, yeah, it was inspired by it.
I didn't know that.
Fucking hell, Leeds just gone down. Glasgow, you're fucking cunts. That's like 1 million people, probably all. Oh, it's not that bad. 66. I mean, it's quite strong, to be fair.
Yeah, 66 is pretty bad, man.
Yeah, it is pretty strong. Yeah, but
You think Thunderfoot is upset over this?
he does seem a bit worried, but then he has a financial interest in it.
No, he said it doesn't. He said his most financial comes from YouTube.
Yeah, but I mean, his job is still being a scientist, and he gets money from it.
Yeah, but he said he would do it for free because he gets most of the money from YouTube. See, he made a very passive-aggressive video today. It's like,
I haven't seen it yet.
I hope you do get to leave, and then you see. It's like the feminists saying, I hope you do get raped, and then you see.
Yeah, that does sound a little bit like that, doesn't it? But I haven't seen it, so I'm not going to post it.
I hope your boyfriend fucks you, Sargon, and then you understand why you need feminism.
I need feminism now. Thanks, fucking EU.
Sargon, I always wanted to try some...
Hold on. People are saying I should use the BBC tracker because it's better. Do you guys have it?
I don't have it at hand.
Wasn't the vote done electronically?
No. I think it was done by hand still.
Oh, Leave is on the top again, 50.2%.
Oh, fuck. Opinion.
Fucking can't take this pressure.
Okay, no.
Aren't you in Germany?
Yeah, but
It's gonna
Why
have
would
an
you
effect
want?
in Germany.
I don't understand. Why would you want Britain to leave?
it's actually pretty simple.
Okay.
In around 1942, we really wanted that fucking island, you know,
Yeah,
and we didn't get it.
I know.
So right now, if Britain stays,
Yeah.
we kind of get the island, you know.
See,
That's
this is
the point.
exactly why we need to leave. You.
So why would you want Britain to leave?
I don't.
Oh, okay. No, because it's so simple. It's like the British.
Something.
Yeah, it's like the British Empire wanting India to gain independence. You know,
Goddamn foreigners, honestly. Let this
And
be a
by the
lesson to
way-
other British people. You can't trust them.
I don't think Germany wanted the United Kingdom. I think they just wanted to sue for peace so they can focus on the war with the Russians.
Possible.
Well, it really depends. There was the plan of Operation Zeeluwe, which actually was, you know, pretty planned. It was a very realistic possibility, the invasion. And now, from the very beginning, Germany tried to get a peace agreement with England, but it didn't work. And
Yeah, 'cause Churchill was
eventually
a dick.
Germany accepted that.
No, it's just that British people are stubborn. It's like Churchill, "Hey, we will never surrender. We will fight them on the beach. We will fight you and you guys."
Nigga, you had big boats and a big fucking channel to hide behind. That's all you had.
No, honestly, it's like British technology at its best, a moat.
Yeah.
Hang on. I think I can see how this is going to go. I think it's going to basically be rich versus poor. Because places like Oxford and Wandsworth are voting Remain, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think it's going to be pretty divided along wealth lines.
Also age.
Probably, yeah.
You know, this is an interesting talking point, because now all the people that are representing the poor and whatnot are going to be shown like, look, you're representing the poor, but the poor don't agree with you.
Yeah.
Of course, I doubt any mass media
They do
outlet
have
is going to
abandoned
focus on
this. I think it will become a subject of debate. Exactly
it.
how.
I don't think so. I don't think. I think the media will ignore this issue.
Oh well, I mean, I suppose it could.
It will stay silent on it. Though people from the UKIP could use it. You know, they say like, look, you say you represent the oppressed and the poor, but let's look at the map.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. I think that there will be political parties who use this for their own gain.
You know, most of the blue things are poor people, and the yellow are mostly areas of rich people. I mean, hell.
Well, the differences aren't really that strong for now. You have a few outliers, but man, it's really interesting. Like, especially if you look at, for instance, at the social grade or at the residence.
Oh, Leave just dropped again. Leave just dropped again. Nazi Germany gets to keep Britain for now.
It took us only about 70 years, but we finally got you on your knees.
Fox. I was in North Scotland, Burnley. That was Lee, Torbay.
Yeah, it took a woman to lead Germany to capture UK, you know.
That's kind of sad, actually.
Newcastle upon Tyne really fucking...
People want to nuke London. That's horrible.
Guys, press 1 for nuking London.
Nuke London and nuke Scotland. Jesus.
Yeah. Press 1 to nuke fucking everything that wants to remain.
So it's nice to see the South coming out fucking leave. That's good. The South will rise again, motherfuckers. So yeah, no real surprises so far.
Look how many people are wanting to nuke London. Like, look at the chat. Everyone pressing 1.
There are 3,000 people who want to nuke London in the chat, though.
My work here is done.
Well done, Lehman.
Yeah, it's like, why is Sargon a racist? Look, I want to nuke London. What's in London? Muslims are in London. Fucking racist.
Look, I'm not saying I want to nuke London. I have no desire to nuke London.
You're just saying it's necessary.
I think secession would do.
Secession into the ocean.
Yeah, basically.
With the help of nuclear devices.
Well, basically, look, if we can just carve London out of the UK, then I think everything will be okay.
Yeah, you can be like, you know what? You guys can still be in the European Union. The rest of us.
Exactly. Yeah, you can still be part of the EU if you want. You know, I'm not going to stop anyone from being part of a union.
You know, you're going to get like Muslim convoys of refugees going through Britain to reach London, the promised land, the land of milk and honey.
Yeah, but we'll have to build a border fence around London.
How about we build like a Hadrian's Wall around fucking Scotland?
Yeah, it's possible.
Is the city of London surrounded by walls or something?
No.
I see.
You sound disappointed about that, V.
I am. It's like the whole shtick. It was a really cool thing, you know, a city inside another city, and it's like they have.
I can't wait for the collapse of modern civilization, just because then I'm going to raise an army of Swindon chavs and start conquering the South. Mate, do you really think that a bunch of fucking tough-nosed twats in business suits are going to be any match for some scrappy fucking chav? No way. They're fucked. This is my plan for power.
You know, I'm really curious if you would go back in time to, let's say, Acadia, and having the knowledge that you have now, and have some political power. I'm curious if you would actually. Yeah. No, assuming you'd know the language and whatnot, like, would you be able to make a change? Would you be able to?
Probably not, because I don't have any connections.
No, assuming like you would become the actual Sargon of Akkad, you would be inside his body and have his knowledge, but you'd also have your knowledge.
Oh, well, I mean, if you had an entire person's knowledge with another entire person's knowledge, then yeah, you could probably do a good job.
Hmm.
I think it would be really important if we could, if you would, do that, if you could do that, because we really, really need to recreate the ancient African black kingdoms.
Oh god, yeah.
These Babylon, Acadia, Syria.
They're not African. What are you talking about?
They are ancient black kingdoms.
Yeah, no, yeah, they were black, of course. Everything was black.
Nigga, everything is African.
Everything was black.
Mate, I've seen it argued that Henry VIII was actually black.
Okay? Yeah, he was.
Okay, guys, let's talk about Brexit, because...
Yeah, let's not talk about black Henry VIII. Obviously, more Scotland is coming out, which is no surprise whatsoever.
Yeah, like, is the entire Scotland yellow?
Yeah, pretty much. I can't imagine a single Scottish province is going to want to leave.
To be fair, it's not like most of them don't have such a major difference. It's like usually like 49 or like 55, 44. It's like there are good.
Still, that is a significant lead.
You have a no true Scotsman fallacy there.
Fucking kill yourself.
Yeah.
What I did.
Yeah, delete your channel, V.
Yeah, dude. GG.
But yeah, Scotland, no surprise. The north of England, I'd expect quite a heavy leave showing.
Layman, could you show it on your screen? Because I'm like watching the pictures on my prom. A lot of people are messaging me, so I'm on my Facebook and I can't.
I sadly I can't. It's my work laptop and everything is full with my name and stuff.
Fucking hell, okay, I'll do it.
Give Cox for V. Goddamn V, that was off. Oh, okay. Hey, is there absolutely no other insult that the alt-right knows besides Cox? Because like the left is so creative with insults. Misogynist, sexist, racist, mansplaining. But the alt-right is like cock this, cock that, cock.
Yeah, but they haven't had enough time yet. They'll give them a break. They'll figure some out, all right? I mean, it's not like we say anything other than regressive at the moment, so,
Well, there is SJW,
Yeah, but that's a descriptor.
Hypocrites.
We're not Muslims.
Oh my God, there's a lot. I'm not going to say it in front of 3,000 people, but there are.
What, of hypocrites?
No, for Muslims, like insults for Muslims.
No, that's an insult a Muslim would use. They use it in the Quran all the time. Like, the hypocrites have said this, the hypocrite, and it's so... They just say the hypocrites, and it's like, what? Who? What the fuck are you talking about?
What are typical insults for Muslims in Great Britain, Sargon?
Mudslimes.
No, that's not a common insult for them. We're not really very racist.
Sand nigger.
Most people don't... No, mate, that's internet stuff. That's not stuff that the average person's going to say.
Really, I heard in real life, like Romanians do say sand niggers. Huh?
Yeah, but that's Romanians.
In Germany, we call them mulake or kanake, which is really derogatory and fucking hateful.
We just call them Muslims, which has become derogatory and fucking...
fucking red-pilled.
Yeah, basically.
While we wait on the next district to get in, Sargon, have you seen the one gay Muslim on MTV News?
No, but I bet they're incredible.
Well, did they manage to find one that wasn't killed?
Okay, it's an interview with a gay Muslim and a trans Muslim, I think, and they're talking about how they are fucking oppressed, but not by Islam. They are oppressed by Donald Trump. They are fucking oppressed by Donald Trump.
How are they oppressed by Donald Trump when Donald Trump is saying that he is for LGBT people. Like, he actually tweeted that out. I'm curious how they will put a spin on this.
They fucking lied about the tweet. Like, Donald Trump in the tweet is like, oh, I'm really on the side of the LGBT community, and contrary to fucking Hillary, I'm here to protect you, you know? And they actually said, wow, this literally means he wants to kill me and stuff like that. He wants to ban me. Wait, I'm gonna give you the link that you can watch
give
it
me the link.
afterwards.
It's just, people are retarded.
My favorite part is when the Hillary Clinton said to Donald Trump, "Delete your account."
Yeah, me too.
And people from Donald Trump were like, "What? You like how you deleted your emails?" People are saying this is over. Brexit is not happening.
Dude, I hope dies last, faggots.
Wait, hang on. There are still a large amount of England that has not declared. Almost all of Scotland has declared, and it's given them a 1% lead.
Well,
So
no. It's half of Scotland. Mate. It's not almost all of Scotland.
No. It's okay, maybe half Scotland then. But it's a large amount of Scotland. I mean, we know what's going to happen in Scotland. So.
Well, what do you think the Irish are going to say?
Oh, Remain.
Really?
Yeah, but they're just one province. So.
Well, they're a little big province, aren't they?
They are. That's true.
I put the link to the Game Muslim in the chat thingy, so you can enjoy it sometimes afterwards. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I will do, because that I want to know how he like pretends to himself that everything will be fine, that he won't like get killed for being a gay Muslim.
Well, just ask him how his summer vacation in Saudi Arabia was like.
Yeah. Pride parade in Turkey.
Yeah, I actually think they wouldn't kill him because he's spreading the good word. Like, yeah, he's a Muslim. You can kill him later.
That's something that's unacceptable.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna
we
be
can.
right back.
No,
Give me a second.
see, the book says we can kill him, but we can do it later. Like, don't have to kill him now.
Wouldn't he be spreading the wrong word? I mean, wouldn't they be like, "Holy shit, this guy's not a Muslim. He's gay."
Yeah, but you know, he's allowing people to not know about Islam and get more of us over there.
I don't think they're all conspiracy theorists. I think they might believe in their own doctrine.
Can you play what the Young Turks have to say about Brexit? Because it's like Brexit vote takes place in the UK.
No, I can't, because you can't do the volume through YouTube's own Hangouts for some reason.
You can just move the microphone close to the speakers and I'll be quiet.
So I put it in the headphone because it's late here.
Okay, never mind. I'll do it then.
Oh, right. I'll stop sharing my screen.
The vote on Brexit in the UK will.
Okay, so.
Right, okay.
Sharing the screen.
Britain exit the EU. This is a very, very important vote for reasons that I'm going to explain, and then I'm going to declare which side I'm on. Ooh, dramatic. Not really that dramatic. I think you're probably a pretty good idea.
This means nothing to Cenk, so he's just being a twat about it.
Yeah.
It's like, Cenk, if you don't fucking care, fucking shut up and fuck off. Just seriously, if it's not something that affects you, Cenk, just fuck off.
You know.
I mean, actually, no, to be fair, right? You're probably doing damage to the Remain campaign by saying Remain, Cenk. So carry on.
You know what I really like? Your British flavor here. It's like the disdain. I can feel it in the voice. You know, the sarcasm.
Well, I've got disdain for Cenk either way, I'd like to. Frankly, but yeah, no, it's like Cenk. There's nothing. No one cares about your opinion on it.
You know, I wanted to say that maybe he wants to fly over here, but we all know that Cenk can't fly. So.
Who are unfamiliar with this, I just want to give you a quick breakdown of the history and the context of this, and to get to the heart of the matter here.
See, he knows history, mate.
He doesn't, but I have watched this video, and we'll get to it.
He is starting with the Huffington Post, which explains.
I love that.
On January 1st of 1973, the UK finally joined the European Economic Community, the economic organization created in 1957 that was later incorporated into the EU.
Yeah, see, they joined, like, the key word here, economic.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't join the federal state of the European Union.
Meaning that they've actually been in the EU since 1973, and this.
Wait, hold on.
We've
Like,
been in the EEC since 1973. Fucking idiot Cenk.
that does not understand the thing. It's like if you
1992.
no, but if you join something which is an economic treaty that then becomes something else, you can't say that you were always something else. It's like saying, I don't know.
It's like saying Jesus was a Muslim.
No, it's pretty much saying like Germany was always Nazi Germany, something
Yeah, I
like
know.
that.
The Muslims will tell you that Jesus is Muslim. It's like, yeah, but Islam didn't exist until Muhammad's existence. So how could that be the case? Even if you believe in God and that Jesus isn't the son of God and is just a prophet, you couldn't
Do you know
believe
why?
that he
Because
would-
they believe everyone is a Muslim. Like they believe you are a Muslim. Everyone is a Muslim, and you rejected the Muslim faith.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that's
get
why
it.
they can decapitate you because you're still in their religion.
Oh, so I'm an apostate, is what you're saying.
Yeah. That's exactly how they would view you.
I've never been a Muslim, you fucks.
No, you are. Like since Adam and Eve, everyone was a Muslim. So
Okay.
you just rejected. Anyway.
Thanks, Adam and Eve. There you go.
Organization has been around since 57.
It's a bit quiet. You could probably do a turning up.
Yes, they've been there a long time, but they've also been one of the more reluctant ones. Sometimes they're called the awkward member of the EU. And then another important piece of context is that in 1999, 11 of the EU's members joined the Eurozone, a monetary union that adopted the newly created euro as its sole currency. As membership grew to include 19 states, the UK kept its own currency, the pound sterling, instead. Now there are 28 states, but the UK not joining the euro currency was a big deal because the more you come together in every way, it's harder to separate, as Greece found out. Now,
Oh my god. But before I go into this, I like how he never gives any reasons why this is happening. It's almost like, oh, the British people are just stupid, everyone else is doing it.
I love the way that he acts like the Greeks weren't just strong-armed into a deal. I mean, it was just they were too close to notice that they were fucking blackmailed, basically.
Yeah. But no, it does sound like Britain is just irrational and everyone else is doing it. It's just Britain refuses. Like, come on,
Everyone
Britain,
else is
get with the
wrong,
program.
that's
Yeah.
Okay, so I come back and we're watching the Young Turks. Are you fucking kidding me?
why. Get your chemotherapy ready.
some downsides to that, clearly, both for Greece and in the case of the creditor nations like Germany. There's also great upsides in being unified. And so
See, here's the thing. Like, you fuck their economy by pretty much forbidding them to trade olive oils, and forbidding like causing inflation so that tourism goes down in their country. And then it's like, oh, well, the creditor country. But can you think in the grand scheme of things, Cenk?
It sounds neutral as well, doesn't it?
You actually had one thing wrong. Tourism did not go down in Greece. Tourism went up over the years.
No. Recently, they've been having a recession of it. I'll find the thing. Hang on.
The thing is, like, the prices for living in Greece are going up, so tourists aren't really interested in going there anymore. Because the thing with Greece is that it also had really good sites, but everything was also cheap.
There's a link in the chat. The migrant crisis is really fucking Greece tourism.
here we go again, that conversation in a different context going on in the UK. Although it's not nearly as stark as it was in Greece, because in Greece, they really couldn't do so many things that they wanted to do because their currency was tied in. The fact that their currency is not tied in allows them to have an easier exit, although it would still, in a lot of ways, be devastating in the ways that I'm going to explain, but it is a little bit easier. It's also less urgent. There isn't any kind of financial crisis or anything at the moment. There's feelings of, there's too many immigrants around. Now, that's not the only thing, but that is a large part, as you're about to see. So,
Yeah, they're fucking up their tourism, Cheng. You know, I wonder if Cheng would be okay with Mexico uniting with the United States.
Love it. And then not being able to leave that union. You know,
Yeah,
being
and have a new currency that maybe Mexico is minting. You know, like the
staying.
Americo instead of the dollar and the pesos. You have the Americo.
Yeah.
But also, fucking Mexico decides what you, as an American citizen, are supposed to do with your fucking pension fund.
Yeah, and who you get to trade with.
Oh, it's fucking close. 50.01 for Remain, 49.99 for Leave. Holy shit.
I'm gonna piss myself if it is a absolutely clean 50-50.
I would love it. That would be hilarious.
Yes.
That would just be like, okay, what now?
Nah, there's always going to be like that one guy.
It's time for civil war, my dudes.
Yeah, basically.
But you know, what if like this is interesting? Like in order for Cheng to understand, well, you have this union in America. Let's say you have to unite with Mexico and with Canada, and you have like this American union, maybe even with Brazil and shit like that, and then they get to impose legislation on you, and America keeps getting downvoted by the other countries over and over again. You know, telling them who to trade, telling them that they can't have this war or they can't do that. Eventually taking their guns away.
God, yeah. But that's basically what's been happening, you know. Like people don't understand that if you have, for instance, a national dish, you know, something that the EU actually prohibits for some fucked up reason, and you are actually disallowed to export it, that's, you know, fucking distasteful. That's just wrong.
So, the BBC one has Leave in the lead by about 3,000 votes out of 3 million votes. I mean, it is just so on fucking 50.2%. Just Jesus Christ, that closest, nearest run thing you've ever seen in your life, man. Jesus.
Okay, moving back.
Oh, well, moving back to the Young Turks now. Sorry, I didn't realize I was interrupting you, Young Turks.
Do you want me to go with Thunderfoot instead?
Sure. Yeah, we can watch his video. I haven't seen it yet.
But let's finish the Young Turks first, because
okay, fine.
he knows history, mate.
Yeah, no, but he's not going to have anything useful to say.
He knows history. Look at him. Look at his face.
He knows how to imitate a buffalo.
Is this not the face of a man that's going to lecture you?
I'm not looking at the screen.
Look at the screen. Just do it.
Fucking hell, it is the face of a man who's going to lecture me.
But are they
going to screw your ass. He is going to tell you
okay. Well,
how to run your fucking country.
Go on then, Chad. That's how to run the country.
David Cameron was more conservative. Is the current
Turn up a bit, man. Turn up a bit, because I can't hear it, man.
David Cameron is more conservative.
Well, yeah, obviously. Being the leader of the Conservative Party and all. Well observed, Cenk.
But is it conservative? Like just because it's called conservative?
Not like what you would consider conservative, or American, probably. He's very liberal. He
doesn't want women to stay with their husbands, you know, make sandwiches.
No, he would never say that.
He's not a very religious person that, you know,
he would never say anything like that.
Okay, no, just want to make rules. He doesn't want to arm Britain, give you guns and shit.
No, of course not.
Okay.
Won in 2010 originally, said that he would push the EU for more concessions, and then he later promised an exit referendum around 2017. There was more pressure recently, so it got moved up obviously to 2016, and it's right around the corner now. Now, he did also get some concessions. Let me tell you about that. Notable parts of the agreement include more integrated governance of the Eurozone, allowing the UK to keep
that more integrated governance. Is that a good thing? Sounds like a bad thing.
Wait. How does keeping your own currency? How does that work with more integrated governance?
I have no idea.
That is actually no. That's mutually exclusive, essentially.
None of this seems to make any sense, Cenk.
Well, he is quoting your prime minister, so.
Yeah, but certainly not in the context of we managed to get something out of Europe.
Haha, we wanted to negotiate with Europe so that we have more freedoms, and what we got was a more integrated government.
Yeah, exactly. What we did is, in fact, found that we were in a worse position than when we started.
Yeah, it's like sucking half of the
Muslim
Muslim.
forever.
It's like sucking half of a nigger cock, and then you negotiate, and you end up sucking all of it. Yeah, that's not a good negotiation.
Thanks for managing to bring that up, Fee. That's a good analogy, mate.
Permitting it, the non-participation of member states in certain EU policies and objectives, and allowing Britain to limit the amount of benefits that immigrants to the UK are eligible to receive. So,
Well, hold on. He explains why those are real concessions. Look at
that
his
one
face.
actually is a real concession.
Look at his face. Now he's like desperately trying to explain to you. He's struggling.
He's like, who the fuck wrote this shit?
No, like when you look at his face now, don't you think it's like he's trying really hard to find some arguments to
That's the face of one pure desperation right there.
He's probably thinking which of his interns to fire.
Yeah. Fuck.
other countries in the EU do have to follow those rules, and I'm sure that it is grating on them. The UK keeps...
Oh, I'm so fucking sorry. It's grating on them. They have to follow the EU rules.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, they're asking the people again. Oh, fucking hell.
I'm so sorry, Kank. I'm sorry that people in France are annoyed that we opt out of some of the rules they try to impose on us.
Oh my god, they're appealing to democracy again. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
Fucking authoritarian fascists.
saying, oh, no, we don't want to follow the rules that the rest of you are following. And they got some of the concessions they were looking for from conservatives. But, of course, not good enough. So...
No, not good enough, Kank. What? What is wrong with this man?
Guys, can you give me a short red pill on the Young Turks? Are they actual Turks?
Yeah, Cenk is an actual Turk.
So what?
The Young Turks, mate. The Young Turks are a political... Hold on, let me explain. The Young Turks were a political movement in the Ottoman Empire that committed, among other horrible things, the Armenian genocide. So, him talking about white privilege and things like that is...
Yeah, what about Turkish privilege, Cenk? Let's go back to, what was it, 1915, 1919, something like that?
Well, we both know the Armenian genocide never happened, okay?
Oh, sorry, Cenk, yeah. The fictional event we're discussing.
Yeah, there are people who say the Nazi Holocaust didn't happen.
Well, it didn't. I mean, I gotta go.
Imagine, you know, me. No, imagine me making the Rise of the Third Reich YouTube channel, and I would like use that channel
You probably get a lot of subscribers.
Yeah.
And then when everyone points out like, hey, why are you having a hate channel? I'll be like, no. The Holocaust didn't happen, you know.
That's literally what the Young Turks are. If you were to call yourselves National Socialists, and then started a fucking YouTube channel, you're basically on the same level as the Young Turks.
And why do people listen to them again?
I don't know. I have no idea. It used to be not so bad, but now, I mean, it's just gone like total aggressive.
They actually got popularity because when Fox News was dominating the mass media, these people were the ones calling them out on the bullshit.
Good point.
And after that, you know, the thing is, right? It's like playing Russian roulette with your cock, because sometimes they do have actual thoughtful opinions, especially when the progressives are going insane with firing random people, and you have like the Turks. Okay, that's ridiculous. You know, you shouldn't fire this person. But then other times they have the most batshit crazy, like this video right here.
Whenever they talk about race, I do love watching Atheism is Unstoppable talking about fucking the Young Turks when they're talking about race. It's just the funniest thing in the world because they are just out of their fucking league. He's literally when is it going to come back to white people? There we go. Yeah, fuck white people for that, and they really are.
Yeah,
sorry, carry on with the video.
Again, they call themselves the Young Turks.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
debate over EU membership in terms of sovereignty, border control, and immigration.
Oh my god, I'm really curious how it's not about this.
Sounds like immigration.
Get up again,
I
man.
know sovereignty is a little larger than that, but it seems to boil down to that issue, and all of the leaders
So
that are...
ignore the sovereignty question. Talk exclusively about immigrants. Is it because
If
they're
I could
brown?
just educate Mr. Cheng, whatever his face is, on like basic political science right here. The sovereignty of a nation is based on the two sovereignties: sovereignty of body, which is the body of the citizenship, and sovereignty of borders. If you don't have a sovereignty of your own borders, you don't have a working state. Controlling immigration is keeping your borders sovereign and keeping your fucking state
Layman, you
sovereign.
madman. What are you talking about? This is something that happened in like the 12th century. What you're saying is crazy. It doesn't apply now.
But
That's, no, but that is going to be his argument, I bet.
But nation states were created like fuck you. I fucking hate you.
You know, it's
Yeah,
it's not only that, but I don't know if he doesn't understand it. Maybe because he's American. His country,
actually, let's be honest.
his country is capitalist, right?
I don't
UK
know.
is socialist, which means that healthcare.
No. We are a capitalist society.
Yeah, but you're a socialist capitalist at that. Like
We have social programs, Lee, but we are not a socialist society.
mate, is the healthcare paid by the state?
Yes, we have social programs.
Yeah, well,
We are
you
a
have
free
more
market
social.
economy, very
Okay,
free.
you have more social programs than America. What I want to say.
Yes, we do, but almost everyone on Earth has more social programs than America.
Okay, but the thing is, if you get a lot of immigrants that don't pay into the socialist system,
Well,
they
that's
then
fucking racist, okay?
they then require to receive healthcare for free. They get you know, welfare for free,
Yeah.
and if they don't pay in, they strain the system, and eventually the system will collapse.
Yes, eventually with unlimited immigration. I mean, you have just described my objection to unlimited immigration. This does not make us like not capitalists, though.
Like, I thought that the core characteristic of socialism was the attempt to redistribute the means of production, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's communism, isn't it? So,
Well, socialism is essentially...
well, it's a step along the road, isn't it?
Yes.
Definitely, yeah, without a doubt. Well, it is wealth redistribution by direct means.
Let's go down into the salt mines with Thunderfoot now.
Go on, I'm not going to write
Can you guys explain to me what exactly it is with Thunderfoot recently?
Honestly, I think it's because of the funding issue. Being a scientist, I think he's concerned primarily about funding.
I don't think it's that. I think he doesn't believe that the EU is a bad thing. Maybe he's a globalist. Who knows?
Yeah, but no, I think he literally said it's like the lesser of two evils. I say, but why do we have to have two evils? Why can't we just have one evil?
Well, let's hear his arguments because he gives new arguments here.
Okay.
I've had a change of heart after this wonderful Boris
Mate, you gotta turn it up. I can't hear anything.
leader of the Brexit campaign, summing up like this with all this wonderful unifying us versus them speak.
Those on their side, we on our side, who offer hope. Between those who have been endlessly rubbishing our country and running it down, and those of us who believe in Britain. They say we can't do it. We say we can. They say we have no choice. We say they are woefully underestimating this country and what it can do. If we vote leave and take back control, I believe that this Thursday can be our country's Independence Day.
I want to play Boris' speech though.
I like his voice.
No, but he says like
Awesome.
he made two camps, and it's like of course he made two camps. You know, it's a referendum.
Dual-sided issue.
Yeah, it's a
There's someone
two-sided
saying
issue.
yes,
Like,
there's someone saying no. Of course, there's two fucking camps.
of course he's going, and I bet that if you go to the other camp, you know, the Remain camp, they will also say, oh, they're racist. Us are not. They are bad. You know.
Yeah, of course they are.
But no, so this is why I don't agree with Thunderfoot on this issue. He's not making good arguments anymore. He's just, I mean, he's not looking at the whole issue. Because if he goes to the, he pointed out, it's like, oh, they made it into a two-sided debate. Yeah, the other side did the same.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
so it's what you would expect to happen on this issue.
Yeah.
Another lesson in the folly patriotic
You gotta
chest
turn it up again, man.
on our
Yeah.
side who offer hope. Between those who have been endlessly rubbishing our country and running it down, and those of us who believe in Britain.
Sure, you've got to pay for these lessons, but when the lessons get this expensive, people might actually learn from them.
I mean, look here where he gets his information from. The Guardian.
Isn't he
Huffington
supposed to be a
Post.
fucking scientist?
Hmm?
Well, Thunderfoot, isn't he supposed to be a scientist?
Yeah, he's not supposed to be. He is one. And he says like nationalist chess beating. I noticed that nationalism is something bad now.
Yeah.
It's viewed as a
It really
dirty
seems to
word.
have been very nationalistic. I know that sounds weird, but it could have been a lot more nationalistic. You know, it really could have been. A lot of it was. I mean, listen to his thing. It's like he's just trying to talk well of the people who live here. He's not like saying our country above all, or you know, the evil Johnny foreigner or anything. There's a lot of like, no, I love Europe, but the EU is a bad system. You know, that is what you hear from like almost every fucking Leave politician, and so it's just like, you know, it's not about xenophobia. I really don't think it's about xenophobia. I mean, the EU genuinely is a bad setup, isn't it? I mean, come on.
You also gotta keep in mind that, you know, nationalism does not equal nationalism. Like,
Yeah,
if you take nationalism as a political framework, it's just the belief in nation states. There is no value judgment in it.
yeah, it doesn't believe necessarily. It's not specifically supremacy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't get the people who are like, I'm proud to be Romanian. Oh, this is the best achievement of my life. You know, like if you take it too far, I agree.
It's stupid, yeah.
But to have like a little bit of nationalism and to give a little shit about your country, that's not bad. That's actually healthy.
Yeah, I think so. Especially when your ancient enemy is the French, it becomes brilliant. They're the most effete people on earth. It's amazing.
They're really good when they're crusading.
in the whole fucking language. Gay as hell.
They are really good when they're crusading.
Yeah, they were good 1,000 years ago. Well done. Well done, France. No, to be fair, they were pretty good just when someone else was leading them as well. To be fair.
Because then all of the responsibility lies on them.
They say we can't do it. We say we can.
It's all on you. And deep down, you know that most of the money.
Well, I clearly think that he's not a Trump supporter by saying make Britain great again.
I mean, he kind of looks a bit like Trump.
No, but honestly, like when it comes to foreign policy, I do see Trump like at least trying to impose America's will upon their trading partners, and you know, make sure that they don't get swindled or get the short end of the stick.
Yeah. The last thing, he's a patriot, isn't he? You know, he's obviously going to try and do the best for America. I mean, even his arch enemies would surely not contest that point, you know.
Yeah. So this is why I'm laughing. It's like make Britain great again, because it's the same thing with the Leave. You know, they want Britain to be able to trade with partners that Britain deems advantageous.
I think everyone's tired of just being run down, though. You know, there's constant like fucking, oh well, you know, these people are great, blah blah, diversity. It all comes from this whole fucking. We have to talk everyone up regardless of the reality of the situation. I mean, like with Islam, man. Muslim countries are generally fucking failures. You know, you just. Yeah, I don't try to sound mean. I don't have anything against any of these people. It's just look at the numbers. You know, look at the social norms. Look at the customs. These are countries that are in dire need of modernization.
Well, the ones that have oil are going to experience a really bad day when the oil runs out. Or
Yes, exactly, because they're deeply regressive. They're just benefiting from a circumstance that they happen to have blundered into through blind luck. You know, the social systems are terrible in these countries. It's fucking ridiculous that we're like, well, you know, we should treat them as their equals. No, we shouldn't. We should understand that they're fucking inferior. You know, that doesn't mean we hate them, but look at these countries. They can change at any time. These people just choose to do things differently.
The interesting thing is that I see more and more the idea that if a country is successful, it now has to do a lot of shit for other countries that aren't successful.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. Why?
What? That's too bad. You know, you should
Yeah,
not suck.
yeah, and usually the people who have this is people who are already rich,
Yeah,
and it's like, well, would it be okay for you now that you're rich to help other poor people?
Well, you see, I'd like to do that, but you know, I don't think we're going to be doing that. I think we're doing something else. Something that involves, you know, middle and lower class taxpayers, probably.
Anyway, let's keep listening to Thunder.
Yeah, Karen.
Who can be persuaded by such vapid, patriotic chest beating probably don't even have the skills to stack shells, let alone make Britain great again.
Okay, so let's see who are the people that don't have the skill to stack shelves. Oh, look. Yeah. Well, it's the people in the blue area. You know your country better than me, you know.
Oh, I hadn't had a look at the tracker for a little while.
It's usually the rich people that are very wealthy that want to remain, but not only that, he keeps saying like patriotic chest beating, and you do point out, you know, it could have been way more patriotic than it already did.
See, look at that. So much of Scotland is Remain. I mean, all of it's going to be Remain.
Yeah.
We could make a bet about Scotland. Something like, I don't know, if there is a single district in Scotland that wants to leave, you have to become a Muslim for a week or something like that. Oh, come on, you know you want to do it. Take the Shahada, Sagan, trust me.
Man, I want to see more fucking blue coming out of London. Come on, London, stop being a bunch of cucks. There's still 45% fucking white British. Come on, don't vote for Remain just because it benefits immigrants.
In Britain.
Sure, I've not lived there for about 15 years now, but I did grow up there. I know the country, and I've got news for you. It's not all those EU laws about flame retardant labels that are keeping Britain down, and I love just how many of you have been convinced that it was by things like the Brexit movie.
Hey, I want to give a clear example of this shit. The economic light bulbs, right? I actually found a couple of days ago old light bulbs that were in the market like 10 years ago, and I found them in the attic of my parents. Man, they give such a beautiful light, and they're very bright. They're really good, you know. And the current light bulbs that you can only buy in the EU are very dim, and it's an unnatural light.
Well, yes, but your light bulbs will consume something between 45 to 70 watts, while most of the current light bulbs will consume something between 3 to 9, which is a tremendous energy saving.
But here's the thing. I, as the customer, should decide between which type of light bulb should I purchase or not, right?
Yes.
If I want to have a light bulb for reading, I would put a powerful one. If I want to have a light bulb for the light that I have when I enter the house and I need to tie my shoelaces and whatnot, I would put a dimmer one, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, and the European Union forbids you to purchase anything else but the light bulb that's economical.
Well, yeah, because the EU is a bunch of fucking authoritarian fuckwits.
Right, and think about how many factories that were producing these light bulbs had to close down because they couldn't afford to produce the other type.
Yes. The involvement of the EU, anyway, in private economy or in state economy is fucked up. It's fucking laughable.
Yeah, I think it totally overreaches its mandate almost everywhere it goes. So, you know, you get no complaint from me on that.
Regulated EU man waking from his regulated slumber to start his regulated day. You wouldn't think you'd need a law for pillow cases, but the EU has 5. But that's nothing. The pillow inside is subject to 109 different EU laws.
But is it though? Because we blew up that frame and then went looking through each of the pillow regulations they feature. And the problem is, most have nothing to do with actual pillows. This one is a classification of a type of breakfast cereal that comes in pillow shapes. It's related to a merger between two auto part companies that included the phrase pillow ball joints. This one uses the word pillow in reference to this weird foot pump thing, which is supposedly for inflating air mattresses.
See, I actually agree with this point.
Yes.
I think the
Oh, yeah.
Brexit movie,
Fuck
the
that.
Brexit movie did a horrible job. Like they didn't have to lie.
I don't
It's
think
not
they
as much
necessarily
that
lied. I think they've been
yes.
lazy there.
Yeah,
Yes,
they were lazy. They typed the word pillow,
Yes.
copy pasted all the information, and threw it there.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's exactly what they've done, and it was to their detriment.
Yeah, you just don't do that when you know you have you don't have the same amount
You
of
at least
percentage of people
read the
supporting.
fucking things you're talking about. I mean, come on. And I've,
But the thing-
I've been guilty of this in the past as well, to be honest. This is why I know that you should fucking read it in advance.
Yeah, but if you do Brexit the movie, you should be a bit more.
Yeah,
skeptical.
this seems like a bit of a bigger deal.
Yeah.
You know?
But so the thing is, like, what I'm trying to say is, despite the fact that they didn't do their research, there are regulations for pillows and whatnot. And the thing is, like, the companies which are very developed and they can have a lot of cash on their hand, they can afford to follow these regulations, while small businesses that just want to start out can't.
Yeah.
And this is the main issue. Not to mention the fact that in countries with high corruption, like Romania, for instance, they can go into a factory and they can look like, oh, pillows, they have 10 regulations. Let's see if you follow absolutely all of them to the letter.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
you didn't follow this one. Oh,
It's-
well, now you
It's
need
not
to
only
pay a
that,
fine.
it also fucking splits the European Union in half, essentially. You have the Western countries that are able to follow those standards, and then you've got Eastern and Southern Europe, which is, not always able to fit those standards. And I've seen so many factories in Eastern Europe close down because they simply weren't able and never had even
You had one with the match, didn't you?
Sorry?
In Romania, there was a match.
Yeah. The matches, for instance, the regulation for matches in the EU, they have to be this long, they have to be this thick, they have to come in this type of box that's waterproof or whatnot. And the thing is, a lot of companies couldn't manufacture that, and there were companies that were producing matches, and they got shut down. And you say, oh well, it was a matchmaking company. Yeah, but they were paying taxes to the state. They were contributing. Why did they have to be shut down? And this is just one example.
So it makes no fucking sense to regulate matches. Like, I get it with the light bulbs to a certain extent. Like, at least I can entertain the logic without accepting it. But matches? For God's sake,
Wait,
man.
wait.
Yeah, what is the rationale with that?
It's a piece of stick that burns. It's like, dude, calm the fuck down.
They say it's an environment standard.
Yeah, my dick is an environment standard.
Yeah, they're obviously full of shit.
See, I would like to get into something that I've been researching in my field of research quite extensively, which is, where do leaders come from? Where do politicians come from?
Tell you where
Where do
politicians come from.
Yes. And what I found so far is essentially all of them are upper class. You
All of
cannot
them are what,
become an important politician without being upper class.
Yeah, of course.
And if you're not upper class, you know people who are upper class. And almost, it's fucking laughable. For instance, Germany, or even worse, in the United States, you have 2 or 3 universities that pump out the entirety of the
You have
political...
exactly the same here. There's Eton. There's another one that was the Nick Clegg went to.
Okay, hold on. I found here the regulations that the EU has for pillows.
Okay.
So let's see if that they're actually.
Yeah, good shout. I never thought to do that because I'm lazy.
So provisions should also be made in respect of certain products which are not made exclusively of textile materials but have textile content which constitutes an essential part of the product. So basically it says that this applies to more than pillows.
Good start already. Overreaching. Good move. Yeah.
The tolerance in respect to extraneous fibers which are not to be stated on the labels and marking should apply both to pure products and to mixtures. Labeling or marking the fiber composition should be compulsory to ensure that the correct and uniform information is made available to all consumers in the Union. However, This regulation should not prevent economic operators from indicating in addition the presence of small quantities of fiber requiring particular attention to keep on the original quality. Well, you know, like have a label and make sure that what's in the product is on the label. This is pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean that seems to be like the limit of regulations you would need for a pillow.
In order to avoid differences in practice among the member states, it is necessary to lay down the exact methods of labeling or marking for certain textile products consisting of 2 or more components, and also to specify the components of textile product that need to be taken into account for the purpose of labeling and marking analysis. Textile products subject only to the requirements of inclusive labeling, and those sold by the meter or cut-in lengths should be made available on the market in such a way that the consumer can fully acquaint himself with the information affixed on the overall packaging or the roll.
Right. Well, that's something I actually agree with the EU in their struggle to basically get this one sort of norm pushed through. What is on the label should be inside, and what is inside should be on the label. That's a valid struggle.
You, or is that something that like people could just do because it's a good idea?
Come again?
Is that something that requires the EU?
No.
No?
I'm just saying that I think
let's not frame it as an EU idea to have it so that they've got to say what it is accurately on the label. Because that's just a common sense idea, you know.
This is something that is shocking to me. The Commission should carry out a study to evaluate whether there is a causal link between allergic reactions and chemical substances or mixtures used in textile projects. On the basis of this study, the Commission should, where appropriate, submit legislative proposals in the context of existing legislation.
Yeah, good move. Encourage the Commission to make more legislation. What else are they going to do, I suppose?
Fucking ban pillows because some fuckwit is allergic to it.
Yeah, just put it on the box. It's like, look, you can be allergic to it. And I'm sure the people who are allergic to it know that they should stay away from that type of pillow.
What we should do, we should ban bread because of fucking intolerances. Also milk. Yeah, milk is bad. Also meat.
Nuts.
Let's just all eat fucking vegetable paste all day, every day.
No, yeah, exactly, mate. It's sanitizers. That's what things have to be, just in case.
Man, I don't have that document anymore where the EU wants to ban the internet. But that's some scary shit.
I wish you had that, because that would have been a real thing to be able to point to people and say, look, these people are nuts, we don't want to be part of their union.
Wait, which one of the documents do you actually mean? Do you mean the one where they were talking about a sort of European big firewall? Or which one?
Were they?
Yeah, dude, they are making proposals all the time regarding the internet.
Oh, man. Mate, get out of fucking Europe. Seriously, come on, Britain.
Look, cultural diversity for the internet.
Oh, cultural diversity.
I can't.
So, cultural diversity in the digital age, EU competences, policies, and regulations for diverse audiovisual and online content.
I just want to be left alone. Why?
Dude,
why can't you just fuck off, Europe?
You just want to fucking watch porn, watch anime, and jerk off. And those guys...
Why are you saying that? That's a crime. Jesus, there's nothing wrong with that. Let me just watch my fucking porn, jerk off in peace. No fucking problem from anyone. That's what it'd be.
But Sargon, your porn is not exclusive enough. So we basically replaced a third of all videos with cuckold pornography. So, you know.
Layman, I don't want to watch German pornography.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. But seriously, like in Germany, the prevalence of cuckold as a search term, man, it's scary. It's getting bad. Yeah, there has been a tremendous trend towards it.
That's lovely.
No, it isn't.
Disappoint you, Germany.
Oh God, regarding porn, one of the biggest supporters of refugees welcome, you know, all that fucking bullshit, right? Yeah. And he even made clear anti-German statements. During one meeting, you actually had screenshots of his desktop visible, right? And one of his bookmarks was basically degradation cuckold porn with teenagers.
I'm trying to be surprised. Frankly, this is what I've come to expect from you, Germany.
Yeah, it's true, actually.
Oh, fucking disgraceful, man. What is wrong with this? I mean, the thing is, right, learning about the anti-fascist party, or the group, in Germany the other day was just the most disturbing thing I've ever heard. A bunch of Germans who want to eradicate Germany.
No, you're confusing two things.
Oh,
you're
sorry,
confusing
no,
the anti-Germans and the anti-fascists. Those are two very separate ideas.
But don't they want to get rid of the nation-state of Germany?
Yes.
Right, okay, but for them to say that they are then anti-fascist means that they think all Germans, Germany itself, is a fascist state.
Yes.
Therefore, they're calling the Germans in general, who make up Germany, fascists.
Yes.
They're crazy.
Yes.
And, frankly, they sound like they have to be stopped. This is the thing. So they are Germans who are saying that they're like they have internalized fascism or something.
Sounds. I think you don't appreciate the anti-fascist action. You have to understand that it's a fucking fashion statement by now. If you're 14 and you haven't been part of the Antifa, well, something's wrong with you, essentially.
And you're a racist. Obviously.
Oh my God! What I just found out. Let me show you. So this is the European Human Rights Court, and they're apparently rulings on hate speech.
I'm not seeing anything yet.
Yeah, hold on, I'll share the screen.
I dread to think how this is going to look.
So let's take a random case, right? And let's discuss if you think it's acceptable, if it's a good decision that they did or not. So, Pavel Ivanov versus Russia. Why is this decided by the European Court of Human Rights if it's with Russia? The applicant, owner, and editor of a newspaper was convicted of public incitement to ethnic, racial, and religious hatred through the use of mass media. He authored and published a series of articles portraying the Jews as a source of evil in Russia, calling for their exclusion from social life. He accused an entire ethnic group of plotting a conspiracy against the Russian people and ascribed fascist ideology to the Jewish leadership. Both in his publication and in his oral submission at the trial, he consistently denied the Jews the right to national dignity, claiming that they did not form a nation. The applicant complained in particular that his conviction for incitement to racial hatred had not been justified. So the court declared the application inadmissible. It had no doubt as to the markedly anti-Semitic tenor of the applicant's views and agreed with the assessment made by the domestic courts that though his publication had sought to incite hate towards Jewish people, such a general vehement attack on one ethnic group is directed against the convention's underlying values, notably tolerance, social peace, and non-discrimination.
Yeah, what was this again, sorry?
So basically, it's this guy, a journalist, he said bad thing about the Juden.
Yeah.
And he went on a European Human Rights Commission, and apparently they say that this is bad because it's against tolerance, social peace, and non-discrimination.
Yeah, control of everyone.
I understand that they make a fuss about inciting hatred or inciting violence toward an ethnic, racial, or religious group. I understand that. But why the fuck do they care about national dignity, whether or not Jews have a right for a state? What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I think that the guilt is just a big part of that, isn't it?
No, here's the thing, right? He's a journalist. I mean, I bet that if you would have write about white people, no one would have given a fuck. You know?
I mean, if you look at the prevalence of violence within journalism that goes against whites or against straights, dude, that's fucking scary level right there.
This is interesting, right? So these cases that I've been reading are very old, from 97, 1979 and whatnot, and they're mostly like people who hate the Jews for one reason or the other. But as we go to more recent time, like 1999, the applicant was the owner of a weekly review which published to readers letters vehemently condemning the military actions of the authorities in southeast Turkey and accusing them of brutal suppression of the Kurdish people in their struggle for independence and freedom. The applicant was convicting of disseminating propaganda against the indivisibility of the state and provoking enmity and hatred among the people. He complained that his right to freedom of expression had been breached. The court held that there has been no violation of Article 10, freedom of expression. It noted that the impugned letter amounted to an appeal to bloody revenge and that one of them has identified a person's name, stirred up hatred, exposed them to possible risk of violence, so they didn't give him right. Let's take something even more recent.
Well, look at the BBC poll tracker a minute.
Sure. Oh my God.
51. Nice.
Blue is winning.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's look on Twitter.
Oh yeah. Twitter will be good for data.
Okay, hold on. Before we go on Twitter, look at this. Faber versus Hungary. The applicant complained that he had been fined for displaying the striped Arpad flag, which had controversial historical connotation less than 100 meters away from a demonstration against racism and hatred. The court held that has been a violation of... My God, these are almost like the kangaroo courts of Canada.
Yeah.
Like they will side. Like if it's a Muslim, they win by default.
Yeah.
I wonder if they even have to show up. So it started with like being for the Juden and whatnot, and now it's like every single time a Muslim comes. I mean, look here.
Is there anyone who's not German?
This is a very recent one, right? So this case concerned the liability of self-regulatory body of the internet content providers and an internet news portal for vulgar and offensive online comments posted on their websites following the publication of an opinion criticizing the mislead business practice of two real estate websites. The applicants complained that the Hungarian court's ruling against them, which had effectively obliged them to moderate the contents of comments made by readers on their websites, arguing that had gone against the essence of free speech on the internet.
Yeah.
The court held that there had been a violation of Article 10, freedom of expression of the Convention. It reiterated in particular that although not publishers of comments in the traditional sense, internet news portals had to, in principle, assume duties and responsibilities. However, the court considered that the Hungarian courts, when deciding on the notion of liability, had not carried out a proper balancing exercise between the competing rights involved, namely between the applicant's right of freedom of expression and the real estate website's right to respect for its commercial reputation. Notably, the Hungarian authorities accepted at face value that the comments had been unlawful as being injurious of the reputation of the real estate. Oh, so they sided with the rich people, huh?
Basically.
Yeah.
So let me just have a quick look, see.
Sargon, if you actually manage to leave the EU, right?
I love the way you say this like it's some sort of terrible trap.
No, listen, man.
If you manage to do this,
if you manage to do this, I will. If you ever visit Germany afterwards, I will literally buy you leather pants, a Bavarian hat. We will get shit-faced on beer together, and for a day we will eat nothing but fucking bratwurst and sauerkraut.
I do love bratwurst, man, and sauerkraut.
Yeah. Oh, do you know currywurst?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
they're really good. Yeah.
Come again?
I lived down in Germany for 8 years.
Oh, nice. Where exactly, if I may ask?
Mönchengladbach.
Nice.
Yeah, we're on JHQ. So I used to go into Mönchengladbach every weekend on the bus when I was like 13 to get Warhammer figures. It was amazing.
You mean back when Warhammer was still good?
Yes, and it was still made of lead.
Yeah. Oh, fuck my life. Have you seen the recent changes?
Yeah, mate, I literally yesterday went into today in fact, went into the Warhammer store in town. It's all plastic crap.
Yeah.
And they look like fucking medieval knights. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Wait. Did you... Oh, God. Did you actually read the fluff, the story changes?
I haven't. I'm aware of that there have been great changes.
Don't. Sargon, just don't.
I haven't looked into them, though. Literally everyone said don't.
okay, listen. Warhammer Fantasy is dead. Warhammer 40k
I know,
just play edition free and just ignore everything afterwards.
Well, guys, let's talk about Brexit. Did you look at the video that came about Brexit vote fraud caught on camera?
Yeah, I don't think that was necessarily vote fraud.
Yes.
You're such a cuck.
Well, you can say that, but, you know, it doesn't make it true. Sorry, alt-right. Oh, fucking hell, we've gone up to 52%. East Riding of Yorkshire, man, it looks like the North is going to save us all. They better not get fucking shanked at a fucking wedding, like dipshit near the throne.
See, the thing is, though, you will not be able to visit Romania once you leave the EU.
Of course I will be able to visit Romania.
No, dude, your country will fucking burn and you will starve, and there will be like fucking
well, here's the thing that I don't get about Brits. It's like, okay, if you leave the EU, you're still rich enough and wealthy enough to just move to another country and live there.
I don't live in Romania. I mean, I would just go on holiday to Romania.
You'll probably like it here.
Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, I thought, you know, Croatia was nice enough.
Yeah, no, it does have nice places, I'm not going to lie.
Dude, Croatia isn't even real, so...
Croatia isn't even in the euro. That's the thing that pissed me off, because I got 200 euros converted, and I thought, right, okay, that'll do for the weekend. And turns out, totally fucking useless.
As any other euro.
Yeah. Yeah, basically, fuck you, Germany.
Why do people want me to go fuck myself?
Oh, you're pro-Remain, that's why.
Well, it's in my best interest.
Exactly. You can hardly blame me for being Remain. I mean, yeah. So of course.
I don't want Britain to live it sit on the table.
We don't really want a seat at the table, thank you.
But you have a seat on the table. Sit the fuck down.
No, we're fine.
Sit down.
Romanian negotiations, isn't it?
Sit your ass down.
Where's our money?
Now pull out your credit card.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't imagine why Britain wants to leave the EU.
The user, New Gold Standard, said, I slept with a Romanian girl named Luna. And, hilariously, I did so too. That's all I wanted to say about that.
No, honestly, like from an ideological standpoint, I really want Britain to leave. But from like a financial standpoint and like what good for me.
Well, that's all the more reason to leave, in my opinion.
I am a pro-EU commie. See, if I could be in the inner party inside of a communist state...
Yes, you would be completely communist, I understand.
I would be completely communist. I would explain to you why we need to kill the intellectuals now.
Yes, I mean, they are wearing glasses after all, so...
No, but think about it. Like, where would you want to be? In America, or in Soviet Russia, and be inside the inner party?
I would rather not be in a communist country. Just
Really?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I think communism is wrong.
You would not be a pleb, you know. Let me explain to you. You would not have a bad life.
I don't think I would be able to sleep very well.
Sargon, I'm really sorry. I have to report you to the UN Human Rights Commission right now. You said that communism is bad. Sorry, but that's a hate crime.
It probably is a hate crime, isn't it?
Confirm communism. I don't think you people understand. I'm not a communist.
This is probably criticism of feminism in some way, which is undoubtedly a thought crime. I think UN women are fucking EU. Not a fucking feminist initiatives. I haven't even bothered looking it up. I just naturally assume they did, and they probably do.
It's like I have the strongest of principles. Yeah, I do. It's very hard for me to change my mind on the issue. It's like if I could lead a communist state, I would definitely want.
Those are amazing principles.
You know, I could actually make really good arguments for why we need a communist state. Sorry?
Go on then. I want to hear these amazing arguments for communism.
Well, we need to free the workers, obviously.
Oh, right. So it would just be communism that you'd say we need communism. Why? Because of communism.
Well, we need to free the workers. What do you mean why? Like everyone is equal.
To fucking drink bleach and die, dude.
Yeah. I love the Nisian's little poll of like, you know, well, see, 73% of feminists think that women are equal. If they think women are equal, then they don't need feminism. What are you talking about? Why would you need more feminism if you're already equal?
People say I would get assassinated. By whom? Like, the thing you need to do is to make sure you purge all of your generals.
I presume the guy who tried to kill Donald Trump.
How about we just become anarcho-fascists?
The guy who tried to kill Donald Trump was probably a communist.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
So these people would be on my side.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well done. you're on the same team as the communists.
No, I would be communist. It's like if you get to lead the communist state, you become the state.
Oh yeah, obviously.
So you honestly would not want to be, let's say, Stalin.
Honestly, I would not want to be Stalin, V.
But well, obviously.
Why is that even a question I have?
I would love to be Stalin.
See, that normal people would love to be Stalin.
No, I don't give a fuck about his power,
I love the way
social
you guys on
position.
the
I love his
continent think
mustache.
normal people.
I want to have his fucking mustache.
No, but the thing is, like, you don't have to do the atrocities he did. Like, you can tone it down a bit.
Oh wow, thank God.
Dude, that's the only reason why you would become Stalin in the first place.
Yeah, you can. If you want, you can say, okay, we're opening the borders, no more USSR, bending over so America can fuck us.
I think that'd get you killed pretty quickly.
Yeah, probably. There's nothing wrong with diversity in the world, mate. Like, if all of the states would be capitalist, then the world will not be diverse enough. By the way, 52% of the people are leave now.
It's looking
I think Cameron is shitting his pants right now.
Max, can you even imagine what his fucking HQ looks like? Just
I
like,
don't fucking
he's probably
panic.
him pacing around, bellowing at people.
How many people are Irish?
What? No, about 6 million in total, but about 2 million in Northern Ireland.
That's
1.5 million, something like that.
yeah, that's kind of a lot of votes.
Sargon, can I use your chat for a small social experiment? It will have no repercussions on you whatsoever.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, guys, you in the chat. It would be really fucking awesome if you could tweet at me. At that_layman.
That's
We'll
right.
put it in the chat.
Shield
And
yourself.
no, I don't give a fuck about that. And please, the entire tweet has to be only weird moaning noises, right? Nothing else. Just weird moaning noises, grunts, and just fuck my Twitter feed up, right? Yeah, basically that's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, but that's a shitting noise. How can you tell the difference?
Yeah, it's the same to me, you know.
Hmm.
At that_layman. Here we go.
I don't like the fact that I created a new fad where people are using Twitter instead of Twitter.
You don't like that.
Yeah, it's like it's my joke. Why are you taking it?
It's racist, Lee.
Should have
It's racist.
copyrighted it.
Evie, it's racist.
It's going to be like it's going to appear in a newspaper. Like, look what Twitter did today.
There's actually a website called Twitter.
You know what I'm really impressed by? That with all this hate, the fear-mongering campaign that Brexit had, a lot of people didn't bought into it.
No, I don't think very many people bought into it at all, to be honest.
Wait, do you mean fear-mongering as in we should remain, or fear-mongering as in we should leave?
Fear-mongering that you should remain.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
I mean, they said everything, you know. It's like almost that aliens with UFOs are going to land and they're going to kill down Big Ben and things like that.
I think that really backfired on them. It just made people think that it sounded ridiculous.
Yeah. You know, I'm not. At least the Leave campaign didn't do anything like that. You know, they didn't have to make up anything.
Well, they did
They
with fucking
exaggerated a
pillows.
lot of statistics.
Yeah, with the pillows and shit. But yeah.
They exaggerated a lot of statistics, but they were at least they had a positive tone to the campaign. That's the thing. You know, Boris Johnson's a likable guy. He's probably the most popular politician in Britain. So that's definitely a big boon to the to the Leave camp.
Yeah, well, my Twitter feed is fucked. Yeah. Nice. Fuck.
I think you're like the biggest stream on YouTube right now. 4,000 people watching.
Christ, I wish we were more exciting, but it's like 3:45 in the morning.
Oh, shut up, you fucking limey.
By the way, guys, don't forget to support Sargon on Patreon and PayPal. He really needs your donation.
Shut up, V. Jesus. I'm gonna go out for a smoke. I'll be back in a minute. I need more tea, and maybe I wish I got some fucking scones and fucking clotted cream and done this properly.
You know what we should do, V? We should, like, really awkwardly just be quiet until Sargon comes back.
Oh yeah, that'll help.
You know, the cow lady is really nice to me. Like, she's following me around.
The what?
The cow lady. Like, look at my screen.
The cow lady?
It's the cow lady.
What the fuck are you on about?
You need fucking help,
You're not
dude.
sharing screens, V.
Oh. It's a YouTube user, 90 Puffs. And she uses a lot of dots. And everywhere I go, she appears. She's really nice.
Are you not presenting your screen anymore then?
Okay, I will.
Come on, Leave. I want a bigger fucking lead than that. 4% is not enough.
Well, Sargon, keep in mind that we have a few polls that put Leave in front of Remain, so we might be looking at an actual Leave outcome right now.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the Guardian one's 52, and the BBC one is 51.5. So, I mean, yeah, it seems I'll have to drag up a few other ones when we get back. But I mean, it seems to be fairly consistent that people are saying, well, the Leave is in the lead, which is amazing, frankly.
It is, absolutely.
So what do you think will happen? Do you think like tomorrow, if it's a Leave result, do you think tomorrow David Cameron will resign?
I think he'll unfurl the Nazi banners and we'll become the fascist state that they're all claiming we're going to become. I don't. You know what? I'm pretty sure that he said something to the effect of he'll probably resign, and I'm thinking, well, that's a good advertisement for the Leave campaign. You know, David Cameron's going to resign if we vote him to leave the EU.
Yeah, you know, it would be more funny if you would be like, you know what, we tried it the nice way, bring in the tanks. we tried with the carrot and the stick.
So what are you suggesting we invade Brussels?
No, it's like your own army will become an occupation force in your own country.
Oh, right, Christ, that would be awful.
Like, you know, we tried it the nice way, trying to bring out the stick. Martial law is in effect, by the way. Curfews.
Sargon, when the fuck
Oh,
are you
man,
going...
white horse, you cucks.
When the fuck are you going to fucking man up again and create armies mostly consisting of longbowmen?
Well, I mean, I would be all for armies consisting of longbowmen. Yeah,
What's stopping you?
Technology.
Fuck technology, mate. If you've got like 9,000 angry people shooting arrows at you, doesn't matter if you've got a fucking baby-killing assault rifle with a high-capacity murder clip.
Do you know that weapons, like arms, are not that more effective in modern war? Like, most of the killing is done with like tanks,
Wow.
airplanes,
The thing
drone
is,
strikes.
Longbows work when you have like large bodies of troops just sat out in the open. They wouldn't work in a modern war.
That's fucking racist, dude.
I know. Also, I'm prejudiced.
There is actually a person that's fighting against ISIS, and he has a bow. And there was like this British
Yeah, I know, Jack
British
fucking
lieutenant,
Smith.
I think, in World War II
okay,
that
yeah.
fought with a bow.
Yeah, Mad Jack something.
Yeah, imagine. He actually killed people with it.
That's what they say.
I wonder if people like took pity on him. It's like, oh my god, he only has a bow.
I don't know. I mean, he seems to have been a fairly serious chap, so...
No, but like you're the enemy, you don't know nothing about him, and it's like, oh, okay, he has a bow. Oh, look, interesting. Parts of London voted to
Leave.
leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see. Come on, London.
Barking and they
Cut
come
your
London
tongues.
Borough. Oh, look, the London Borough.
I do have a theory about that. Let me just see if
Go
we
on,
can test
go
it.
on.
I bet that the parts of London that voted leave are mostly working class, lower education parts.
Yeah. Without a doubt. These are the people who know their interests aren't being served. This is the thing, man. It's gonna go on class lines. And the question is, are there enough fucking people doing well out of the system?
The
make
current
that
conflict line isn't all that much about class, honestly. It's about ideology in the most widest sense. It's
No, what do you mean?
It's between realists and idealists. People who want, let's be fucking cosmopolitan, globalist, and fuck with it, and people who just want to have their fucking nation back.
Yeah, I suppose. There is definitely that angle to it.
Oh, look, this is interesting. Twitter was censoring hashtag Brexit.
Is it?
Yeah. Look at what's his name, the lawyer from Gamergate. Look at his Twitter.
Sanovich. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
By the way, you're from Germany, right? Was that attack with a Muslim terrorist, or was it random? Because like 25 people got wounded.
First, I'm not from Germany. I only live in Germany. But for now,
Don't lie
nothing
to us,
really,
Lehman.
nothing really
German
happened.
shark.
Sargon, dude, I will fuck you up if I ever meet you. I will rub your tummy, kiss on them cheeks, and spread fucking Nutella all
Jesus,
over
how
your
is this
ankles.
meant to be a threat? This is like, this is what I pay fucking people to do. What?
Yeah,
Dude.
but hold on, because I'm really interested. There was a terrorist attack, right? You had like in a cinema 25 people getting shot yesterday.
Yes, it's Fernheim. It was something. It's basically a lot of smoke and mirrors about nothing.
What's the name of the guy?
I don't think. What? How can it be smoke and mirrors about nothing if it's a fucking attack in a cinema?
Give me a moment. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna read the latest news and I'm gonna go back and get back to you, right?
Okay. Well, in the meantime, I was gonna go out for a smoke. Hang on, just... Oh, back to 51.49. Fuck you.
Yeah, War of London is coming up.
51.2.
This will take like several hours. I don't think we will have it on the stream.
Well, maybe. It's supposed to be done by 3. By 7.
Oh, by 7? That's 1 hour.
No, it's 3 hours.
Alright, I was looking at my time.
Kensington and Chelsea vote remain. What a fucking surprise. Fuck you, London. Yeah, that's like the heart of London. Good showing from Middle England, though. Well done, chaps. I'm very pleased with Swindon either way. Fucking hell.
Alright, I'm back. Yes, this is the cinema in Viernheim. Nothing happened. The guy was shot dead. The police has no indication about any motive, but for now it appears he was just fucking insane.
What's his name?
Yeah.
I'll
tell us when we need to know.
They haven't disclosed that, but if it's something like Muhammad...
Alright. That's all the information I need to know.
Yeah.
Interestingly, they actually name-dropped one of the hostages that was rescued.
Yeah.
Almir Almilovic.
Sounds like a made-up name.
Yeah.
And that, yeah, it doesn't sound German to me. Yeah. If it's not Adolf or Hitler, it's not German.
Wow, that's fucking sexist, my dude.
Ableist. Fuck off.
Man, you tried to declare World War like twice and failed. Now it's time to shut the fuck up.
Dude, we kind of fucked up everyone before with the fucking international jury.
Yeah,
so-
yeah, but you lost. You lost. And you lost to the communists. You know, that's even more shameful.
Yeah, that is pretty shameful, actually. I mean, it's
Yeah,
useless
it
at
is.
everything.
But
You know-
let's not
Just
fucking
come off.
downplay how fucking savage the Soviets were in actual combat. Those guys, they're like no joke.
Man,
That might just be a consequence of them being Russian, though.
Yeah, definitely.
I said this. I said this on the previous stream. But there is a recording of Hitler that was at the dinner table. He was talking with his generals, and he was actually shocked that Russia had like over 40,000 tanks, because that's how much
He was amazed that they had 35,000. They destroyed
Yeah.
4,000.
And he goes on and he says, it's like, we found this factory, and the workers were kept in extremely poor conditions. They were kept like animals, working day in and day out, creating tanks. we just can't compete with that shit.
Not only that, but if you look at the tank technology, dude, Soviet Russia was fucking annihilating Germany.
Do you know that the Russian tanks had the ability to catch fire spontaneously?
Well, so the
Is
German
that an
tanks.
ability,
Soviets-
or is it more
Hey,
force?
shush! Don't be an enemy of the workers. It's a special ability.
Sorry, I didn't want to be an enemy of the workers.
No, but apparently, like, if the tank got... first of all, the tank driver would get electrocuted constantly,
Yeah.
sometimes for no reason at all. Just
Also,
because the tank hated him. It's like Stalin's wrath.
You made it sound like a punishment.
also, two fun facts. Most Soviet tanks were unable to shift to gear 2 because, well, they were so fucking shit, even though the motor should be
Because
able
fuck
to do
you.
that. Yeah. And most tanks were so fucking uncomfortable that crew
I thought they
members...
had better technology. We were just talking about how good the tanks were.
We're talking about actual armament, about armament, about what they're actually doing with their tanks. You mean, if it comes down to communication technology, the Germans were far ahead. Doctrine, Germans. Tactics, Germans. But if you put let's say, just a random sample of Soviet tanks against a random sample of German tanks, let them fucking fight in a deathmatch, Soviet Russia is sadly gonna go fucking berserk and destroy anything the Germans could potentially throw
Hey,
in.
those people had tanks for midgets. Like,
Yes.
there were tanks specifically designed
Yeah.
so midgets and women can drive them.
Yes.
Yeah. But the fun thing is, like, as I was saying, you know, the driver would get electrocuted constantly. But not only that, he would also catch fire constantly, because the lube they used to move the turret
That's brilliant.
was very flammable. And when they would move the turret, like when the electric shock would come, it would catch fire. So, like, literally fire would rain down on the tank driver. Like, can you imagine how pissed off those soldiers were?
Thank you, base Stalin.
Like, those soldiers were used to pain. So, like, when they were fighting German tanks, it's like, I am sitting in the death machine raining fire on me. What the fuck can you possibly do to me that's worse?
If it really comes down to it, and if you take like the early German tanks, I think that most Soviet tank drivers in the early stage of the war were more scared of their own tanks. than
Yeah,
the
no.
German
It's like, oh shit, we have to turn the turret. Oh,
tanks. Fuck.
heaven preserve us.
Let's rather turn the entire fucking thing around.
It's just like, you know, it's like the wolf tank. Better to turn around the whole shit rather than turn around the turret.
Move the fucking turret. I don't feel like a fucking boom.
Oh, and when the fire was raining down on the munitions, that was the funniest thing.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how funny it would be for a German to just look at a Soviet tank, you know, fighting, and then it's all of a sudden the Soviet tank explodes for no reason?
Yeah.
The power of God.
This happened loads of times as well.
God upon it.
That must have happened loads of times. Where like some lucky German fucking tank, probably lining up to get one, and then the Soviet tank just blows up or something. It's like, oh, okay, like fuck.
The God Führer
People
protects.
running out of it, burning, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, okay.
You know, asking themselves like, why Stalin? Why?
Like as a bit of trivia, later German tanks, especially early versions of the Panther, they actually tended, about 30% of them even, to just fucking refuse to start.
Well, let's not get into the planes. Like their first version of planes were called flying coffins.
Yeah.
I think it was a kill-death ratio of like 1 to 15. Like it took 15 of the airplanes to kill one German Luftwaffe.
Yeah, okay, Sargon, imagine basically taking the simplest fucking airborne construction you can come up with
I
and
don't
giving
think it's
it
a good idea to try and fly in it.
and give it a normal infantry machine gun and fucking point it at German aircraft and just go,
Yeah.
just do your
You know,
thing,
you were lucky if that thing didn't decompose while you were flying it.
yeah, basically. Also, one of their other names was sewing machine. So, because it sounded like a fucking sewing machine. Because it was made for pussies. Yeah. Jesus. Like, how are you supposed to fucking break a nation that is fucking used to fight in tanks that can blow up any moment?
Numbers, mate. Numbers. That's
Oh,
all.
they really... Yeah, yes.
Coventry's voted leave, that's where I went to university.
And using the power of the worker. See, that's why the worker is important.
Союз Hiroshima Республик Свободных, товарищ.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but they also used women to fight, unlike you,
that was
Cox.
smart. That was pretty smart.
Yeah, that was pretty smart. It's like, well, why waste this?
Hastings has voted leave, unsurprisingly. They still have memories.
Yeah, memories of 1066.
Yeah, exactly. We don't like the continent. Fuck you guys.
We don't want another invasion. The last one is
Using-
just the
using-
last
Okay, I'm
one.
gonna go get a cup of tea and whatnot. I'll be back in bed.
Fucking die.
Using women in war is not
What's
smart.
going on?
It's not smart because the thing is, if you use women in war, you best win the war. Because if you lost the war and most of your women died, like if half the men of a population die, that's no problem because the other half can just do their job. But if half the women die, well, all of a sudden you now have an issue.
Yes, but women were never really a big or important part of the Soviet army. They were mostly used as morale boosters. Essentially, just put them on a poster and tell everyone that the entirety of the Soviet worker
They were
population is
tank
fighting.
drivers, they were snipers, they were medical
Yes,
officers.
yes, but they were a very small portion of the army. Let me just take a
I
look.
actually don't know. I know that every woman in the USSR got military training.
Yes, but every woman ever in Eastern Europe got military training up until and including 1991. So that's really not all that special.
Hold on. I want to show you guys a Brexit picture.
Okay,
Look at my screen now.
before you do that, 3% of the total personnel were women. 3%. So
Okay.
yeah, negligible.
Look here, by the way.
Ta-da. Yes. Fucking red pilled. But it's sadly kind of true, you know. The picture is right beneath it. I fucking love it.
This one is also cool.
Yeah. Fucking hell, man.
No,
Like,
I need to stop sharing the Twitter because I do have some porn things subscribed to and I don't want to get Sargon's channel banned.
Oh, let's see how many copyright strikes we can give him right now.
Do you have some nice music you can play?
As I started my live stream channel, Dr. Meme, I left the stream for like 20 minutes, and when I got back, I had 18 copyright strikes.
You know, we should sing "Happy Birthday" to you because that's actually copyrighted.
Yeah, it is.
You want to get Sargon's channel banned? Like just
Thanks, EU.
Are you here, Sargon?
I think Sargon died.
Hmm.
Man, the silence is getting awkward. Say something funny, really.
Oh my god, I'm so tired.
Yeah, that's not really funny.
Hmm. Why do people assume that I'm a buffoon?
I don't know.
Like some sort of clown that I'm supposed to entertain people?
I don't know, man. You're Romanian, so it's.
I used to be a furry faggot.
Just, I said funny, not fucking sad.
Why is it sad? I had fun.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to Brexit. Fuck. Okay, page refreshed. 49 to 51 again. 51 leave. We might be actually looking at an honest-to-God leave result here. And if that happens, it's gonna be...
Yeah, you do have, well, there's still parts of London that haven't shown up, so.
Yes, but I mean, it would be absolutely amazing if it would happen. I mean,
It's like Sargon said, the North remembers.
yes. I mean, the fucking EU is shitting itself right now.
The Northern Ireland might also vote in favor of Remain.
But I still don't really understand why Scotland is so overwhelmingly Remain. It's weird, I think. Also, what would happen if Scotland in its entirety wanted to Remain, but the result is actually Leave? Do you think they would do something stupid, like try to split up? Just, Scot exit, something like that?
No, I don't think so. Which is important, because if Scotland would have gotten independence, then they would have been automatically thrown out, so they would have to apply for membership again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Like, not that I like Scotland or anything, but yeah, I wanted to make a joke, but it's like 5 in the morning. I got nothing, man.
You
I
can't
got
beat
nothing.
my not true Scotsman joke.
Dude, can you please fucking end yourself, dude? Can you just fucking kill yourself, please?
Sorry, but it was like the best joke I could have come up with, and
It's
still better than everything you
horrible.
have.
Okay, let me make another social experiment, guys. Press 1 for Holocaust. Press 2 for, let's say, Holocaust. Let's see what the end result is.
Come on, now you're breaking the chat again.
I don't know, man. It's like fucking valid scientific inquiry right now. Yeah, and there goes the chat.
See, the thing is, if we get copyright, this channel is just his live streams, because
Yes.
the Jew is smart. He'd realize, like, oh, let me have 2 separate channels.
The Jew fears the Romanian.
He actually has 3 channels. Like, one is for gaming as well. He never uploaded this shit on
He
there.
has 4 channels.
Four?
Live
Oh yeah,
stream,
yeah. He also
Victus,
talks
and-
about history crap.
Yeah, ancient recitations, I think it's called.
Look at me, I'm reading from Wikipedia about history.
Come on, be nice to him.
Why? He's not here.
Yeah, it's true. Fucking faggot, fucking retard.
Supposed to entertain the chat. This is what he told me to do. This is what I'm doing.
See, you know what we need? We need like a Donald Trump for every country on the world, so we can build fucking nation states with walls around them.
You know, by the way, I was thinking, like, because I made fun of Sargon, he's like, oh, I'm reading from Wikipedia. Why isn't he doing like extra credits is doing? He's at least animating some shit there, and it's like, oh, look, they have like animated stick figurines when
Maybe
they talk
because
about
he
history.
doesn't need that. I mean, he's got such a big reach. Why would he put effort into that? No, but honestly,
I think
think about
extra
it.
credit has more reach than he does.
Yeah, but extra credit is fucking stupid and retarded and should be gassed.
Why are people keep telling me European Union can't attack a NATO member? Like, when did I say that the EU will attack anyone? And by the way, if the European Union would have an army, they can totally attack a NATO member, because then it's not viewed as an attack. It's more like a civil revolt thing. It's like if let's say Detroit would have riots, and you would send the army there in order to to pacify Detroit. That's not an attack. That's you resolving an internal issue. Now, if you send the army to Mexico, then it is an attack. So if the European Union, as it is now, yeah, it can't attack member states that are part of NATO. But if the European Union would become a federal state with an army and with other legislation to consolidate its power and act like a federal country rather than a coalition of countries, then it can definitely send army to pacify any of the states that are not complying.
I mean, that would be very interesting if you look at, for instance, the German constitution. The German constitution prohibits that German soldiers participate in war, essentially. And especially it prohibits that German soldiers ever operate on German soil.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be German soldiers. They would be European Union soldiers. And it's like, oh, US will do nothing if the EU attacks Britain. Well, assuming this nightmare scenario would come to happen, then you would have to declare war on the entire European Union. NATO will fail because most of the countries that are members of NATO are from the European Union, and it would be World War III basically.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. When do we start?
But not to mention that from what I see, the United States are for Europe, like Obama is for EU.
Yes.
And yeah, I just if let's say UK, while remaining in the EU, would just revolt and have an army and whatnot. I don't see America taking part of Britain. They would take part of EU. They're more leaning towards the EU than to Britain.
Yes, but I don't think that any military intervention is even remotely possible in this context.
No, it's not. We're talking about the EU army, and I honestly think it's going to be used to enforce member states to stay. Like, let's say Romania would just want to leave the EU. Then they can send the EU army in Romania. It's like, nope, you're not leaving.
Well, the problem is that people fucking hate anything to do with army. Even
that's why it was kept a secret.
Yeah, but I mean, if the EU actually decides to post their army somewhere, for instance, Romania, the public backlash would be so big it just wouldn't be worth it.
People say that American people favor Britain. Yeah, that's probably true. However, the American people don't really get to decide anything unless they're voting for the president. Once you vote for the president, then the president decides.
William Wallace's revenge. Scotland votes Remain. Noise.
Let's have to pay respects for the EU. Especially if the American people elect Hillary Clinton. Like, don't make me laugh. She would choose EU in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
She wouldn't even think about it. Somebody, you can wake her up at 3 a.m. in the night, like, Madam President, wake up. What? EU or Britain? EU.
Like, she wouldn't even wake up. She just EU and keep on sleeping.
It's like Congress has the real power. Did Congress decide to invade Iraq? I'm like curious because I don't remember history very well. Did Congress decide to invade Iraq, or did George Bush say,
is that a question directed to me?
Yeah. No. How did it happen? Because I forgot.
I don't remember actually.
I think he bypassed Congress. That's how I remember. I might be wrong, but I did think he went like first he said, "Oh, we're going to war," and then the Congress just had to like, "Yeah, sure, we need to go to war."
I actually think it was done via Congress.
Yeah, it was done via Congress, but the way I remember it is that he went on live television and he's like, "By the way, we're at war," and then the Congress said, "Yeah, sure."
I'm way too fucking tired to find anything about this. Let's just assume that fucking Americans are too stupid to work anything out.
Let's see how Brexit is doing. 51% leave. Leave is still dominating.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Also, Scotland, that fucking ugliest shit yellow blob. Fucking kill me.
It's not just Scotland, it's London as well.
I'll put a link in the chat, V. Put up on your screen.
Oh great, you're back. Now the fucking thing dies.
You know, we're actually wondering like how we can get your channel to get copyright strikes, and there's like two ways, and we can't decide either to show
Okay.
porn or to start singing the "Happy Birthday to You" song.
I don't think that's going to result in a copyright strike, but put the link up in the chat on screen, man. So you're the one presenting at the moment.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of gay. So.
I know literally nothing about Brexit, but what I'm gathering is if you vote to leave, you're a massive racist.
Well done, Remain campaign. This is what you've made people think.
Because the rest of the Europe's not white. Great bait.
100% red-pilled content.
Let's see what MML Champion is saying about this, because I really love this site. It's a World of Warcraft site, but you have social justice warriors posting and arguing with non-social justice warriors, and it's the only place where you can actually find debates with SJWs.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
Yeah, I mean, you can go, you can get called a racist by an
Look at this,
SJW
look
anyway.
at this guy, right? No. Look at this guy. So he has a British flag as his avatar, right? And he goes Remain. Economically, it's a non-issue. It's not even up to debate at this point. Like, nope. Immigration. It's positive, and I hope it remains as it is.
100% cock confirmed.
EU accountability is bullshit. We elect MPs, we sign directives into law, we have a veto on a treaty change.
I wonder if Facebook are going to have a little British flag thing that you can change your profile to.
The EU also acts as a check to the worst excesses of national government who abuse their wafer-thin mandates. Yeah, okay, but who checks the EU, you twat?
Also, like, this does not make sense from a democracy theory perspective.
Yeah.
You cannot have a non-elected outside institution performing checks and balances on...
Well, you can if it's an empire, yeah.
Yeah, you can, but
Well, yeah, but that's not checks and balances.
I'm talking about...
I'm pretty sure, like, Nazi Germany were checking the Polish on how they were running.
Yeah. No, they made them check their fucking Polish privilege, and they made them check it hard.
Look at this, Sargon.
Have you...
Sargon, look at this.
Okay, go.
The EU protects my rights as an individual and also as a worker.
What?
Yeah.
What does that mean? How can... Okay, don't worry about it. Go to MTV News.
What?
Seriously, go to MTV News. You're going to
Well,
want to
why
watch
are you
this.
making me do this?
You're going to want to watch this.
See, like,
The YouTube channel. The YouTube channel.
why would I go to a channel that's
are you
about
going for
news
the
for
Gay
music?
Mate, go on there. Seriously.
Are you
it's
going
worth
for the gay Muslim? Please tell me you are
it.
going for the gay Muslim.
No, it's even better. Go
It's on
to
YouTube, right?
the YouTube channel, yeah.
But it's news about
Oh,
music.
no, okay, search for Social Justice Rap Battle.
Oh god, Sargon, no, don't.
No, it's
Don't.
got to be done there, because it's the funniest
Sargon,
thing in the world.
I'm
It's the
begging
funniest
you,
thing in the
don't. Sargs, come on, don't.
Okay,
Turn
sure.
up a little bit,
I
turn up a
want
little
to listen to this because I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, turn up a bit, because you want everyone to hear this.
Alright, so we are here for a rap battle to see who's more woke. Now in this corner we've got 50 Cent. And over here we got my homie LGBTQ10. Alright, DJ, get that track
Faggot.
not available on Spotify because they don't pay the artists enough royalties.
Yeah. Nobody starts right away. Give me a sec. Nice man spread. Damn, kid. It's like you don't even care. The lady with the baby maybe wants to sit over there. Man, you just got
What the fuck?
Speaking of education, in this nation, 40% of poor kids won't make it to graduation. I could rattle off stats and facts, but I came here to change things, like globalization, gentrification, food and body shaming. So listen when I'm telling you my research explanations. I'm like a pissed off parking cop the way I drop citations. Don't mean to condescend, you're all my sisters and my brothers. We're all related particles. I see no race or color.
Pretty woke. You might have taken a little nap in there, but
Pretty woke, man.
I like the fact that seeing no collar is racist nowadays.
Yeah, it's racist. You're racist.
Like, you are supposed to not see race, as in you should make no differences, but at the same time, seeing differences is fucking racist. I literally don't know what to do right now.
Yeah, well, it's heads I win, tails you lose.
No, you basically you need to understand that black people are just superior to you, and you need to do whatever you can in order to further their gains and pay them reparations and whatnot.
No, that's the opposite of what they think. They think black people are inferior, and therefore you mustn't do things. That's what they think. They don't think they're superior. If they thought they were superior, then we'd be the people who needed help.
Let's continue. Oh, and one more thing, like the manspreading thing. Like, if you have to bring that up as an argument, you just lost. Like,
the whole thing's ridiculous. Carry on with it, seriously. It gets way more ridiculous.
Sounds like you study woke for dummies on Tumblr, but with real sensitivity, your delivery would be humbler. If you're clinically colorblind, it's fine and you're excused, but to say we're all the same just evades race issues. Check your privilege.
Oh, God.
Here is very sacrilegious. You never stop by the cops and you take that for granted. And in every summer movie, a white man saves the planet. You're welcome. So backtrack and unpack that big invisible backpack with an easy pass to the middle class of golf clubs and yoga mats. You know you're bucks and blues, you're making up stuff independent. You're reaching when you're preaching, so your beef is not organic. Peanut murder! Yoga's not just for white folks, or even our creation.
See, there is something that I don't understand still. It's like, you have the privilege of not being stopped by cops. Okay, if cops would stop me, but I commit no crime, why would I find this? Like, I mean, yeah, sure, it's an annoyance, right?
But like, if a cop stops you, they're like, blah, blah, you know, what's this? Okay, then they carry on. You don't.
I mean, I get stopped by cops in Romania. You know, it's like if you're driving a car, they have the right to stop you, check for license and registration. You're fine. They let you go. If you haven't stolen a car, or you know your registration isn't expired, like, it takes like 2 minutes. I really need Americans to explain to me why is it a privilege not to be stopped by cops, if it even happens. I mean, I understand from the statistics that black people are like, what, 13%, something like that, right? And they commit half of the violent crime. So it's not even the entire population of black people, because you need to take the women out, and you're left with like 7%, and then you take the old people out, and it goes. So it's a very tiny amount of people that commit half of the violent crime. Now, if you're a cop and you keep arresting someone for doing violent crime and keep arresting someone else and someone else, over the time, you're going to start stereotyping black people, not because of what you see on television or whatnot, but because of personal experience. It's like, look, I'm in this neighborhood throughout the last 5 years of my career.
Seen before committing crimes, you know, like the individuals, not black people in general, you know.
No, but I can understand where the stereotyping is being.
No, yeah, but what I mean is, no, seriously though, if you've got a remarkably high recidivism, it's too late. Rate in black
Recidivism.
Yeah, fuck you. It's fucking late, and it's look.
It's early, you faggot. Get it right.
Yeah. But no, they keep committing crimes. If the same groups of people are continually committing crimes, police will have like arrested these guys before for legitimate reasons, and then if they see matey, you know, whatever the same guy is, hanging out with the same people he was committing a crime with last time, then yeah, they're going to stop them, and that's another check of, oh, you stopped some black people. You know, they're not just nameless, faceless black people, and these are not just nameless, faceless cops. You know, these are people who work in specific areas and.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a cop working in a neighborhood, you probably know all the people in that neighborhood. You know.
Exactly, especially the ones who are more likely to be committing the crimes.
Yeah, you know? but like, let's assume that you see the Irish people in your neighborhood committing crimes, and you know.
Irish people in our neighborhood.
No, but I'm just saying, you know, like over a time, won't you probably start having a stereotype against them?
Well, yeah, I mean, you would, of course. It would be, you know.
Yeah, but my point is
hard
that
not to do that.
Yeah, my point is that SJWs are saying that the reason we have stereotypes is because of the depiction of black people in the media.
Yeah, I know, because they're wrong.
Yeah, and they're wrong. It's usually because of experiences that you have. If I would see the opposite, you know, like really bad depictions of black people in the media, but the black people I know in real life are really nice.
Yeah, then I'd agree. I'd be like,
well, you know, the media is shit. Like,
it doesn't fit
what are they talking about?
Guys, we are at 48 remain, 52 leave. Yes.
Jesus, that's awesome.
Just another example of cultural appropriation. Why do you assume you know the troubles I've been through? If you think my life's a walk in the park, then I got news for you. It sounds right to be a white man.
Victim 5.
For me, it's culturally impossible to be less woke than you.
I'm not sure that's exactly true, but I guess I'll stay out of this and just let you do you.
Your words are a procession of endless microaggressions, raised in the world that beats some girls and celebrates oppression.
You assume a lot about me, so I'll assume you're heteronormative. Let me fill you in on a few things that you might find informative. I identify as female, but I still dress like a man. I bet you wish you could hit rewind and rewrite your battle plan.
That's some sort of big win. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
This gender dude, that was totally demeaning. I thought I was woke, but I must have just been dreaming.
Okay, so let me just summarize this, right? Everything the person said was taken as something bad, as long as it was assumed that person is male. Now it's something along the lines of female, and everyone's like, yeah, forget about it being bad. Now it's good.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure if it's meant to be a parody, or if they just mean it to be humorous.
Dude, MTV News is they are woke, you know? They're fucking woke.
That's exactly my point. I mean, they don't think it's a parody, do they? They just think that they're making jokes. You know, they don't think that they're not satirizing social justice itself, are they?
I don't think so, no.
The whole gender thing is becoming so crazy, especially with the introduction of 24 new genders, and also I bet they will introduce Otterkin soon. Actually, The Guardian just had an article about them.
Well, there we go.
So the whole idea of gender is invented by feminists. Like, there is no gender. There's just sex. You know, like, I don't care what you identify yourself as.
It is more complicated than that. I mean, gender roles are a quote-unquote social construct, but it's not to say that they're a social construct for no reason. In the same way that language is a social construct, but there's a very good reason we have language.
This is something that I've never understood. Why does social construct
if a girl wants to be a tomboy, like, that's her choice. You know, but to shame women who want to stay home and cook for their husband,
it's wrong, obviously.
I mean, why is it if a girl wants to be a tomboy, her choice, but if a woman wants to stay home and cook for her husband, not her choice?
Because it undermines feminism, that's why.
Yes.
Like Kev and Acute, are you guys here?
I am.
How's it going, man? Sorry I didn't send you the link earlier. I haven't looked at Twitter in fucking ages.
No, it's alright. It's just you invited me to the stream with fucking Ralph, and then you left, and I was like the strange guy at the party that no one knew.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to do that. It's just I was getting pissed off that they were talking just like themselves instead of talking about anything else that was interesting, or the issue at hand, and it was like, okay, this is really boring me. So
no offense to Ralph, but I don't think he quite understands anything outside of America. It seems.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know how au fait he is with British politics.
Well,
I think he might have some better grasp than most Americans, to be honest.
We talked him through how to pronounce Gloucester about 10 times.
To be fair, though,
it is stupid. Yeah, no, that's true. But if you can't even grasp the names, I mean, the politics might be a bit beyond you, possibly.
Yeah. But no, to be fair, I mean, Gloucester, Leicester, they are pretty silly spellings.
Toaster's the worst. Toaster, basically. Pronounced toaster. There you go. See, I'm a boring cunt. I'm sure you were having fun before I arrived.
No, we weren't. So how are you finding the results so far? What do you think?
It's looking like Leave, isn't it? Still a few London seats, so it'll probably tighten up a bit, but I think they're probably just a bit too far ahead to be caught, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that sort of Middle England and Northern England are going to be quite heavily Leave. But you're right, London is going to remain mostly. Although the outskirts are seeming to be Leave a bit, you know. Yeah,
true. I'm not massively surprised about that, to be honest. But
no, me either. I'm not surprised that in the middle they're very Remain.
Yeah. Camden's just come in, 3-1, 75-25, and that's the thing. If a few of those London seats go big, the ones remaining,
it
can definitely be turned around. But 700,000 votes. That's a lot of votes to pull back. Especially because Brum's going to be one of the last ones to come out, and that looks like Leave, to be honest. Not massive.
Yeah. Here's the link to the BBC when I put it in the chat.
There we go.
Why do people call you mashed potato in the chat?
Well, actually, that's thanks to Sargon.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What
That's
have you
fucking
done?
racist.
I think it was the first ever thing you did, a response to me, and you called me a spud face or something, and it just sort of flipped.
I'm sorry. I'm such a dick, man.
No, that's alright, man. I don't give a fuck. It's
Honestly, I knew you wouldn't. You know, I knew it wouldn't affect you.
It's a brand. People know, even if they know me as Potato Man.
Yeah.
You know.
But now you're famous.
There's no such thing as bad publicity. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Unless you're called a pedophile, then it's like.
Unless you are sent to Auschwitz.
Well, that's not. Well, I'm not
There's some
entirely
salt
sure.
from Lehman there. You'll have to ignore that. He's German. It's, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I got a quota to fill.
Yeah.
How do the Germans feel about us breaking up with you? We're basically dumping you. That's what's happening.
Yeah, essentially. Well, we had a few statistics about that. Germany is fucking cocked beyond any repair. 67%, I think, are fucking just losing their shit that Britain might actually leave.
How did the
there were all the
British
papers, weren't there? All the papers like, please don't leave. It's like, whoa, Germany's getting creepy.
Yeah.
How did the British Empire feel when India was dumping it?
Probably the same. So fuck you guys.
Yeah, but it's fucking India. Who gives a fuck?
We did quite well out of India, to be fair.
You got owned by an old man. That's like.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's only because we were so nice.
Exactly. If we just continued to fire on innocent protesters, it would have calmed down eventually.
Mate, honestly, Gandhi could never have happened under a totalitarian regime.
Yeah.
You know? It would have just disappeared.
If we continued to fire on peaceful protesters.
Yeah, basically that's true, because we'd have killed all of the Congress eventually.
That's 100%.
You would,
They would have all died.
Mate, if you'd have like a full level uprising, do you think you could have quelled it down?
No, but that's the beauty of the way the British did it, was not to have any possibility of that. Because you wouldn't have, if the Sikhs had arisen up, the Muslims and the Hindus would have quelled it on our side, and vice versa with all the rest of the groupings.
That's why Gandhi had to come up with special tactics.
3 of which will always be on your side if one of them rises up. You can't lose.
He learned how to imperialism.
As horrendously Machiavellian as it was fucking exquisite.
It was brilliant, yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
I like what the Guardian did with the Brexit votes. Like, let me show you. This is quite funny. The guy on the Leave camp is now lifting 2 fingers, and the guy in Remain is really upset.
I wonder if the Guardian are going to start positioning themselves as anti-Europe now.
I think a lot of people will. But the one positive I'm taking out of all of this is surely Cameron's got to be gone by Christmas.
Didn't he say something like that? He was going to resign if
no, that was
Was that just speculation?
Michael Gove, he said he'd leave the government if he voted.
Right. Okay.
I think that. Sorry.
I'm sure somewhere I read, that Cameron had briefly mentioned it or something. I'm like, Christ, Cameron, don't say that. That's going to get us out. Well, obviously for me, it's a good thing. But I'm certain.
And hopefully UKIP are done now.
Yeah, they are.
Them cons.
Kevin, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Imagine your anime waifu becomes real, right? And she loves you with all of her heart.
I don't know what person you think I am. I don't have
from the internet.
Just bear with me, okay? And she loves you with all of your heart, right? But then an evil wizard shows up and turns your cute anime waifu that loves you from the depths of her heart into a tall, black, muscular thug. Do you still love her? Question mark.
I don't know. Am I Milo? How is this working now? I don't know where this is coming from because I don't have a waifu. Was it?
How the fuck? Saga, who the fuck? What the
I
fuck?
said he's not from the internet, mate.
I don't watch cartoons, you sad cunts. Like I don't. I watched.
Oh my god, you got that.
Dude, I watch only good cartoons like Cory in the House and Futurama.
Kev, if it helps me, I have no fucking idea what they're talking about either.
Yeah, go and get laid, you sad fucks. What the hell? When did that stop?
You know, I watch cartoons and I get laid as well. Like,
Yeah, but you're
Yeah,
fine.
I watch cartoons and I fuck my cartoon pillows, so that's okay.
Yeah, but didn't you used to be a furry, but
well, I hope they're EU regulated cotton pillows.
Yeah, dude.
You know, I want to say something. I do think The Guardian was really smart the way they played it, because they released one positive leave article. Because in case it comes out that the people are for leave, they can say, "Oh, look, we were for leave as well."
Yeah, that was a surprise, but like you said, I think it was probably a scheme.
Yeah, because now, like, either way, you know, if they choose to stay, it can be like, "Oh, look, we had articles to stay," and if they choose to leave, it's like, "Oh, well, look, we had articles to leave as well."
Yeah,
I think probably most Guardian readers will probably remain, I would imagine.
But yeah, of course.
So they've hedged their bets a little bit, but they probably would have been safe either way. I wish they'd just fucking hurry up though. Just call it. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I want to go to bed. God damn
How
it.
many left now though? Was it 79 or something?
Yeah, to be fair, it's not too bad.
If it gets much beyond the 2% gap or 4% gap, I suppose.
Honestly, I was expecting another Scottish referendum style thing where it would just be like the silent majority just come out and go, you know what, fuck it, no, just it's fine, we're not that bothered.
Well,
Shut up, stop whining.
It's essentially, it looks like the perfect storm of, ironically, I suppose, given that there was a storm in London which suppressed voter turnout a little bit. But in the areas that Remain had to win, they did win comfortably, but turnout was lower than the national average. Which, given that London is always above the national average, and this time doesn't seem to be.
That's interesting. It's interesting that the people of Britain are like, no, I really want to have my voice heard in this one.
Well, I think I will give Farage's due. He called it right. He said that his voters would crawl over broken glass to vote, and it does appear they have.
Yeah, no, I think he's right. I mean, to be honest with you, I have never voted in any European election before, anything like that, and I got myself, made sure I was registered, went down to the voting booth. This is something I care about. I'm one of those doesn't normally give a shit voters who comes out to vote.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case in a lot of areas, yeah. I think it's quite interestingly in Wales, that seems to have been the case. Because the turnout's massively up on what it is for European elections usually. And
surprisingly Eurosceptic.
Even solidly kind of socialist areas have gone leave.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. This is the thing with Labour. They've abandoned the working class.
But why are they called Labour?
Exactly. Why are they called Labour?
Well, true, but why could the Conservatives call Conservative when they've been one of the most radical governments? I think the interesting point for both parties is that although there isn't really a challenger on the left, and there won't be soon on the right, with UKIP probably falling away because basically their single issue is gone. Neither of the major political parties is in contact at all with their base. They don't. The Tory.
It's very much the same sort of thing that's been happening in America as well.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Well, I think there's a disenfranchisement with the system as a whole, and I get that. I totally get that. Look, I voted Remain, but I didn't do so passionately, and I don't think anyone that voted Remain did so passionately, because they didn't give us much reason to. As I've made a sort of joke, but it's a true point. In the previous stream I was on, about instead of giving us fucking sucking up to us at the last second in newspapers, why didn't they give us some actual reform to sell to the British people?
Yeah. Instead, Juncker comes out and says no more reform.
Yeah, that was fucking dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, that was just a fucking own goal.
He didn't even have to answer it; just ignore it.
Yeah.
You didn't have to say anything, but you had to be a cunt about it, and that's part of the problem. Again, is the disconnect between the bureaucrats and the actual people.
Yeah.
And you can see they'll line up. They'll try and probably give the British government a few little sweeties to try and get us to change our mind. But we're not like with Ireland. They were able to bully Ireland into voting again on the European Constitution bollocks.
Yeah.
The British public are not going to put up with that, and neither should they. I'd like to say I'm a Remain voter, but if it goes as it is, and the government even fucking whisper about going against that, I want riots in the fucking street.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier. I actually, it would really help the case if the European Union started getting imperious about it, and like, going no, if it was really close, and they were like, no, we're not going to accept this vote, people would they'd flip their shit,
Yeah, and rightly so.
Yeah, absolutely, rightly so. Yeah, I mean, if they had any sense, they'd say nothing at all.
I mean, even if UK would have been granted a few goodies or treats, as you said, that would not change the underlying issue at hand. Normal average person is feeling betrayed by both his country and non-elected bureaucrats in the fucking EU. Just because a country gets a few treats and goodies and stuff like that, it doesn't change the feeling.
I think unless I'm misexplained it or whatever, I'm suggesting that's what I think the EU will try and do now. I'm saying if they'd have given us something genuine, concrete to sell in the first place, I think a lot of people would have been persuaded by that. But when Cameron came back with nothing, he might as well have just come back with a shitty toilet rag instead. It made him just as much difference. He got nothing. He's not even tinkering around the edges. Some migrants won't get some benefits for some period of time. What do fucking do?
Yeah.
Just the fact that the EU thinks it's alright to dictate to each member state whether or not and how many migrants they should take in is fucking disgusting.
Staggering overreach, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I have no words.
The question is like, why are we taking migrants? Because I'm in the EU as well. Like the Romanian president went on TV, and he said, "Look, we're only taking this amount because the Romanian economy can't house more."
Yeah,
this is. And I think the Romanian president knows a little bit about Romania's economy, I just assume. And then Angela Merkel comes, by the way, I didn't vote for her, and she's like, no, you're going to take refugee quotas. Okay, and then the president comes up on TV and is like, yeah, we're going to take refugee quotas.
I can explain. The thing is that Germany, for instance, has in its constitution, Article 16A or 16.1, I'm not entirely certain, which obliges Germany to take in people who are essentially refugees. Yeah. Germany is forced to take in refugees.
Okay, but they're not refugees. Like, you did not take people from Ukraine.
Yes.
Right? You did not take white people from Donetsk.
Let me make the point. The problem is that whether or not you actually are a refugee, whether or not you have a right for asylum, can only be decided once you are in Germany, right? The problem is that Germany cannot deport you if you throw away your passport, because they have to prove above any kind of reasonable doubt that you belong to a certain country. That's fucking impossible. So Germany is stuck with millions of fucking refugees.
Yeah, okay, but I don't give a fuck. No, here's what you don't understand, and you lost me. I don't give a fuck about Germany, okay? Your country, your stupid laws, you do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Start another world war while you're at it. I just don't understand why you fuckers get to come into Romania and tell Romania about how many refugees we should take.
It's the only way how to because it's the only way how to virtue signal.
The German refugee system can be gotten around by putting your fucking passport in the bin.
Yes.
Brilliant. That's a plan that can't fail. Well done.
Yeah. It's almost like it's a plan that's designed to fail.
Yeah.
Look.
You've got. I think you've got.
You can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that the person doesn't come from the country where he's saying. Like, you can ask him basic questions. Like if let's say someone if I'm in Germany and someone comes to me and goes like, "Well, I'm from Romania," I'd be like, "Okay, who is Romania neighboring with? You know, what are the neighboring countries of Romania? Who is the president of Romania? Talk Romanian to me a bit. You know, like you can still prove, even if the person throws the passport."
Well, I think you've got a perfectly legitimate gripe, and I think all the governments across Europe have, with the way Germany and France, to a lesser extent, have been dictating these things. But I think no one has a fucking gripe on the way in which Greece has been shit on by Germany.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking unacceptable. It's this fucking power imbalance in the European Union that allows bullshit like this to happen.
Well,
I'm fucking disgusted with it.
The Greek people consecutively now have elected governments that they have fucking decided on, and then those elected governments have had to go cap in hand and beg Angela
Oh,
Merkel.
mate, it's the other way around almost. The Greek people had a referendum on whether to accept austerity or not, and they obviously overwhelmingly voted no, and then it was forced on them.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just like, fuck me. I'm just having a look at the Brexit map some more. It's interesting how very, very anti-EU places like Rotherham and Doncaster and North Lincolnshire are.
Wow, you are a fucking racist, man.
Well, I mean,
I tell you where that comes from, because those are quite socialist areas, right? So you
Yes.
expect potentially for them to be.
this is Labour strongholds.
Yeah, exactly. Labour strongholds. You'd expect them possibly to be Remain, but those are the areas that have been fucked over by the British government now for at least 2 generations.
Yeah.
Ever since the industrial decline of the steel mills and the coal mines and the shipyards and all the rest of it. And so whatever good times we've had in Britain, and there have been economic good times since then, have not. The trickle down has not trickled down anywhere near places like Rotherham, Grimsby, Leeds, Sheffield, those kind of places. And so they've just gone, fuck you. If the government tells us to do X, we're going to do what?
A lot of it is based on class and based on like economic benefit.
Yeah.
I heard my name. Sorry, I was reading something.
No, and Birmingham's just come out. Birmingham left, so that's done.
Excellent. Good job, Birmingham.
Yeah.
Why are you agreeing? You voted Remain. Why are you happy that Birmingham?
He wasn't like, some diehard Remain, and there's so much about the EU that is genuinely bad. I bet there are going to be a lot of people on the Remain camp who are going to be like, thank God,
Well, there are benefits, absolutely.
Yeah, but it's a lot of it is probably
I think
fear of the unknown,
Our initial battle, I think, and this is where I don't trust the Tories as far as I could fucking piss, is that we needed these fucking cunts who are already making a fortune on speculating on the pound going down, making money at our expense. I'm sorry, we've made our fucking decision. Just because you don't like it, put your big boy pants on and fucking deal with it, you cunts. We're still a rich nation. You can still do business here. Don't be a wanker.
Yeah, that's another thing.
But by the way, Sargon, like people in your chat still don't understand that if the EU has an army and they declare themselves a federal state in the future, and let's say Britain refuses to submit or whatnot, they can send an army and attack, and it's not a war. You're not attacking a nation. You are just fixing internal affairs.
A rebel province or something. Yeah, it's an internal affair.
I'd like to see someone take on modern Britain. We do have rather a large nuclear arsenal.
I don't want to have to fight anyone.
No, absolutely.
I don't want to be conscripted. I'm a pussy.
To be honest, okay, hold on. To be fair, I don't think the EU army would be used against countries like Britain, Germany, France. It would be used against smaller countries, like Bulgaria, Greece.
Greece would be absolutely right for it. Yeah, absolutely. But that was sort of part of my point, is that they couldn't do so. That was part of the scaremongering, that we couldn't survive without the EU. Yes, we will.
Of course.
In the long run, we'll be absolutely fine. But it's the bully boy tactics, and I think actually to a degree the Project Fear thing was from both sides. Whether it was we're going to, or comparing the Remain people to Hitler. I mean, behave yourselves.
There's a lot of silliness on both sides, and don't get me wrong, I'm one of the people who's very concerned about the future of the EU. It scares me. There are things about the EU that genuinely scare me in like a sort of in a sort of macro historical sense, and I really think that it's something that should be reformed for its own good and the good of the European people. And if we've not got the power to reform it, it doesn't look like we do, then I don't want to be a part of it. For me, it seems like collaborating with something that is eventually going to become quite oppressive. And I don't think there's an alternative for that either. I think that is the outcome of the way the system's structured. And because this is what pisses me off the most. It's like, if you don't start on the right path with set up a good system that is based on good principles, then you even if it's nearly good and for a long time it's tolerable, eventually you're still going to end up in the position where the system itself, it has to make a choice, and if it's influenced by a certain mindset, and it always has been, it's going to make the wrong choice.
We have to establish one thing here real quick. institutions like the United Nations, NATO, and the European Union are all basically stem from idealist schools of thought.
Yes.
And idealist schools of thought literally, explicitly work towards a one-world government. This is not meant as a sort of conspiracy theory.
No, you're right.
This is explicitly their goal, because it's the only way, in their understanding of foreign relations, how to curbstorm the anarchy of nation-states. So the EU, from the very beginning, even when people said, in the beginning it really wasn't all that authoritarian, from the very beginning it was set out to be authoritarian.
Yeah.
Idealism has no room for nation-states. Period.
Honestly, it really just reminds me of the continental mindset, the sort of authoritarian mindset you find in, like the great states of the past. They were great states, don't get me wrong. There's no doubt the power of the Nazis or Napoleon or someone like that. But it's the mindset of, like, it doesn't really matter. It's not the people at the top who are going to suffer the immediate burden. And in their minds, if they win, they don't suffer any burden at all. And then you just think of, like, the way they're going about it, like destroying the common fisheries and all this. Just like they don't really care about the people at the bottom and the effect it's having on them. And that really bothers me.
Yes, of course, it's something that I during the time I was studying, a few years back, I actually performed a study about integration. And what I looked at was at who supports very loose migration quotas, right? And for instance, there was this one really interesting marker: who supports establishing one of our very few bus lines towards university as being a central line for refugees as well. And overwhelmingly, 85 to 90%, it was people who never used that bus line, people who came from the upper class, and people who lived in basically gated communities. It's always the same, always.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say, regardless of technically my side lost or whatever, I'm glad the British people, there's a bit of fucking backbone in them, and they told the establishment to fuck off. That's something.
I think a lot of Remain people are going to feel that whether they want to admit it or not.
Yeah.
I think there is something. I think there's something to be proud of there. I mean, it's easy to capitulate when you've got like millions of people on the other side calling you all these sort of names and saying, well, you're gonna, it's gonna be really bad for you. It's gonna be the worst. You can't get by without us. It's like, well, okay, now I feel obligated to try.
It has to be said, the fucking Remain campaign was piss poor. Jesus Christ.
But I can tell you why it was piss poor and why it was always destined to be piss poor. There is no real good Leave campaign because the future of the EU doesn't look that rosy.
Yeah.
So you can't paint a positive picture. All you can do is say, well, it's going to be worse if we don't choose this, and that's not a very good strategy, especially if the alternative, the other parties go, well, actually, I think we can do something here. We just have to make this choice. I mean, that's hard to fight.
By the way, I have a question. Do you think Obama will keep his threats?
No.
That you will have bad business with the U.S. for leaving?
No way.
No, load of old bollocks. They'll do what they've always done. They're happy to use Britain as a sort of 51st state.
Yeah. I don't think anything's going to change in a lot of these sort of things.
I think if Trump wins, you might actually get better trades than the European Union.
Probably, yeah.
I
bet Trump's for Brexit.
Trump hasn't got a fucking hope in hell.
We gotta be a bit concise about this. Leave does not equal leave. I mean, there are various degrees of leave. You can have, for instance, a Norwegian model of, let's call it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be leave, mate. To be honest.
You mean like flat out just fuck off?
It will be. I mean, I'm sure that we'll say something like, our businesses will have to abide by your regulations if they want to trade with Europe.
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfectly reasonable thing that will definitely occur.
Yeah, but there's no
what about the pillows?
Fucking border nonsense.
None of the border nonsense, none of the law nonsense, I don't think.
Yeah. Absolutely no way the British public, even the Remain people, would countenance that nonsense.
Yeah. That's the thing. This is what a lot of people have got to remember. Is, the Remain people, once the decisions come back, they'll revert to being British. You know, they're going to be like, well, okay, that's
that's
the
worth
rule.
remembering, actually, because for all the division, we've got to remember that whatever we choose, we've got to make it fucking work.
Exactly. Mate, honestly, I thought I thought it was going to go heavily against us from the start, and I was already preparing the script for what I was going to do as a video, just going like, okay, well, that's democracy for you. That's the democratic will of the people. We have to abide by it. You know, that's we can continue campaigning for other things. You know, reform especially would be a major thing that I would want if that's the case. But I wouldn't want to be bitter about it. You know, it's like, no, you've got to fucking chin up. Fucking, this is the choice you made. You went in for a fucking pound, so did they, and they happened to win. So fucking, you deal with it, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we will be fine. There'll be.
Why are you agreeing with this when you voted leave? This is when you voted remain. Sorry.
He wasn't like an ideologue for it, man.
The pound will open up very badly today.
Yes, it will. Yeah.
But we'll be all right.
It will recover, and honestly, Britain's growth rate is surprisingly good compared to the rest of Europe. In fact, it's really fucking good compared to the rest of Europe. So I would honestly not be that surprised if things started actually going fairly well. In fact, I think they probably will go fairly well.
I think Thunderfoot will be very salty over this.
Yes.
I hope that cunt doesn't have to come back and live here. Fucking hell.
You really hate Thunderfoot, don't you?
I don't hate him. He's just an annoyance. He's just an annoyance. That's
No, he makes good videos. He has good points. I just disagree with him on this issue.
Yeah.
When are we going to build mosques in London?
We're going to do what, sorry?
I think we should build a few mosques in London.
I think we have plenty of mosques in London as it is.
We don't have enough.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How many is enough, just out of interest?
How many Muslims are there in England?
About 3 million? Yeah.
3 million? Yeah, then we need about 3 million mosques.
Okay.
One of them. Fair enough.
You sure that's enough? Do you not want more?
Yeah, I don't want to come off as a racist. Let's, build.
No, you're certainly coming off as a German. It's okay.
No, just because they're going to turn the fucking Bundestag into a mosque. I mean, you have to do that
okay. Come. I have a solution. Okay, a sort of final solution. How about we build only one mosque, a really big mosque, with fucking NATO fences, watchtowers, and shower chambers.
Well, exactly. A German with a final solution. I am listening.
Yeah, this will be something new and original. Go on. Hey, what was the paper that made the picture of Angela Merkel in a burqa?
You mean one of the billion pictures of Angela Merkel in a burqa?
Yeah, but they were the first to do it. On the front of their paper, they had a Merkel in a burqa. I think it was about Cologne. I think it was specifically about Cologne. I may be wrong though. Actually, I would have to check. But,
I think that you just had a really lucid dream.
No. I found it googling the other day, and I was like, shit. I wish I had a use for this picture. I wish I had a video specifically about how Angela Merkel is like, I don't know, selling out to Islam or something. I didn't have anything that I could do with it, so I was like, oh.
You don't mean this one.
Hang on, I'm going to stop presenting.
What the fuck does remove kebab mean? Because I've seen that a lot tonight, and I don't know what's that a reference.
It's a Muslim cuisine.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yes, I'm aware of that. What's it referring to?
They want to remove Muslims from Europe.
From the premises, from rightful Serbian clay.
Oh, good luck with that. There's quite a few of them. I mean, that would take some doing.
It would be quite an endeavour.
Yeah.
Why would we even want to remove Muslims? They are the religion of peace.
Yeah, remove kebab means like remove Turkey. Man, if Turkey joins the EU, it will be really bad because they have like completely different policies than the rest of the.
If Turkey joins the EU, I'm fucking moving to Russia. I'm not joking.
Well, now we're out. I couldn't give a fuck. Do what you want, lads.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not complaining because they're Muslims. I'm complaining because they're very conservative. But not only that, they're pissing off the Russians all the time. They shoot down Russian planes. Like, what the fuck is up with that?
Dude, I'm complaining because Turks are the single biggest suspect group in crimes, about every fucking crime in Germany. I don't want more of them. Turks
really?
equal
True.
crime.
Without the Turks, you wouldn't have a decent football team. So you know.
Yeah,
Oh,
who
good
gives a
point.
fuck about fucking
burn.
football? Also, it's called soccer, you fucking limey.
Soccer, shut up.
We invented
fight
it.
me,
We
dude.
call it what we
It's not
call
even
it.
called
right?
soccer in Germany, you son of a bitch.
Fight me with a fucking rapier.
Just
Mate, I don't use girly weapons. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you didn't. You fucking didn't.
Mate, I'm just going to invoke some misogyny as well. So just accept it.
Also, it might be my sense of trolliness, but now we're out of the EU, I'm thinking to myself, if it does go under, if the European ship does sink, it will be kind of quite funny.
It will be absolutely
That is
fucking
good.
hilarious.
Why will it be funny, Jeff?
Because it'd be like the last person on the fucking lifeboat away from the Titanic watching it go. You think, well, I'm alright, fuck them.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, the Dutch will be next, man. I can imagine this being something of a domino, yeah. Yeah, well, not only that, there are a lot of Dutch people who want the same sort of referendum.
Honestly, right now it's the possibly worst time for the EU. You've got the refugee crisis, you have mandatory fucking Islamization of Europe, you've got the Brexit, and you've got a fucking economical
Yeah,
crisis.
it literally couldn't hit any more problems if it
Well,
tried.
we could have a war with Russia, for instance.
As I said, if they'd given us something to fucking sell to the British people, they might not have had the problem.
You know what? They could have probably solved a lot of problems by having a sort of more similar system to
Oh
Parliament.
my god,
where-
can you imagine like the manufacturers being so upset over the fact that British people leave and now they get to sell whatever the fuck they want?
Yeah, but the thing is, the EU could have really solved a lot of problems by just not having the Commission unaccountable to the public.
I still think that you will be forbidden to sell certain things in the EU.
Possibly.
I'm betting on it. Like you probably won't be able to sell cars. You won't be able to sell fish or something like that, you know, because like the EU member states will be forbidden from buying stuff from you.
Yes, that could happen, yes.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't rule it out.
By the way, Newcastle under Lyme just voted.
One of the biggest issues I'm actually really afraid of is the EU works under a very similar, let's call it, assumption as the United Nations, which is international treaties are not allowed to be only bilateral. So you are not allowed to have only a treaties between, for instance, France and Great Britain regarding, for instance, trade. So the remaining member states essentially cannot negotiate their own terms with Great Britain. They always have to negotiate as the European Union, essentially.
Yeah, that's the fucked up. I mean, I can't purchase shit for Britain if it's cheaper or if it's better. Because I'm in the European Union, I have to listen to what the EU tells me, and I need to purchase where I have to purchase from. That's really fucked up. And by the way, Northern Ireland, you called it correctly, came to remain. However, it's not that big of a difference. Like 55.78% want to remain. So
Because
the Irish.
That's another example of what I was saying earlier. The nationalists were very much pro-Remain, but that's precisely the group of people who least likely turned out. The pro-nationalist areas.
No, you know what I think? I noticed that the people on the shores, right, except the Scots and whatnot, but the people that are closer to the sea, they want to leave, and I think it's because of the fishing industry.
Yeah. Oh no, and not just that, but the port cities have unusually high numbers of illegal immigrants as well.
Just a quick question: is my mic all right?
Exactly.
And I see that parts of London, especially at the sides, at the edges, they also want to leave.
Yeah, it's the power centres and the wealthy areas that are the ones that really want to remain in England. You mean like the Oxfordshire, that whole area, Berkshire, Reading, man, that whole area is fucking bourgeois.
How did Swindon go?
God fucking save Swindon, I swear. I'm not even from Swindon.
I'm really curious. If
It's
there's
something
going
I'm
to be-
feeling kind of patriotic towards it.
Swindon went 45 against 54.
Yeah, I've got a lot of friends who are virtue signaling all over Facebook about how they're so pro-Remain. And I'm just like, yes.
I'm really curious if there's going to be more referendums. Like if Greece is going to have their referendum.
Be interesting to see what happens.
Well, obviously Germany and France won't, right?
Well, no, they're the core of the EU. Will they be voting?
They are the EU, right? But I'm curious, like what other countries, like maybe in the Balkans, like I honestly think that maybe Hungary will have a referendum.
Yeah, I think it's not unlikely for Hungary.
If
and
one of the Iberian countries went, Portugal possibly.
Possibly, yeah. Because the thing is, economists have been saying for a while that what they need, if they got out of the euro, then they could devalue their currencies and they could actually start digging themselves out of the financial hole they're in. I mean, that was Mervyn King, the ex-governor of the Bank of England's, I mean, explicit statements. You know, he was like, look, this seems to have been a contrived plan to make them poor. And so, you know, if they're like, well, we know this as well, which I'm sure they are aware that they could leave and fix their currencies, you know. Why
The
would
German Twitter is fucking flipping its shit over Brexit. They are fucking, dude. Just take a look at this tweet. Like you don't even have, you don't even have to understand anything that's.
Well, share your screen. Then.
But again, this is Germany's fault. If you'd offered us something to sell to the British public, it wouldn't have been a problem. 12 months ago, it looked like it was going to be double digits Remain.
Yeah.
9 or.
Honestly, like if you want to abuse someone, at least let them think they're not abused. Like pretend you're giving some concessions. I think this is because the EU were really full of themselves, and I really didn't want to take a step back. They were so sure that this wouldn't happen.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know what? I'm looking at this thing, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's the end of the world," and I'm just thinking, actually, this is just another example of Britain saving the continent from tyranny. I'm telling you, the way the EU set up was deeply authoritarian, and it was just going to get more and more authoritarian as more problems developed, and more problems will develop on the European continent, given the way it is at the moment. And so, if we cause the EU to collapse, we might force these things back into a more frankly democratic state. And in the long run, again, it might actually be us helping Europe again.
It will be funny if you guys want to join the EU again.
I fucking
That won't
doubt
happen.
it.
That definitely won't happen.
You don't know in 20 years.
Oh, well, yeah, you can't say decades ahead, but the foreseeable future, there's just not a fucking chance in hell.
Yeah, certainly not within my lifetime.
Yeah, but you're fucking old, so, yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Actually, you're probably not that much older than me, fucking hell.
No, I'm 36.
Go fucking kill yourself, you old cunt.
I have to get in the coffin already, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
No, I can imagine the articles we're going to have tomorrow. The disgruntled Huffington Post bitching about it.
Oh, mate, the media, the mass media, all going, oh yeah, no, Remain. Check this. Resign your premiership, David Cameron.
The sword tomorrow is gonna be unimaginable.
Oh, mate, it's going to be just this is assuming the trend continues. You know, I don't want to call anything before.
No, it's done. Leave are nearly $1 million ahead. It's not happening there.
I'm just not counting the fucking chickens, mate. I'm not doing it. Although I am in agreement that it would be a miracle to come back from this.
Yeah.
But there are still votes out there, so I'm not counting any fucking chickens.
Yeah, the people on MMO Champion are saying UK Independence Day, 6th to the 21st, 2016.
Noise.
I do hope that doesn't catch on, because that's a lot of old bollocks. Fucking Independence Day. No.
I'll let them have it.
Okay, listen. If you can't decide who you trade with, for how much cash you do, and you can't decide who you sell to, how can you be independent?
No, you have an Independence Day when you've had like a revolution or some shit like that.
No, not necessarily.
Without firing a bullet, we've decided to take a different course. That's it. If you
No,
want to have,
the French had a peaceful revolution.
if you want to have a drink and celebrate this vote, that's fine. But I'm saying, in terms of it being like a national holiday, bollocks to that. God
Oh,
almighty.
come on. Let's just have it. Don't you want another day off work?
I like how Sargon is selling this shit.
I want a day off work, but I don't want to have to put up with fucking cunts like Farage on the telly every year.
I like how Sargon is selling this shit. No, I think you don't want to be on the wrong side of history, man.
Yeah, dude.
Because you know you voted wrong.
I'm not on the wrong side of history. I'm just.
You
on the wrong
voted
side.
wrong. There was a right way to vote, then you failed.
No, that's not how democracy works.
No, it's not.
I know. I'm just fucking with.
Now it's done. We have to. Well, it's actually a serious point, whether I'm joking or not. We do actually have to come together now.
And by the way, that's exactly how a democracy works. The winner gets to decide how history was right.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think the best thing that could be done is to try and lower antagonisms.
Yeah.
They're not going to benefit anyone, so there's no point trying to do a victory lap or anything like that.
But presumably, because our politicians wouldn't possibly lie to us or anything, George Osborne's going to have to do an emergency budget tomorrow.
I think George Osborne's probably shitting bricks.
You know, the only way they can stay in the EU is if they declare war, because then the prime minister can't be changed. So.
He can be changed, of course he can.
Really, you can change the prime minister during wartime.
Yeah, well, Neville Chamberlain and Winston Churchill.
Oh, right, because you have the Queen leading the army. Oh, that's
because we have a better system of government by accident.
Where I guess
Britain does that. Britain does really good governance, but in a really fudged way.
Listen, I'm not implying anything right now, but have you ever seen the Queen and a reptilian shapeshifter from the fifth dimension in the same room at the same time?
Man, I'm going to be honest with you, I never have, and it worries me deeply.
But what I want to know is where the fuck was she on 9/11?
Yeah,
Wow.
good question, dude.
Ask David Icke.
Exactly.
Dude, David Icke is the most red-pilled person in existence.
He really is. David Icke is red-pilled to fuck, man.
Like, he is the objective measure for red pill. It's like he's the fucking speed of light for red pill.
Yeah, it literally is like fucking Justin Trudeau on the very far blue pill end, and then David Icke on the very far red pill end. That is the spectrum of like pills.
Where the fuck is Alex Jones on that scale?
Oh, he's quite close to David Icke, but he's not that far, really. I mean, David Icke believes. I mean, most of the things Alex Jones says could possibly be true. You know, it's not physically impossible that there would be this conspiracy. It's just highly unlikely.
Everything that David Icke says is
I'm going to quote you on Twitter on this. You know, everything Alex Jones says could possibly be true. Sargon of Akkad, 2006.
Yeah, it could possibly be true.
It's possibly true. Yeah.
To be true, but saying that the Queen of England
Jews are
is like
poisoning
some
the water.
interdimensional lizard being is not something I think could possibly be true.
Well,
and if it could possibly be true, the chances are just orders of magnitude smaller than a global conspiracy to have a one world order.
Fucking blue-pilled faggot.
Exactly. That Alex Jones is in fact a blue-pilled faggot. He's nowhere near. He's nowhere near as uncucked as David Icke.
Fuck.
Which I'd love that to become a meme. Pictures of David Icke's face everywhere just uncucked, written on everything.
I could see David Icke hanging out the back of it.
Just uncuck your pineal gland.
Yes.
But by the way, Kevin, I have a question. You're a feminist, right?
Indeed.
How many of your fans are feminists?
Lots. I don't know.
Yeah, the trick was saying fans, not subscribers.
Yo, Kevin, do you think that your anime waifu should have the same rights as a real person, as a real woman?
I don't have one of you weird
fucking misogynist.
I don't know what that is. I have real life people.
You don't know what a misogynist is?
I do, yeah. I'm on a stream with, 3 or 4 of them. Boom.
Fuck off.
I'm not a misogynist. I had women only Sundays.
Well, yeah.
progressive.
I really don't know what to say to that without, losing my feminist.
And I love women. I hate women a lot. I just like to slap their pussy with my cock. That's like my full hatred that I have for them.
Yeah, dude, you gotta uncock your fucking dimensional penis rod or something.
No, this has just got gay. What the fuck?
Oh my god, the chat found out you're a feminist.
Dude, there literally is nothing gay.
I can't believe they
two
do
guys
that.
sucking each other off. Literally nothing gay about that.
Exactly. If two men just want to wank each other off, there's nothing gay going on at all. It's fine.
Yeah, dude. Dude, okay, listen, let me red pill you on something now.
Mate, like, the only way you can find this out is for two men to go to Saudi Arabia, wank each other off. If they don't get killed, then they're not gay.
Yeah, that's fucking pussy level, okay? Listen, here's how it actually works, and this is David Icke level red pill, okay?
You just calm down.
If you enjoy fucking a woman, right? You are also enjoying pleasuring a woman. Now, pleasuring a woman is literally the gayest thing ever in existence. It's fucking objective. Like, this is like a fucking natural occurrence, right? So the only way to have non-gay intercourse is by, fucking another guy, because that's not gay. It's just two men, enjoying each other.
Right, that's not
hold on, because I just got a question about Brexit. Someone asked me to ask Sargon, what are your thoughts on how Trudeau acted on Brexit?
Well, he total fucking mangina. Shut up, Trudeau. You don't know shit. Probably some more things along those lines, really. I saw an interview with him where he was just like desperately begging people to stay. It's like, why? Fucking how does this?
I don't understand. Well, I think I do understand, because it's easier for them to trade with like the EU rather than trade with individual nations.
Well, true, but it's none of their fucking business. You have been elected to run your country. Shut up.
Yeah, but it's on their country's best interest that.
Well, that's fine. That's fine, but don't be like Obama. When he came over to Britain, he did very little else but say, "Well, you really should stay with the EU." And part of me just wanted to fucking slap him and tell him to fuck off.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with you.
Yeah. Why are you giving me your opinion?
I like how British people are like fuck off. Americans rarely are behaving like this. Like, you guys are like.
That's because British don't really have very much respect for authority.
Yeah, it's like, fuck off, shut up.
Seriously, there's a deeply irreverent streak in the British, which is why we're leaving Europe right now.
I have to say that the reason I like it is because Romanians, for some reason, are the same. That there was like this sponsored article on Facebook where it promoted diversity and multiculturalism, and I read the article, and it's like the first comment is from a Romanian. It's like, fuck off. like, not even some debate, not even like some entertaining the notion. It's like just simply fuck off.
Oh, it's well over $1 million ahead now for Lee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, this is well done.
You have it.
So, Sargon, when are we having our victory bratwurst together?
Oh, our victory bratwurst is it now, Layman?
Yeah.
I thought you were pro-Remain.
Dude, okay, let me red you on something, right? Whether you remain or leave is inconsequential for my reptilian Jewish overlords, right?
Good point. Well made. But yeah, we should have bratwurst. Next time I come to Germany, man, we will have bratwurst.
See, now there's another reason why Scotland would have wanted to become independent. Well, you voted wrong, Scots. You just voted wrong.
Well, there is a serious point there. I think they probably do have a perfectly legitimate case for another referendum. No.
Absolutely, the situation has changed. If they want to vote leave,
they voted to remain a part of an EU nation, and they
but it's not like no. If you check individual states, it's not like a colossal difference. Oh, never mind. It is a colossal difference.
Yeah, the Scots are very much.
Yeah, Scots voted 63% remain.
Yeah,
which is
there is definitely the option there, I think.
Yeah, but then if you lose Scotland and you lose the Ireland, it's not going to be the United Kingdoms.
Yep, that's true. Correct.
Fair enough. We were around before that country.
Yeah, can't you like conquer them back the old-fashioned way?
I would want to.
Well, that's what we should sell. We'll sell high, right, and then wait for them to fucking sink through the floor, and then buy
Yeah.
them.
That's exactly how we got them the first time.
Yeah.
So why would we want to do anything differently? I don't. We can just play the waiting game until Scotland falls back.
Exactly. When the Irish economy went through the floor, this is the perfect time to buy it back. Let's have it.
Yeah.
I think India might be beyond us now. I don't think we can get that one back. I don't know, it's gone.
Well, it's just a matter of time. Slowly grow your power, and eventually you'll be in a position to strike.
Well, I thought they were further ahead than they were, but they've got. I was reading a fantastic article about how by 2040 they're hoping to have a toilet in every home. Brilliant.
Exactly.
That's pretty Red Pill, dude.
And not just that, but they didn't get round to that first before they decided to start sending rockets to the moon. Get priorities, lads. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
we give them a lot of money, so they probably use some of that to send rockets to the moon.
Well, yeah, but I'd have proper plumbing done first. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's because you're a bit of a socialist, aren't you? So I mean, that you would think that. Think of it from the position of someone who thinks of themselves as part of the upper caste.
I think everyone should have the option to not have to take a shit in a field.
Yeah, but honestly, man, I lived with a couple of Indian guys, and one of them was saying how he moved out of his previous house specifically because he was living in the shed house with this guy from the upper class, the upper caste, and he was literally telling him to do his dishes, and the dude was like, "Look, we're not in India. I'm not going to do this." It's like, good for you, man. Seriously, because fuck that guy.
Oh, what was that?
Dude, so is this the official uncuck your pineal gland stream now?
I think it couldn't be anything but, could it, really?
Nice.
See, the thing is, I honestly think you guys managed to leave the EU.
Well, it looks that way.
Yep.
I would love to see what would happen if the referendum actually stays at leave, but the government decides, nah,
Oh, mate,
fuck this.
that shit's going to go down if we
Yeah, it would be fucking hilarious.
I would. Well, they would.
It will be hard for them to justify that they defend the poor people when, the vast majority of leavers are from poor sections of Britain.
Well, it would obviously mean they don't defend poor people.
I mean, there's no. I don't think there's any possibility of the government doing anything. But
Can you even imagine the shitstorm they would be walking into if they did?
Especially because in any situation like that, you would need the 14.5 million Remainers to stand up for the government in that case, and they're not going to
stand up for Cameron.
Yeah, almost to a man, none of them would stop. In fact, I'd be.
But most of them voted against him anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's difficult. I had to hold my nose voting, knowing I'm putting my ex in the same box as that prick. You know?
I had and Tony Blair as well, man. A
Mm.
lot of my friends were like, "Fuck." Well, I think it's the best thing to do anyway, so I've got to do it. And it's like, yeah, that sucks.
But there was unfortunate bedfellows on all sides, I think, to be honest.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Lord Galloway retweeted me the other day. I'm like, "Fuck you."
Oh, I'd love to see that conversation. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I was like, George, I'm not going to fucking privatize businesses. Big public ownership of private businesses, for fuck's sake. Or whatever other crazy thing you want to do.
He's all verbally suck off Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a big fan of many a Middle Eastern dictator. I think it wasn't Assad as well. I mean,
I believe he was, yeah.
yeah, in bed with them, sort of thing, almost in a lot of ways. It's like, okay, fucking hell, George.
He's a fan of the Ba'athist regimes.
He's got some strange priorities when it comes to the Middle East, I tell you.
Well, I just call him a cunt, but whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you're completely legitimate in doing so, to be honest. I can completely see why you would. But the thing is, he is quite a good rhetorician, isn't he?
Oh yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, you don't get elected that many times in that many places without having something about you.
Yeah, some sort of crazy independent.
I think Christopher Hitchens did brilliantly in the debate they had in New York about the Iraq War. And whilst I wasn't with Hitchens in terms of his points, I think he did a really good job dissecting the fucking bullshit that Galloway believed.
I tell you what,
these fuckers that will happily defend terrorists as long as they're Muslim lads.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Excuse me,
totally
did you
against
just-
hitches on the Iraq War.
Did you just imply that Muslims can be terrorists?
I can't even be bothered to do a joke. Yes, I can.
Wow.
Yeah, but
Wow.
this is the thing, right? You got to understand about Kev. Kev isn't really like a feminist as we know them. Kev's like he's not actually a bad guy. He's not like an idiot. You've got to have a touch with reality,
Well, that's. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
Well,
that shouldn't sound like a compliment. That should just be something you normally say about someone.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, this person isn't a prick.
Yeah, exactly. Even if you play one in your videos.
That's the tagline for my YouTube career.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a twat, but he's not that bad. That's fine. I'll have that.
Yeah, but I mean that's basically what I've been gunning for.
It's worked out very well. You've done nicely.
Thing is, it's always different when you're doing a video, isn't it?
Oh God, yeah.
Everyone knows it. People forget that a lot of time you've got to be entertaining as well, and it's more fun to be entertaining. Actually, if you're gonna bitch,
Well, no one watches boring cunts, regardless of what I've got to say, really.
yeah.
And as soon as I said that, it went deathly quiet.
No.
Yeah, you gotta love awkward silence.
Yeah, I'm just refreshing the counter to see how it's going.
Only 33 local authorities still to declare. It looks like, a pretty safe leave at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, 52 to 48. It's not massively conclusive, but it's clear enough.
Yeah. 71.88% turnout so far as well. Yeah, 1.2 million votes ahead, man.
And that was one of the things that annoyed me with Farage going on about, they've registered 2 million extra voters and blah, blah, blah. As if you could make registering 2 million extra people to vote a negative somehow. How does that work?
It's a good thing. We want people to register.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's brilliant that we've got.
Yeah. It's unprecedented, probably.
Certainly since about the 90s, the 80s, possibly, something like that.
Yeah, it's been a fucking long time since we've had engagement like that.
Mm.
God, there is going to be a lot of middle class salt coming out of this, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking delicious.
I can't wait. I can't wait for Facebook tomorrow with all my friends. Who I was literally arguing with them like, look, this point, that point, the other point, and they were like, no, stronger and all sorts of stuff. I was like, what does that mean? It's a meaningless phrase, a buzzword. It's like,
there's going to be some great stuff in places like the Huffington Post.
Oh god, yeah. Salon.com.
Yeah.
God, can you believe some of the shit Salon.com? I try not to use it these days. Just not get articles from it. Like in the same way I try not to from Jezebel, because I know that it doesn't represent any kind of fucking anyone other than the Salon or fucking Jezebel.
I had great hopes for what was the new media, but actually I think a lot of the internet stuff's just trash.
Yeah, it is.
And that's on all sides. I'm not just
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
about the politics really, because it's the writing and the blatant disregard of any kind of nuance.
Yeah, I mean the good thing about the internet is it democratized access to information, and that was also the bad thing about it.
Yeah, and not just that, but it's slightly annoying, and I suppose I'm part of it in a sense, but it's the fact that everyone's fucking opinion. I don't care what you think. I don't care. And I'm expecting you to care what I think, so I'm a hypocrite, but I don't. So what? Some cunt thinks X. Oh, brilliant.
There are a lot of people with very bad and ill-informed opinions on the internet. Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure I'm one of them,
We all have our moments, yeah. Bro, oh God, you've got some weird people watching this.
So guys, how are you celebrating Ramadan?
Me, I'll be celebrating with scones, probably.
A bacon sandwich.
Yeah, I'm gonna blow up the school, probably.
Is there anywhere left that hasn't been shut up in Germany in the last 24 hours? Or
Yeah, are there any journalists left alive?
Are you going to make a video about it?
No, dude, the video is like fucking cultural appropriation or something. I don't fucking know, man. Fucking kill me.
I wonder. I think Thunderfoot will make a video.
Well, since you're here, Kev, you're one of those sort of left-leaning chaps who understands that Islam isn't all peace and light, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you're very rare, aren't you?
A little too rare for my tastes, but yeah.
Same here. It really
If that
bothers me.
makes sense. Yeah.
Why exactly do you think that is? Do you think it's about them being brown?
I don't think it's so much about them being brown. I think it comes from a good place. However you want to slice it, I think it does come from a genuine sense of these people are put upon in some way, therefore they need protection, and they take it to the nth degree, and it's silly.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I just... it's the word racist, though, in the Rotherham case, where I can't remember the doctor's name, but she went and did her analysis and thought that many people involved in the chain were too afraid of being called racist to really arrest the offenders. And that really just rubbed me the wrong way, because if you caught them committing a crime, you
No, man, no. It's also corruption. I don't think it's just racist.
I know what you think it would be if it was in Romania, V. I swear.
No, listen. No. If you're the chief of police, what do you think is better for it to come out? To say that we didn't do this because we were afraid of being called racist, or we didn't do this because we got money from the mafia?
You would probably get less social censure for being corrupt.
Yeah, but you would go to jail if you're corrupt. Well, if you didn't arrest them because, well, you know, it's racist or whatnot, it's just incompetence, and you just get fired.
But I think the racism thing, at least in part anyway, comes via the police's own inaction in the past. Because there's no doubt the police have been racist in the past, and I think especially around the Stephen Lawrence case, the sensitivity of the police to those accusations was ramped up enormously, and they shouldn't react upon that. They should just do their fucking job as they're being paid to. But I understand from the police's point of view that they're perceived in a certain way, and so they don't want to necessarily act towards certain people in certain ways, if that makes sense. And I don't want to. I'm certainly not trying to make an excuse for them. I'm just saying.
No, I think that's exactly right. And I think this fear has really gripped it. Gripped the police force.
Yeah. And it should do to an extent, because I mean, clearly the Stephen Lawrence case was a gross misconduct.
Was that the Brazilian chap?
Disgusting. But that doesn't mean that you then go completely the other way and say, okay, well, brown people.
Yeah. There was no middle ground that was needed.
Because that's nonsense. Like, I mean, there's something about pedophilia that goes beyond any other crime. And the idea that you could have the thousands of people, thousands of children being abused in that way and nothing being done about it, even though it was known about, is just...
It's fucking abominable, isn't it?
To be honest, it feels worse than if those people were just being murdered.
Yeah,
there's something really... It makes your skin crawl. And to think that the police were being paid to do virtually fuck all about this for years.
You know, I come from a field where I research radicalization, crime, stuff like that, and Islam is something absolutely fascinating. I don't care about its theology. That's something that I don't have the methods to analyze it, but I care about its practices when they are, practiced. And there actually is an Islamic violence gap and an Islamic crime gap. If you put Christians and Muslims into exactly the same social conditions, Muslims will be still more criminal and still more violent.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you'd expect.
Yes, but
because of the ideology itself, not because like any genetic or anything like that. But
people are asking to get Thunderfoot on. Does he even want to come?
Well, yeah, is he around? Is he in the chat or something? Or?
I know a lot of people are like, get Thunderfoot on.
Sargas, have you seen my latest video on Islam?
No, I don't think so.
The crime statistics of Islam are flat out insane. We are not talking like a small change here or anything. We are talking about differences of magnitude, like being 1.5 or even 3.6 times as likely to commit a crime or to commit an act of violence. It's absolutely astronomical, those differences, even if you account for social differences.
Really.
It's
This is the thing. You've got a religion where you've literally got a thing saying it's okay to beat your wife if she's doing wrong. You know,
you wanted Sargon, I want you to take this in, okay? In the Islam on Campus study, students, right, educated people, Muslims, were asked if the person leaves Islam, if the Sharia punishment should be applied. 6% said yes, which sounds, pretty good actually. Only 6%. Now, in a follow-up question, the study asked, does your understanding of Sharia law imply punishment? And half of them said yes. Punishment by killing. And half of them said yes. 3% of all British Muslim students want to kill people for leaving Islam. 3% of the educated Muslims. That's fucked up.
It's not good, but I can. Well, it sounds bad, but essentially I can live with a few that's not a huge number of people, is it?
Yeah, no, it's bad that they hold those views, those people who do. But 3% isn't enough to get me annoyed about it.
So that probably amounts to the same number of that want all Jews killed as well.
Speaking of Muslims, someone in the chat says, if Britain leaves the EU, do you think they will still keep up the immigration quotas?
Right, Thunderfoot's going to come on. Just going to grab a coffee. But you know what? I do share his concern about the science thing. I've got to say, I would like to see extra money put into sciences, definitely.
So, do you think they will keep refugee quotas if Britain leaves the EU?
I don't see why they should, to be honest.
No.
I think we'll probably just start accepting slightly more refugees from outside of the EU. To be honest.
Possibly. I think it would probably be a bit of a difficult thing to do in the political climate it's going to create.
Possibly, but I mean, the thing is, it's like so much of the debate around leave, we don't know what's going to happen because the people. It's not like with the general election where you can put a platform together because the people that were campaigning for leave weren't the government. So it's impossible to put like a quota on anything because they're not the people that are going to implement any of those policies.
Dude, I want David Icke to be my father, to be honest.
Can you imagine being his kid?
Oh, that would be so fucking red-pilled.
Does he have kids?
Like, dude, imagine you're trying to brush your teeth. Suddenly, David Icke kicks in the door, punches you in the face, and flushes all the toothpaste down the drain and screams in your face about fluoride in the toothpaste. That's literally all I want from life, to be honest.
That's literally what you'd get from being David Icke's son, too, I imagine.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Son, have you done your homework? Yes, Dad. Have you also opened up your pineal gland?
Yeah. Have you done your meditation for the day? Oh, fucking hell, Dad. Fucking David. Oh, dear.
We can't have many more of these fucking seats left, can
they? Probably not. I'm interested to see what Thunderfoot's going to say. But yeah, like I was saying, I do agree with them about the science thing. I mean, I don't want to see UK science taking a hit.
Especially since they are so fucking well known and reputable. It would be a shame.
Exactly. So if anything's going to be campaigned for, I'd definitely be able to promote that. You know what I mean?
It's not going to be fair for Thunderfoot because there's more of us than him.
Yeah,
I can be his side. Man, I love those awkward silences. They are fucking amazing.
Sorry, I'm actually playing Ark at the same time as doing this.
I'm
so-
playing Cold War Warhammer. That's great.
I'm making coffee.
How's it
I'm
going,
shoving a
Hey,
massive
Tom.
dildo up my ass.
Sorry? So when I went to bed, they were all Farage had conceded defeat, even before anyone had declared. I didn't give a
Yeah.
shit, so I went to bed.
It's strangely presumptuous on your part, Nigel.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, I couldn't work out whether, because there's no way that, they were sort of saying, there were no exit polls, so, how did he do that after the exit polls? And also, it just had he is either the greatest troll ever, because it doesn't matter whether he concedes defeat or not, who wins, wins.
Yeah.
So it's like a pointless thing to do,
Yeah, absolutely.
You can
But
as well just go to bed like everyone else and sort of see what it is in the morning.
you could tell
But-
what most have obviously thought the result was going to be, and it's just like, huh. To be
You
honest with
should have stayed up. It would have been a different result.
If,
So,
if I had placed a bet, I
how-
would bet against.
Well, I think, everyone did.
Yeah.
It's like 4-1 against.
Everyone was like, oh, well, we'll probably, the silent majority will come out. And they'll just be like, nah, fuck it. Too much work.
So, victory for democracy?
Well, yeah, I guess.
Really?
Well, yeah.
What was the vote again?
52 to 48.
Resounding, the country has spoken?
It's not necessarily. There are quite a few who didn't get what they wanted.
So, are you familiar with an expression, a house divided against itself?
Yeah, so basically we're going to
Do
have
you
to...
know how that ends?
Oh, come on,
Well,
don't be
that-
salty. Sorry.
But Thunderfoot, even
No,
if
no. I'm just want to know. I mean, congratulations, you won, but at what cost? The first one is you've got a divided country. Okay, let's see who's salty. Is the country more united or less now?
Yeah,
Doesn't
well, that's
no-
the next thing to do, isn't it?
What, you think that you're
Well-
going to unite the country now?
Well, no, but the Remain camp are going to have to reconcile things, aren't they?
Yeah, well, no, I mean, for me, I'm just going to enjoy it now because you're on your own. You've got no one else to blame. If it goes down the shitter from here, you're on your own.
discuss.
I mean, it's one of those. No. I mean, I'm going to enjoy it. I mean, you think you're going to make Britain great again?
Well, me personally, probably not. But I think we'll do okay.
Thunderfoot, how would you feel if America would have to unite with Mexico and trade with the same trading partners, do the same decisions?
Well, they do, don't they? They got that North American common trade thing.
Well, it's not like the EU. I mean, you
But
don't
it's
have
not
the.
far off. It's somewhere between, yeah. I mean, the
I think
EU
it's
is
somewhere between.
overwhelmingly a trading bloc.
Yeah, but it's becoming overwhelmingly political and legislative.
Bullshit.
Of course it was. Somewhere between 15 and 50% of our laws are being made in
Yeah, you said that in the debate, and it's like you can't name one single law.
Yeah, but
What effect?
fucking
Right?
don't do
Let's, yeah, please do. Yeah.
Light bulb.
Let's just see the most the law which has the greatest effect on your life made in Brussels is.
I honestly wouldn't know. I'd have to go and look it up. It'd take a while.
Right, so I mean, you're worried about something where there's an effect which you can't even detect, and that's an overbearing influence from Brussels.
No, it's you know what? It's not. It's the principle of the thing. That's the thing. It's always been the principle of the thing.
If you're going to do things on principle,
I do everything on principle.
then
Your
no, I'll bet you bloody don't.
I try
Your
to.
principles include the straight bananas. Then.
But hold on a bit, Thunderfoot. Even if, let's say, you don't
Right,
want, like,
so you're saying that we left the EU because the biggest influence they had was straight bananas.
No, I'm
it's
taking
because
the
they're
piss
being
out of it.
haughty and overbearing and arrogant.
Yeah.
You know they were. I mean,
Well, actually, no. I mean, the thing is, they're easy to portray as haughty, but overbearing and arrogant.
Let me
Because,
I'm
I
from
mean,
EU.
look, seeing as you don't know anything that they've actually done, it's a
But
pretty
okay,
bold
I know
Can I tell you something that I actually done to my country? Because I'm from Romania, right? And the Romanian president comes up and says, look, we can't take more than this amount of refugees because our economy doesn't allow us. And then the next day, Angela Merkel comes on and is like, no, you will take refugee quotas. And then the Romanian president comes like, yes, we will take refugee quotas. I didn't vote for Merkel. Okay, why is she dictating what's going to happen in my country? Like, how is this democratic? How is this the will of the people?
And you've literally got the president of the commission saying things like
how many of the... Now you're into actual technicalities of a real problem, right? So if you've actually got a refugee problem, do they mostly come over in Romania?
Well,
honestly,
that's not the issue. The issue is that Angela Merkel got...
No, you're worried about technicalities now, right? The technicalities are... let me finish. You've got a common border around the outside. So if refugees are going to come into the EU, they've got to come in through one of the outside countries, yeah?
Okay.
Right? And if one of those outside countries is Romania, then actually quotas would be fantastic for you because it means that you don't get stuck with all the refugees.
Yeah, but
this is just the straight down practicality of having a common border. Right? And the reason that we have a common border is so we can have a common market where there's free flow of people. Yeah, I was looking up the other day, there's something like 100,000 the nurses. What you were saying the other day about, employing the clever people from other countries. There's 100,000 people in the health service who come from the continent.
Okay. But I don't mind giving these people visas just by virtue of them already being here.
Right, but do you understand that is the core reason or one of the core reasons for the common market is to make the movement of people easier, because otherwise you would have to do the paperwork on 100,000 people alone just for the health service.
The whole point is to make movement of people that's easy.
Because they're here, you've got to replenish them at some point as well.
If I could chime in, yes. Thunderfoot is actually right here. Article 4 of the European Union is fucking fantastic. I love it. But regarding laws, regarding what Brussels supposedly is doing and what Sargon has not answered yet, the problem is there's such an overwhelming amount of laws that are being passed and regulations. For instance, the EU regulates water toxicity levels, air toxicity levels, air pollution levels. The EU has created standards for just about every food product currently on the market. The EU has created production standards for quite a few
So looked at like this in your day-to-day life, the EU has probably been an outrageous gain for you.
Well, I'm not arguing about whether or not it is gain or not. I'm arguing about national sovereignty.
You don't seem to be understanding
No, he's making a point. Let's let him finish, then you can go, okay?
Yes, I'm really not arguing about a gain or a detriment. I acknowledge that the EU has done some really good things, even for me personally. What I'm arguing here is about that quite a number of those things have been done without my consent, above our head, and quite a few of those things even were hurtful to national products. For instance, Romanian matches. Well,
they were all done without your consent, yeah?
Largely, yes.
Just like leaving the EU is done without a lot of people's consent.
Hold on, Thunderfoot. If let's say the Remain camp would have won, what's to stop on next election a British Prime Minister using his campaign on leaving the EU? Assuming
nothing. I mean, it's an advisory referendum. I mean, the government can still turn around and say, "Sod you always."
Pretty much,
and they could have equally just sort of said, "Well, we don't need this referendum anyway. We're leaving."
But I agree with you. I agree with you, and I'm saying if the Remain camp would have won, and it would have been a very close call, what would stop someone from UKIP, for instance, running with the platform on next election saying that, yeah, I'm going to get Britain out of EU if I win, and he doesn't need a referendum. He can just, if he wins, that's what he runs his campaign on.
It was an internal thing within the Tory party. That's the only reason this ever happened.
Yeah, and in many ways, there's one of these cartoons. I came across yesterday, you know, there's like 2% want UK to leave, 2% want UK to stay, and 90-something% think this was a bloody stupid referendum. I mean, all
they
it's
did
done
turn
is,
up to the referendum in record numbers.
yeah, right. So it's polarized the country like nothing else. You've lost. I mean, it really didn't matter at this point whether you stayed or left. You've inherited like you said, a massively divided country.
But the divide was there, with referendum or not.
Record turnouts and record division.
Hold on, like, the divide was there, regardless of the referendum or not. Like,
no, it wasn't. Most people didn't give a shit about it because
I think a lot of people did.
Thunderfoot, I'm just trying to understand this one. You are saying that the referendum, as it is now happening, is actually causing a divide in the population, right?
It's polarized it, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, absolutely. You scroll the clock back to this time last year, and it was like most of Europe that people regarded the EU as bureaucratic, inefficient, unresponsive, but basically it didn't do much, and it sort of gave you all those things like trading standards, and it was. And now it's all good man, bad man. It's all polarized crap.
Now, the point I was trying to get at is, do you think that the people who are campaigning for Britain to leave had or still have a moral obligation to keep the country united?
What you mean? Like the UK had a moral obligation to keep the EU?
No,
I mean, it's one of those things. Well, they don't have any obligations whatsoever.
No, I'm trying to point out that quite often, if you stand for something what fits your ideology or conviction, whatever it is, you will divide. And maybe not even 50-50, but you will.
Yeah, like America with pro-Trump, anti-Trump people.
So I think that the claim that it's bad that it created controversy, that it divided, is really not valid because everything divides essentially.
No, I think you'll find historically, if you're a happy country, it's better to stay a happy country than to get polarized. Rarely do good things come out of, how shall we say, radicalization, which is the extreme of polarization.
Yeah, but not all people who voted are radicalized. Look, we have someone in our channel who voted to remain.
That's why I'm using the word polarize.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, a lot of people who voted are still on the side. And
well, like, yeah, and I so what do you think is going to happen next?
Well, they will probably, like, the people from the EU will force my country not to trade with Britain.
Whoa.
Which, I mean, it's for Romania's interest, right? If Britain offers better prices and better merchandise, we're going to be forced not to trade with them because we're part of the EU. While Britain is going to open markets with probably other countries like India, America.
You mean all those people who were actually against Brexit?
Yeah, but we're still going to trade with them.
I'm
just economics. It's not politics. If someone sells you a better product for less cost, why do you care where it comes from?
Well, I mean, if it's a matter of national security, there are two usual reasons for protected markets.
I agree, but do you think
to them valid? The first one is secure. Most of the protected market stuff is to do with agriculture, which is a relatively small fraction of the GDP, which it turned out took up a large portion of Europe's money. It was the Common Agricultural Policy. It started out with good intentions, ended up at about the 90s with gargantuan waste and sort of screwing over the world food economy. It's a small part of our economy, but it's a big part of other people's economies. So it was actually genuinely screwing people over, and they reined it in, and it got down to something sensible to the point where it was actually Blair, I think, who actually he just ran some numbers on it and sort of said, if we put 1/10 of the money of the Common Agricultural Policy into science, we could sort of spend almost as much as we could double all of our science budgets.
If I can,
which is not.
The EU is currently spending about 41% of its entire budget on the current agriculture bullshit. Just
yeah, but okay. Right. So that's costing you an amazing. What is it? It's £100 a year for the common agriculture. £1 a week. Right, and it's not you're burning the money. Right, a lot of that is basically. I mean, it's kind of redundant now. I hope it's kind of redundant. But the idea was that when your farmer's going broke in the years where the prices are low, because that means you're going to not have enough food. Right, it's one of those things. Food is one of those ones where you want stability in the market. Right, you don't want the cheapest product all of the time if it's at the cost. The farmers go out of business when the prices are low. You understand that?
Yes, and this is why farming is often subsidized.
Right. Okay. So I mean, all you're really saying is, well, we're going to actually have a common agricultural policy. I mean, Britain's going to have to subsidise its own farmers anyway. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it has done for a long time.
Right. Well, yeah, probably through the common agricultural policy. I think you'll find. Right. So I mean, you can sort of laugh about it. Costs half the EU budget, but that costs you £1 a week, of which you'll have to spend almost all of it anyway, for the simple reason that if you don't, your farmers are going to go out of business, and first of all, it's a lesser issue these days, the stability in the food supply, but it does mean that it'll hurt your agricultural industry if you don't pay that money yourselves to your own farmers.
Yeah.
So I mean, sort of crying out that the EU still spends half of its money on the common agricultural policy when it's an almost insignificant amount, which you'll have to pay anyway, I think is kind of a moot point.
Oh yeah, that's why I wasn't making it.
Well, yeah, someone did though.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I think people left was really the attitude of Europe towards the British public.
No, I think the reason they left is because the majority of people didn't have a sound understanding of the actual issues.
See, I watched your video, and you said that it's more of a nationalistic chest-bumping thing, but it seems that most of the nationalists, like the Scots and that wanted independence, they want to stay.
Bullshit! Bull fucking shit!
I didn't show you the map.
No. I don't know about the math, but I know the polls in Scotland are like 70-30 in favour of leave. In fact,
these are the results. They're counted votes.
Remain.
Sorry?
Scotland was entirely Remain.
Yeah. Exactly.
Not a single dot on Scotland.
Check it out for yourself. I put the link in the chat. You can check it out yourself if you don't believe us.
And did I get that wrong? Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying. I thought you said
it's mostly rich areas that want to stay, and it's mostly the poor people that want to leave.
Apart from Scotland, who wants to stay.
Scotland wants to stay.
Yeah.
London wants to stay too.
Scotland, yeah. London, and Ireland. They want to stay.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I don't know what's going to happen next, but I know it's going to be an absolute fucking shit show. So, yeah, congratulations.
Well, are you aware of the hate speech laws that the European Union is trying to imply?
Yeah, and I'm also aware of that the UK has some of the worst anti-free speech laws. I mean, a lot of the stuff that I do would have got me. It would have fallen under a lot of these hate speech laws in the UK.
But aren't the laws a consequence of the United Europe? Because they can
No. Most of the UK ones are entirely homegrown.
Yeah, we are guilty of that enough ourselves.
Why are you cocking yourself, Sarah? Why?
Oh, mate, if only we knew.
Because it's true, you know.
Dude, uncock yourself. Become David Icke.
Honestly, I would love to get David Icke to red pill the government, but I don't think so.
No, but I read this paper from the European Union, and it was absolutely just cringeworthy. They wanted to have a council that would force private and public broadcastings, including televisions and radio, to have like pro-diversity programs and to make sure that they're not offending things like religion.
If I
Yeah,
can
the,
just
the thing you've got to bear in mind about the EU is it was halfway between. It was halfway towards the United Nations. I mean, it likes to sort of do all this grand scale moralizing. I mean, shit. You saw all the feminist stuff about the United Nations.
Yeah, I know, but
Europe wants to be kind of there, but the thing you've got to bear in mind is just like with the United Nations, the EU was almost entirely toothless. How do you think it was going to impose all of this?
I don't think it's even important whether or not they impose this. As a matter of fact, 33% of the entire spending of the EU go towards, and I quote, economic, social, and something else, cohesion. And of those, about 15% are going straight into, how do they call it, diversity management or diverse governance, I think it was.
I think you'll find that's building opera houses in poor areas of town, that sort of thing.
Well,
but what do you think about Turkey joining the EU? I mean, I'm concerned about Turkey because they keep pissing off. No, listen. Like, right? They keep blowing Russian planes. They keep attacking Russian ships. And I'm a bit concerned about that because I'm close to the Russians.
That's why joining the EU is a lesser concern. They're in NATO, and these people are firing.
Yeah, and I'm already concerned about that. And now they want to join the European Union as well.
And this is where it becomes, so NATO grew up in the Cold War, where it was very much an all-or-nothing nuclear response. Don't fuck with it. You fuck with one of us, you fuck with all of us. Now it's come down to Turkey, and it's really not the Cold War battle that people imagined. But yeah, I mean, in principle, an attack on one is regarded as an attack on all, and so having Turkey shooting at Russian jets is, I would be more worried about NATO than the EU.
No, I'm not worried about a war. I'm worried that Russia is going to raise the gas prices for Romania again because Turkey is misbehaving. Yeah. I mean, instead of punishing Turkey,
doesn't Turkey smuggle a shitload of its gas over the border from Iraq or something?
No, that's racist.
Yeah. No, I seem to recall that there was some gargantuan gas smuggling route there, but
no, that's racism.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the light bulb situations with the EU?
Yeah, they do a lot of silly shit. The one that I would actually have the biggest grievance against them for is putting those bloody screws on all the kids' toys. Right now, you need a screwdriver to get into the battery compartment in the EU, and first of all, kids should at least be able to change a battery.
Wait, you're a scientist. I wish I could curse you to study at the light of these fucking light bulbs, just for like a week or so.
So what do we got on the light bulbs?
Well, you can't purchase any light bulb in the EU. Like, I can't order from Amazon any type of light bulb that's not an ecological light bulb, which consumes less. However, it lights for shit. I found a light bulb in my house in the attic that's from before this crap, and it does natural light, really nice light. You can see it. You have to come to Europe to see the crap that we are forced to use.
I think you'll find them in Europe, and I see it, and I don't have any of those restrictions. I can go and buy an incandescent light bulb in Europe, no problem. I got a whole selection of them: tungsten, incandescents, high.
I'm actually looking this up. I just don't believe it.
No, I mean, let me tell you. First of all, I do a load of stuff with spectroscopy, and actually having the different lamps is quite useful. I go down to the supermarket and buy them.
Right.
I mean, to an extent, it's really stupid to buy these things because they have a real full black body spectrum, which means they put off a lot of the energy goes into the infrared, which is just heat, which is kind of pointless if you want light. Quite good, quite interesting for infrared cameras, but useless if you just want light. The LEDs are they're almost perfect solar spectrum, and they're dirt cheap to run. I mean, what you were saying about, you know, you want a constant light support source, get the LEDs.
No, I can see that.
Honestly,
I know there are alternatives. However, what I don't understand is like why I, as the customer, and I am dictated that I can't have this. I mean, look, there's now an article that I'm reading.
Yeah. No, I mean, to be honest, a load of the stuff with the EU. I mean, they had something with mercury. You know, some of the, what are they called? The fluorescents. They have mercury.
Things are being shut down because of this. You know, people lose their jobs because of this.
Also, regarding all of this, formalization, there's a big issue with the EU currently pushing towards centralized European gun laws, which is a massive infringement on national sovereignty, especially in countries that have a very long established huntsman tradition, for instance, Britain, or much more prominent, the Czech Republic.
No, I mean, I would agree that there's been significant, well, I wouldn't even go for significant overreach, but there's been annoying overreach. I mean, what you're talking about is there are people who have lost their jobs in the light bulb manufacturer. Well, okay, if you accept that is true, there has also been a lot of jobs created through things like the common market, right? So overall, does anyone here actually dispute that the actual common market has been a great asset to the United Kingdom?
Absolutely not.
In which case, we'll see. The market disagrees with you.
No,
You've
wait,
seen what the pound's done. If you've seen what the pound's done. Oh,
I
okay.
agree with you.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, right. So in which case, yeah, okay. It's not perfect. No one said it was. Right, so yeah, occasionally it's going to screw over some niche industry who can't really actually, you know, protest against it or tell people, tell the bureaucrats it's stupid. But that doesn't mean that the best, you know, your best course of action in that situation is to actually sort of go tell your MEP or whatever to go tell these people in Europe that what they're doing is bloody stupid. There is actually a democratic route in all of this.
Yeah, but the best they could have done is advise them.
No, I mean, if you actually got to talk to the councillor or whatever, you can directly propose this stuff. And in any event,
to propose it.
In any event, what we're talking about is right down. I mean, shit. You really think that the European councillors sit there and debate light bulbs?
Essentially, yes.
It doesn't really matter to me.
My son has a light bulb
company.
So usually what you do is, seeing as none of them would know anything, the first thing about light bulbs, you've got one representative from each nation there. None of them will know anything about light bulbs, so they'll get someone to come in and tell them something about light bulbs, and they'll make their decision accordingly. Which is, you know, in fact, I doubt they would even go that far. I would guess this is so menial that it's all done by essentially some civil servant writes up these things as they see fit, which is, I mean, this is the problem that we were talking about the other day, Sargon, is that really you want technically competent people doing this sort of thing, yeah? The problem is that technically competent people tend to be fairly well off and don't have really the same concerns as what you would describe as ordinary people.
Yes.
Right, so you've got a problem here that the people, there is no optimum here. You don't want, you know, idiots making your policy, and you don't want people who are out of touch making your policy, and you don't want to spend too much making your policy. So who's going to make your policy?
The people that I vote, I would like to make.
No. They almost never write the policy.
No, they don't have to be the ones who write it. What's important is who proposes it, because we can get any policy we want proposed as long as we can tell them to do it. If we can't tell them to do it, then we can't get it done. And you know, I agree with you that all of these things are very trivial things. But what about when it isn't a trivial thing? We're still in the same system, in the same situation, and that will become
right. So, no. I mean, this is sort of you're worrying that what could happen.
Yeah.
When you can quite happily say, well, this could happen with the UK government. Yeah, they can propose laws. Well, what happens when they propose a law to silence your free speech or something?
Then I elect an MEP who's proposing to repeal it. An MP, sorry, not an MEP.
Have you
Well,
seen
okay, yeah, the
President
system
of the
works
United
no matter which
States?
way you look at it.
No. Look, right. If the European government does that, if the European Commission does that, I can elect an MEP, and he cannot introduce legislation.
Oh, but come on, you're haggling over one type of democracy versus another.
No, the other type isn't a democracy.
It is.
No, it's a facade of a democracy, because the people who are proposing the laws that get voted on aren't accountable to the public.
Yeah, who did Romania vote to allow?
No, but
this is
look.
that I want to find out. Like, who exactly did we elect to allow immigrants in, and then to go to other European Union countries and fuck their economy?
Your MEPs voted for it, presumably at some point. I mean, this is the thing.
No.
Actually,
Well, they must have done. No. You can't get anything passed. It's got to be approved of by the elected people.
The Romanian MPs did not vote for that. Other
Well, that's fine. Not everyone voted to stay, but you know, I mean, this is one of the problems with democracy: is you piss someone off no matter what you do.
It's a much bigger problem in much bigger democracies.
Decentralization is better than centralization because other countries do not know Romania's best interest. Yeah, and I don't like other people deciding for shit that happens in my country.
But they do not share those interests.
I think you'll find that again, this boils down to who is with the refugee problem, for instance. Right? I mean, if all of these basically flood over into the border countries and they're basically stuck there, then basically what you've got is creeping instability across Europe.
They would not be allowed to come to Romania, considering that they're traveling through Turkey or through other countries, where they're safe.
Okay, fine. Let's stick with that. Let's say they all come in through Turkey, just for the sake of argument.
Okay.
Right, everyone says, well, you're screwed, Turkey. Your problem.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. So now you've got the potential of, now you've got all of those refugees going into one country, and if a country like Germany can't handle it, what do you think is going to happen to Turkey?
Turkey is probably going to take, let's say, 10,000 of them, and then they'll say, enough, we can't take any more. We're sorry. We don't have the economy. Fuck off. And the thing is...
I think that's what happened here. They had camps on...
Listen, I don't know if you follow this, but most of them aren't from Syria or from war zones. They're from places like Afghanistan, Somalia, Pakistan.
I think I would call Afghanistan a war zone.
Yes, actually, they do have a right for asylum, but we are comparing apples and oranges here right now, to be honest. On the one hand, you have a, let's call it, organic occurrence, which is Turkey being faced with mass refugees, and on the other hand you have a created occurrence where Germany is desperately trying to force refugees onto other countries. Those are two absolutely different concepts.
Not to mention the fact that they're paying them to come there. It's one thing if you're a refugee, you come to my country, you can stay while there's a war in yours, and then you fuck off. Well, what Germany is doing is actually asking them to stay and get welfare.
Yeah, no, I mean, I made my opinion on what Germany was doing clear, but it's just bloody... I mean, they can't afford it, is the bottom line. I mean, I don't really care.
And you have the IMF who tells Europe that they need to make a surge loan. And if the United Europe makes a surge loan from the IMF, I'm going to have to pay for it. And my children are going to have to pay for it.
Yeah, you got to be a bit careful. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all more or less in agreement that leaving the EU is financially stupid.
In the short term.
It is for a while.
No, in the long term.
I don't think it is in the long term, man.
Why are other countries like Norway, for instance, that aren't in the EU doing
Because they have a different economy.
Okay, well, surely...
We can't all make most of our money by digging oil out of the ground.
Well, I guess that's true, but doesn't UK have natural resources they can exploit?
Yeah, but and then this is the thing. Yeah, you can always point to a country which is doing well and it's in one system or the other. I can point to Luxembourg and say it's got the highest GDP in Europe. Why don't we do what they do when they're in the EU and they're in Schengen? No, the answer is it's a crappy little nation that gets loads of its money from. Actually, ironically, I think it's got one of the European things there. Or Switzerland. Yeah, again, these are they're local economies. They don't scale up. You can't say what's good for them is good for you, but what you can say is that generally, the less rules and regulations you have, the better. And having every single country with its own rules and regulations is just bloody stupid. When most of those rules and regulations
They don't have to be the same. They don't have to be different. Like if you're trading with the EU, you align to their regulations. You already have the blueprints for them. You just apply them. You have different rules and regulations when you trade with someone else, like India, for instance.
Well, no, but that's the nice thing. If India wants to trade, I mean, what you're saying, look at it from India's point of view. Now, India, previously, it had one set of rules if it wanted to trade with the UK or with France or whatever. Now, it's got two sets of rules, and it doesn't know what one of them is going to be.
Well, of course they do. But if Britain offers the product for cheaper and is the same quality, well, just changing the regulations is going to be a minor hassle, considering you're making a profit in the longer term.
No, I think the thing here is that actually, this is why everyone else in the world didn't want this, because previously you knew what you had to do to trade with England. It was the same as trading with 500 million other people in Europe. Now you don't.
Honestly, I'm okay with sticking it in the eye of multi-billionaires.
Thunderfoot, there are people that have jobs in order to figure out how to trade with countries, and you just need to hire one of them if you're the company, and they will figure it out for you.
Right, costs.
Yeah, but you have those people anyway that are hired.
Yeah, but you need less of them. And can you imagine? This is what it was like before. Is you had half a dozen countries across Europe with half a dozen different sets of rules.
Okay. No,
right?
I
so you economize an order of magnitude by having something like the common market. Now it's true that they have some bureaucratic creep in there, but that's maybe 10% or 50%. Doesn't really matter. It's not an order of magnitude.
I see your point, but let's say the United States is trading with Europe, and they have a set of rules, but all of a sudden China is offering a better product. Do you think they will say, oh, well, shit, we can't trade with them because they have different rules, and we just need to hire more people to figure out how to trade with China? That's just absurd. I'm sorry, but I don't see it that way. It's just going to be treated like another partner that might or might not have a different set of rules. They can keep the same rules.
If you're going to keep the same rules, you could have stayed in the common market.
No, because now you can sell stuff like fish, for instance, which you couldn't sell before.
I think we are way too much in thought experiment theory territory right here, because when it really comes push to shove, actually selling products with what they have quite a bit of expertise, a lot of experience. China, Vietnam, and so on and so forth. You actually normally you debate. Fuck my English, Jesus fucking Christ. The point is that you have always, before you even made the deal, you always talk about quality. That's what, for instance, quality inspectors are there for. There are different standards for instance, industry-grade steel, and before you even make the deal, you talk about which standard to apply, and before you even do all of those things, you normally apply a certain degree of, let's talk about what standard we want to apply, what international norm we want to apply here. And the EU made this largely impossible. In the EU, for instance, getting a certain type of, I'm just making a broad example, a certain type of steel of low quality is exceptionally hard in large quantities.
Is there a reason for that?
Because it's
because the EU acts like a nanny state and keeps trying to protect the customer because the customer just doesn't know.
I think you'll find that's way off on one side. I think you'll find that they're mostly a bureaucratic organisation that suffers from mission creep. I don't think there's all these people conspiring on how to over-regulate stuff there.
It's just their jobs to over-regulate things.
No. Look, I mean, we're talking about the difference between employing 10 times as many people to make regulations and guys making 10% more regulations than is probably sensible.
Yeah, but you have people whose jobs are just to make regulations about things. So,
well, that's true in any country.
Yeah, I'm not.
Right,
saying,
and that's sensible for whatever trade. Right,
Yeah.
you don't want people dumping loads of crap onto the market if it's indistinguishable
Yeah,
from
I
the
agree.
stuff that's good.
I'm not saying regulation is a bad thing, but I think that these people forget that the idea of regulation does need to stop at some point. At some point, something has become regulated enough, and these people don't seem to know where that point is. So they're micromanaging every tiny damn little thing.
And the UK's response to, well, I think things are being overmanaged is right. I'm taking my ball and going home. Right? I mean, the sensible response would be
from their attitude towards the public.
Now, the sensible thing to do, the sensible thing to do would be to actually sort of use the democratic system to actually make your voice heard. You know, yes, you can. There's a commissioner from your country who you can write to.
Yeah.
And he can propose laws, and then the whatever the elected people can mark.
Well, no, sorry, the commissioners can, but we don't elect the commission.
Well, yeah, I know, but that's because there's one from every country. I mean, how you really expect to have God knows how many commissioners would you actually? I'm going to put you in charge.
One that you can elect.
Well, God no. So you would actually have one person from each country elected
to the commission. Sure, why not?
Well, what if you actually manage to? So if say for instance Nick Griffin gets elected, he's now the one.
Sentence.
Sorry.
Do you know how I would change the EU?
Yeah.
It would be very easy to make the EU democratic. It's so close, and that's why people make the mistake that they think it is democratic, but it's not.
It is democratic.
No, it's not. The way to fix it is to have it so that the powers are reversed. The MEPs can propose legislation. The Commission can block legislation. That's how you make it democratic.
Right, and so anyone can propose legislation.
Of course, any MEP. Yeah.
So why? Enlighten me. Why don't you think it's set up like that now?
Because it's a deliberate way of making sure the public can't interrupt the grand European project.
No, you really think that it wasn't set up like that on practical grounds?
No, it's set up like that deliberately.
Yeah, of course it was set up like that. It was set up like that deliberately.
No, deliberately to prevent the public proposing legislation that would interfere with their project.
Oh shit! Right. So how many MEPs are there? About 500 or something?
Yeah, I don't know the number off the top.
Right. So and they're notoriously easy to elect because no one gives a shit what happens in the EU anyway. Yeah, that's how interested people are in participating in the democratic process. But now you've got 500 people, all of which you can propose any which bloody legislation they want, right? And the thing is, seeing as the EU does so little, our government, which takes 99% more money to run, and it does a lot more on a local. Yeah, so we're 99% locally, right? So it doesn't cost much money to run. It doesn't do much. And so, if you've got a very limited thing, and you've got 30 countries, and you want to get all of their opinions, let me finish. The reason that you have someone appointed by your country to be its member on whatever the upper house, as it were, is essentially because if you're putting one person forwards, you essentially want some sort of civil servant-y type person there who is stable and basically represents the people, right? And
if possible.
Sorry?
I want to be able to remove them if necessary.
Okay. So you want to be able to remove the head of the civil service as well?
Well, no, because he is not the one proposing laws, and if he is,
Yeah,
no,
but
listen, don't interrupt, man. Come on, right? Even if he does, I can elect someone who can propose a repeal of it. This is the thing: we have no control over the commission. You're making.
Yeah, but we've already established the commission didn't do anything.
Show him what the president of the European Union is saying and what he thinks of the people.
Yeah, he's got open contempt for the people underneath him. God, man, these people are awful. This is why I think in many people's minds it doesn't really matter whether we're going to lose money. It doesn't really matter, and none of these things matter because they're not going to be talked down to, and that's all the European.
Right. So because you didn't like the mole on the EU, I mean, it really is. It's like shooting. It's like shooting yourself in the head to get rid of a mole.
Yeah, it's about having self-respect. That's exactly what it is.
Some people would rather die with dignity, you know.
I just hope you don't have any moles to remove
on the table here, because I really don't. Do you think Britain is going to be worse off than Greece in the future?
Well, no, that's because this is what I was saying earlier. I mean, different countries have different cultures. Greece has a culture of not paying taxes,
which is true.
Yeah. So, I mean, comparing England to Greece is, it's like comparing, I don't know, Saudi Arabia to England or something. You know, they make much more money per head than us. You know, but is that really a model you want to actually follow?
Well, maybe it is a case of them having very high taxes and bureaucracy.
What, Saudi?
Well, the more
Saudi Arabia is a kingdom. The government is owned by the king.
I'm telling you this because I have the same situation in my country. You know, the more difficult it is to pay your taxes. Like, for instance, Sargon, in order to pay the taxes for his YouTube channel, you know, he does them online. I have to go and sit at a line in real life. I have to hire an accountant to do my taxes for me. You know, because it's a lot of bureaucracy here. So,
well, I think you'll find that's more a consequence of being former, Soviet bloc. Exactly. All of the former Soviet blocs are an interesting mismatch of communist and Western culture.
True.
Yeah, but if the European Union would want the good of Greece, don't you think they would at least try to improve their taxation system?
Well, this is the thing, you can't, right? If Rakesh told us anything, it's that you can't just knock on someone's door, stick a little flag of democracy in there, and expect the culture to change.
Well, apparently they managed to impose austerity measures on them, right? So you're telling me they can't help them with the system, but they can impose austerity measures despite them having a referendum that they don't want austerity measures.
The problem is that cultures change very slowly. In fact, it's often said that cultures change at the rate that the old people die off.
Well, with the Muslim immigration, I think cultures are going to change quite fast.
Well, no, but that's because old people. It's not the cultures that are changing; it's the ratio of the people holding those beliefs that's changing. Right? Cultures change very slowly. How
many years ago was it illegal for gays to marry in the United States? And not even that. Like, if you were a gay, the chance of your father disowning you was quite high.
Yes, very slowly. So it's been a transition over, 50 years or something? From being illegal to actually... Right, that's one bloody law that's
I started
changed.
Watching your channel because of creationism, right? And I really love your videos, by the way.
And let's take a look at the number of people who think that Jesus is coming back this year in America. It's changed from maybe...
And how influential are these people today compared to how they used to be?
Exactly the same.
Do they still push intelligent design in school?
I've got no idea, but I mean...
They still try to eliminate the theory of evolution.
Yes.
Well, they try, but they're not successful like they used to be.
Right. So, I mean, if you actually take a look at the broad-scale numbers, the number of people who accept evolution or reject it, it's about 1/3. It's always been about 1/3. It's maybe gone down 1 or 2% over the last 10 years or something. But that's about the rate that people are dying. Right. That's typically how cultures die. People, when they're young, they're fairly plastic, right? They're the ones who usually drive the change. And particularly young men who tend to be young, aggressive, and idealistic.
Well, that's misogyny.
Yeah, I know, but
Don't worry, it's not
which
really.
is why it's why they die disproportionately more. But once people get to about sort of 45 or something, their opinions don't change much anymore. And so they basically provide this. They're the ones who sort of they're cliches for a reason. The grumpy old man who wants it to be like it was when he was young. People don't like change when they get old, and people want things to stay the same. So yeah, cultures change very slowly, and Greece's problem is that its culture is the one where you don't pay taxes. And you're not going to change that. I mean, to an extent, everyone in the EU knew that when they joined, and they let them join anyway, and they let them join the euro. I mean, it was just bloody stupid. I mean, this is what gets me about, you sort of suggesting that the EU is some great autocratic body that's going to drive it somewhere. The EU couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery, let alone actually become this evil superstate that you're imagining it to be.
It's more about the institutions it facilitates. Like the EU, the central bank and the IMF really did a number on Greece, man.
Well, no, not really. I mean, the whole thing was just born out of complete incompetence.
And yeah, the negotiations between the Greek government and the IMF and central bank weren't. This was highly sophisticated, and they ended up winning. And they had a democratic mandate from Greece to go directly against what they were imposing on them, and they still got it. I mean, these guys are competent, man.
Bullshit.
That's the way it worked, man.
Yeah, and they did so well that they actually managed to convince people to stay in the EU.
What do you think?
Sorry.
What do you think about the EU army that the president of the European Union is asking for? Why is it?
I know almost nothing about it, but it's almost it's like to be like the United Nations, some crappy little peacekeeping force that you put in hotspots on the basis that no one will shoot at them because they've got white helmets.
But we're in NATO. Why would we need that? Isn't that money poorly spent? And why did they want to keep it a secret until after the Britain referendum?
It's not been a secret. I mean, it's been an open proposal for 10 years or something.
Yeah. But they actually. So
who convinced you that it was actually a secret?
They actually drafted plans and kept the plans secret to the day after the referendum.
Right. So
it's one thing calling for it, but if you've got actual plans drawn up by the foreign chief, then come on, that's an entirely different ballgame.
So you're worried that all laws like this are drawn up in secret to deliberately meant to keep you out? Yeah, of course. That's because they're sat on some bloody civil servant's desk.
But the fact that they were doing this was kept secret.
What do you mean? They've been saying that they're going to organise something like this for 10 years.
Yeah, they've been calling for it, but the actual
here's the thing. When you say organise something, you can think of what you thought. People with white helmets that no one shot on. But when you see the actual plans, then you see what they really mean. And that's why they kept it a secret. It's like, well, why not show it to the public? And they specifically say we're keeping it a secret until after the referendum, because it might influence the referendum.
Well, actually, then you think that's... I don't know, you make an argument for that both ways. Right? Should the EU actually be trying to influence the British referendum one way or the other? They've kept out of it, yeah. The EU's not actually made any case to actually...
an argument for the government to lie to you, or to keep secrets from you.
No, I mean, I think what it did was basically impartial. I mean, it basically kept out of the UK referendum.
So you're telling me that if the British people, had they know about the plans, they would have massively voted to remain in the European Union?
Well, what was in the plans?
I think Sargon read them.
Yeah, plans for headquarters and various centralized military installations.
Is that the entire extent of the plan?
No,
right? Any military in the world that doesn't? Is there any military in the world that doesn't have a headquarters?
Yeah, but they want to restructure the whole thing and doubtless improve the size of it. So.
What do you mean? Doubtless improve the size of it?
Exactly what I said. I mean, they're obviously going to improve the capacity of it because Juncker keeps saying things like, "We want a central military." To
No. Let's go to what was actually in these plans.
We haven't seen them. They were leaked to a paper.
Okay, so there's plans leaked to a paper that said an army's going to have a headquarters. That's it. That's what you wanted to see.
Restructuring of what's already there, and of course it's going to be expanded.
What do you mean a restructuring of what's already there?
That's what we were told. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the plans. I haven't got the option to. I'd love to see them. Jesus, fuck it.
Bullshit. I mean, this is all menial crap to do with the day-to-day running of the EU. You don't want to see any of it. Which is...
I would like to see the bit about the EU army. Very much so.
So let's... how much do you think this is going to cost?
I don't care, really. The price.
So you're worried about some great.
$1 is too much because we're in NATO already. Why do we need an army for the EU? Name me one single good thing that an army for the EU could be used for.
Policing the borders.
We're
in NATO. All the countries have their own army. Why would I need?
So you expect if there are a load of
police my borders?
If there are a load of refugees coming across in, I don't know, Turkey
we can shoot them just fine. We don't need other people. We have guns, they don't. It's okay. It's taken care of. I think Hungary did that. Okay, they mobilized their own army. They went to the borders. No more refugees. It can be done.
So actually, just out of interest, is everyone who's in the EU in NATO?
I think so.
I think
there might be a few outliers, but
right, a few outliers. Well, there you go. There's your reason.
What?
For if you wanted a reason for it, there's one.
Let's see the countries that aren't in NATO and they're in the EU. I'm actually curious because you brought up an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I think there are a few, like some very small ex-Soviet states.
Lithuania, yeah, are they in NATO?
Yeah, so it's somewhere like that, Latvia or something, you know.
NATO.
So why can't we have like a military defense contract with them? You know, you're attacked, we get to join.
There are loads.
There are loads. Why do we need a European army for Lithuania? Or like, you can just give money to Lithuania to have its own defense force, Boston, if that's the thing.
But
I mean, most notably, Turkey is NATO, but it's not EU. That's the big one.
Yeah.
But like, we're talking about countries that are in the EU and are not part of NATO.
In which case, it looks like Finland and hang on, I can't be right. What the fuck?
Well, Finland kind of beat the shit out of the Russians in the past, so I'm not really particular.
Did they?
Well, yeah, the Finland-Russian war.
Yeah, and what happened 4 years later?
Yeah, they lost.
They didn't just lose. They beat the crap out of the pre-World War II Russian army. After World War II, that same Russian army wiped out Finland's entire defenses in a few weeks.
I think the generals in that Stalin killed and replaced, they started learning military by now.
Yeah, but Russia's
complaint was that the Russians tried to attempt to mimic German doctrine of the day. Problem was they did not have the suitable mechanization. They did not have the proper vehicles for that. They did not have the proper tanks for that. Result was basically just storming with infantry into muddied, snowy territory, getting fucking bogged down and massacred.
Yeah, I mean the first time it was the mother. The first time the Russians attacked, it was the mother of all mess-ups. That you had, essentially a superpower invading some crappy little country, and they wiped the floor with them. Even at that, they still lost the first engagement because Russia was huge, and so they lost both of the wars, or sued for peace in both of them. Yeah, the Russians won, but it was
Finland to reasonably actually fight off Russia in a prolonged campaign.
No. The idea is that Finland should be in NATO in case Russia invades, and I get that, but I don't think that the European Union having an army would be beneficial, honestly. Just because there's a few countries in the EU that aren't in NATO.
Well, yeah, I mean, but the way I see it is the amount of money, they don't have the money to fund anything even like a real army.
Yeah, that's the point, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
They're
they
gonna
will raise
charge
tax. Do you know the VAT tax is imposed on us on the EU? I
Sorry?
mean,
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Is it?
Yes.
So I'm paying taxes when I get my wage once, and then when I purchase some shit, I pay taxes again.
Well, the VAT you get across Europe, and the thing about the VAT is you pay it, and then you can buy something anywhere else in Europe because it's once you pay the VAT where you bought it, you can buy anything anywhere in Europe.
Do you know how much the VAT tax is in?
It's about 20%. It's exactly the same in the UK.
Right. But you know, America doesn't have this tax.
Well, no, they have sales tax.
And is it 20%?
It varies from state to state. There's a federal sales tax, and there's always some states don't even have sales tax. So there's a big thing. So it's one of those really annoying things. You go and buy something in America, and you don't pay what it says is the price in the shop.
Mm-hmm.
You pay. They add the tax afterwards. So
yeah,
you
they do the same here. But before joining the EU, we did not have this tax. You know, and all of a sudden, like if I want to purchase something, I have to pay 20% extra.
Well, welcome to England.
Yeah, but now England can drop the VAT tax.
No, it can't.
Oh,
no.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. Fundamentally, you've got to get the money for the budget somewhere.
Yeah,
and how you
once
do
you
that,
have a tax, it's very hard to get rid of it.
Well, not only that, if you get rid of one tax, you've got to get the money somewhere else anyway.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. But you know, like the fact that 20%, and then I have to pay like 50% more because I'm, you know, a lot of welfare programs are running in my state. So that's like 70% of tax. It's fucking huge.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would actually argue that we pay about a third of our tax typically in Europe. Most of Europe pays about a third of its money goes in tax. You could probably scale that back by about 5%. You know, the libertarians are generally right that the less government you have, the better. But that doesn't mean that no government is the best. There is a sort of there's a balance between those factors. And having been in places like America for long periods of time and Europe, you know, a lot of. But I mean, this isn't so much a problem with the EU. This is a problem with just Europe in general. Is they have too much. The government does too much. The government's crap at doing things.
Yeah, but you want the EU, which is like an extra government, giving even more. Doing even more.
No. They do different things, right? What the main thing that the EU does is it maintains the common market, and it does a load of little shit on the side. You know, common agricultural policy, funding science, that sort of thing. Right? It doesn't do what your local government does, which is why you spend 99% of your tax money goes to the local government, not to Europe.
Oh, well, some of that goes to Europe as well, but you're right. You know, it's mostly to the local government.
So, yeah, I mean, it's, yeah, I mean...
Do you know, like, the local government goes like, oh, we need to align the electricity prices to the EU. Boom. You know, bigger price on the electrical bills. We need to align the gas prices to the EU. Boom. I have borders with Moldavia, and when I go to buy gas there, it's so fucking cheap, it's unbelievable, right? But because I have the privilege of being in the European Union, I have to pay only almost 3 times as much for gas, cigarettes, and all the other shit, so that we can align the prices to EU. Do you know the only thing we don't align to EU is the wage that people make? You know, a doctor here makes around $200 per month.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what you're saying is that it was bad for Romania to join the EU.
Do you know how we joined the EU? We had to change our constitution, and according to the law, the constitution has to have a certain number of citizens going to vote in order to be valid. They kept the constitution for 3 days, the voting for it, they kept it for 3 days up, just so it can get the number of people. And they had like all sorts of enticements like balloons and candy and, you know, all sorts of crap in order to get people to vote for the Constitution. And not only that, the people voting for presidency, all of them said that they want to get Romania in the EU. That there was absolutely no way to avoid going into the European Union.
I'm not familiar with the local politics. I mean, to me, Europe expanded too quickly, right? And it was one of those things. It was sort of trendy, or seen as trendy at a time. For certain, there are advantages with the common market, but obviously that comes at the cost of, if your economies don't match up terribly well, it makes for uncomfortable unions. Right, and in that sense, having people like Germany share a common currency with Romania is.
We aren't in the euro yet.
Okay, that's maybe somewhat sensible. It's not impossible. I mean, you get poor areas of England sharing a currency with rich areas of England, but so it's all about balances and that sort of thing. But the EU did expand too quickly, and really over too diverse an area.
Honestly, the problem that I see with the EU is that if it tries to become a federal state, I'm not saying it does, but if it would, it's like they're comparing it.
Well, yeah, but there's a fuzzy line between federal state and not federal state. I mean, once you've got.
I know, because this is what I taught. I was taught in law school. Is the teachers here also have the same. Problems, they raise the same issue that it might become a federal state. But the thing with America, it's like most of the states have the same culture, the same goal, the same ideals. Well, if you take a country like Greece and Germany, they're completely different, both culturally, ideologically.
No, you preach into the choir, dude. I agree completely that it was not the smartest of moves. But
Turkey. Now they want to get Turkey, and it's again Turkey's goals are completely different to Romania's goals.
Well, not only that. I mean, the idea that you're going to manage all this with 50, the entire EU staff is something like 50,000 people. It's minuscule, right? The idea that you're going to manage an area this size with that few people. I mean, shit. I don't know whether. I'll bet there are more employees of the City of London Council than there are in the EU. I'm going to check that. You know what I mean? That 50,000 people for something for half a million people, it's bloody crazy.
Yeah, it is. But I just don't think it's only advantages in being in the European Union. I'm looking at my country. I think we would have been better off without the European Union.
I think you make a fairly good argument for that.
Yeah, we would definitely be better off trading with Russia, for instance, or China. And a lot of people are like, oh my God, Russia, the devils, the communism,
Hey, there you go. Pound at lowest level since 1985.
Sorry?
We all knew that would happen, though. I mean, that was...
No, yeah, I mean, it's like, for me, this is just sort of hilarious. It's like you had a mole on your nose and you used to shoot it off, and it's like, well, yeah, we knew our nose would come
but we
off,
knew it was going to grow into cancer.
Sorry?
We knew it was going to grow into cancer.
Bullshit.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, but isn't isn't cancer better to operate when it's in T1 stage?
Not grow into a cancer. How can that happen?
What?
How is it not inevitable that you have a group of people who are insanely contemptuous? They've done nothing their entire careers but accumulate power, and they are not accountable to the people they are making laws with. How
come
is that not going to end up ending?
It's basically the EU democracy is set up in a somewhat different way to the British democracy
because it's not a real democracy.
Because it's tiny and it does relatively small things, and you need to be able to get 28 nations to actually agree to do anything. Right? You don't want it over gridlocked. If it does absolutely nothing, then there's no point in having it. It's got to be able to do something. And your idea that everyone, your idea,
the illusion of democracy is quite. You would be surprised how many people in Europe don't know that the European Union Parliament cannot make laws.
What laws would you want it to make? I mean,
Well, okay, if you're in the UK Parliament, right, and you're a representative there, you can hire a little bitch to make your laws because you probably don't know the technicalities, as you said. But you can tell that little bitch, like, make a law about this, or this is how I want you to change the words, this is how I want you to do it. When you talk about the European Union, the little bitch there isn't hired by you. is a completely different person that doesn't have to listen to you. He's not working for you. He is working beside you. You know, he's a colleague. You don't have any power over what he writes. You can just say yes or no. So if I would be in the European Union and I would be in the Parliament, and let's say I would want a law where I would allow Britain's fishing industry to flourish, I can't propose that law. It needs to come from one of these people that...
I think you have much more faith in the British fishing industry than I do. I mean, I would...
principle. It could be for anything. It's the fact that the system is set up this way that is the problem.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's exactly.
Look. I mean, it does almost nothing. We've agreed on that. That it does. It regulates the common market. It does a little bit of the common agricultural
institutions
policy.
that aren't necessarily the EU, and again are unaccountable. The power to
they
do
are
bad things to nations.
Right? They have to be appointed. The parliament that you elect in, they have to nominate someone to be the EU representative. Right, so if you want to get the guy into the commission and can propose the laws, you have a route of doing it.
But I don't really like that. I don't like.
Right, so the bottom. Yeah, right.
I'm not happy with that.
Enjoy the fruits of your unhappiness.
He's going to restart the British Empire, man.
Yeah. First stop France.
No. The first is India.
Oh yeah, good point. But so, I mean, do we need India? I mean, we can get spices without ruling India.
Yeah, imagine the rebirth of these trading companies. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, which is why we disbanded the Commonwealth, right?
By the way, I'm just curious, Stanford. You're in America now, and you can vote there, right?
No, but.
I'm curious if you would vote for Trump or Bernie.
Bernie?
What about between Trump and Hillary?
Well, you talk about the choice of the lesser of two evils.
Yeah, that is a lesser of two evils.
But what about between Trump and Hillary?
I would probably go for Hillary, not because I like her, but because, one, she's competent, and yeah, a president game show host doesn't actually sort of do anything for me. The only redeeming feature is that the American system, like most most governmental systems, is set up that the president doesn't actually have that much power, just like the EU, for instance. So there's a limit to what these people can do anyway in power.
No, you're right. I noticed that a lot of people who...
the idea that just because the president commands the army, that he can command them to do whatever he wants.
No, of course not.
I just like suggesting that it's going to be just because the EU could, in principle, sort of say it rules Europe now. It's not going to happen, and you know it.
Not
I mean, you're worried about. You're worried about things that you know will never happen.
No, I'm not actually. I'm worried about things that could well happen given the right catalyst. All it needs is one emergency, one disaster.
Yeah, but that's true of the. I mean, but you could make the same argument that with the Queen in England, that all it takes is one disaster, and the Queen can do whatever the hell she wants.
We know that that's not going to happen because after.
Yeah, right, exactly. But all it takes, Sargon, is the right conditions, the right catalyst.
The
They're talking about two different countries, mate. The different cultures. Didn't just say
terrible wars and still retained our freedom here. I don't think that's going to happen on the continent. I think that when something terrible happens there, that's it. Anyway, I think it's 7 o'clock in the morning now, so I think I'll end the stream there because we've been going for, well, fucking God knows how long, and the time's probably going to...
So, go and give me a prediction. How much do you think the pound's going to go down?
Oh, I wouldn't even know what...
Go on. Yeah,
a lot.
Let's put a price on your rights to not have the EU tell you how much mercury you put in light bulbs.
If it goes below the Romania currency, then I'll laugh.
Yeah, well, I mean that's almost worth anything.
Dude?
Don't worry. If it triggers a recession, Boris Johnson will apologise. That'll make it so much better.
Thunderfoot, are you pulling your money out of the British banks?
Sorry?
Are you pulling your money out of the British banks?
No, but that's because in the long term, it's going to mostly bounce back.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I'm not that worried about it.
But 10% seems about right. I mean, it's one of those things. It's just going to be such a colossal pain in the, and you're not going to win any favors by this. In fact, let's go for the long term. Do you think this is actually going to go through? Do you think this is actually going to lead to a Brexit?
I think there's going to be a lot of health pay if it doesn't.
Oh, like.
There
was a lot of help. Hang on, I got someone at the door. I'll see you around, okay?
Yeah. No problem. Yeah, I'm gonna.
Thanks for being here, man. And by the way, just because I disagree with you, that doesn't mean I still don't think your videos are awesome.
Yeah. No, I very much, probably will all. Always
the disagreeing, disliking.
I just wish you would tackle more interesting, not interesting, but like you usually go for the low-hanging fruit.
But anyway, right, okay. But yeah, thanks to everyone for watching. We had about 6,000 people at most, I think, which was more than I was expecting, to be honest. But I guess I was kind of tired when this started, and I can't believe I'm still awake. So, but yeah, this has been fucking a surprise. And like I was saying in the beginning, I would have voted against. I would have bet against leaving if I was a betting man. I would have been like, it's never gonna fucking happen. But okay, well, we now have democratic legitimacy to leave the EU. See you later.